Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
The turkey buzzard didn't know whether the man was dead or alive, and the man wasn't sure himself. The man knew only darkness and burning misery and tooth-splintering pain. The raptor hovered low over the wagon being drawn by two burly mules across the sun-hammered sage flats toward cool blue mountains rolling back against the northern horizon. The man lay spread-eagle on his back in the wagon box. He wore a beaded buckskin vest over a brown wool shirt, red and white checked neckerchief, patched dungarees, and worn black boots without spurs. His wide, seamed face was drawn taut with torment. Thick auburn hair flopped across his forehead with the wagon's pitch and sway. His bushy soup-strainer mustache was the same color as his hair, and his eyelids were squeezed shut, carving deep lines into his temples. His cracked and swollen lips were stretched so that his large white teeth peeked out from beneath his mustache. Blood leaked from low on his right side, a large matted mess of it staining his shirt and vest. It was this that the raptor sensed, as well as the blood leaking out around the man's hands and ankles, which had been nailed into the wagon's scarred oak bed, so that the man resembled nothing so much as a frontier Christ, crucified not on a hilltop, but on a wagon bed, and sent lurching and squawking and clattering across southwestern Colorado. The land around was pocked with sage and cedars, and ringed with craggy mountain peaks, some still tipped with snow. The hungry raptor decided to take its chances. Lifting its dusty black wings, it dropped down over the bouncing wagon. It lowered its spidery legs and lighted atop the man's broad, sweat-soaked chest, keeping its wings half spread to balance itself as the mules continued doggedly pulling the wagon across the meandering desert trail. It cocked its head and stared with copper-colored eyes up into the man's face, as though waiting to see if the man would react to its presence. He did. One eye opened, showing the frosty blue iris and red-veined white around it. Both eyes bunched.
Get off of me, you filthy bastard!
The man winced at the pain in his nailed palms and ankles as he tried, with minimal success, to arch his back and shake the bird from his chest. The bird only spread its wings slightly farther apart and canted its head to one side as it continued staring into the man's eyes. Tears of misery rolled down his sun-blistered cheeks.
Get the hell off me, vermin!
As if in mocking defiance, the bird skittered down to the man's flat belly, dug its three-pronged feet into his shirt and vest, and lowered its long, hooked beak toward the half-gelled blood on the man's right side, just above his cartridge belt and empty holster. The man dropped his chin to watch the bird, horror showing in his eyes and dimpling his cheeks.
Don't you! God damn it! Don't you!
The bird ground its sharp beak into the jellied wound, and the startled mules broke into a lope. Two lone riders from the Blackbird Canyon Ranch spied the wagon an hour later as it wound into the rocky, pinon-studded foothills of the Lunatic Mountains. By this time, the wagon was nearly filled with the flapping wings and bobbing bald heads of turkey buzzards. A half-dozen of the raptors hovered over the wagon like a cloud of giant mosquitoes. The line riders rode down a steep slope and onto the switchbacking wagon trail in the shade of a sprawling boulder, stopping the mules and driving the enraged raptors away. Birds lighted on the ground, or a lightning-topped cottonwood nearby, squealing and moaning with proprietary anger. As the mules twitched their ears suspiciously, the riders approached on either side of the wagon and stared down at its grisly contents. Billy Roach turned to his pot-bellied, sombrero-hatted companion, Ralph Appleyard.
I'll be damned. Ain't that...
Trace Cassidy. Sure as hell is. The old gunslinger his own self. What the buzzard's left of him.
The middle-aged drover grimaced as he regarded the bloody, pecked remains of Cassidy, from his nailed wrists to his nailed ankles.
Someone sure gave him his due.
What, you suppose?
Roach's black and white checked neckerchief fluttered in the dry breeze lifting from Saperino Valley.
Whatever he did, had to be a while ago. Trace hung up his guns when he moved out here to take up ranching with his woman.
Appleyard nodded toward the higher, fur-covered slopes of the northern mountains.
Has him a ranch up high in the Lunatics. Another 2 hours from here.
Christ. Someone sure had it in for him bad. I don't know I ever seen a man treated this bad. And I punched cows 2 years in Apache country.
Appleyard stared grimly toward the northern peaks, which were now obscured by late afternoon clouds from which a couple of thin, gauzy rain curtains danced.
They sure as hell must have. No fear whatever to be sending old Trace back into them mountains like that.
How's that?
Mountain people.
Appleyard's eyes were grave as they roamed the distant slopes and fissured ridges.
They take care of their own, not folks to mess with. This is gonna stir up a whole mess of trouble, mark my words. Them mountain folks stick together. Yield trail to no one.
Billy Roach followed Appleyard's gaze deep into the Lunatics, and his young eyes grew pensive and wary. He fingered the sandy down above his chapped upper lip.
Come on, Billy.
The older drover turned his horse down trail.
We got a herd to tally. Best leave these mules to their work.
Roach sat his clay-banked mare beside Appleyard's, several feet behind the wagon. Appleyard raised his .44 Colt Navy and winced as the revolver roared. The mules bolted forward, leaning hard against their collars, the wagon once more jouncing and clattering behind them. Mules and wagon raced off up the slope. Appleyard stared after them, seeing Trace Cassidy's head bouncing and wobbling on its shoulders, the man's auburn hair sliding in the breeze. Like a pack of enraged witches fresh from the bowels of the devil's own hell, the buzzards flapped clumsily into the air and headed after the wagon. It didn't take them long to catch up to it. The old cowboy was glad when the wagon and its grisly entourage disappeared down the other side of a rise, its clatter and the buzzards' barks dwindling behind it.
When they see that someone sent one of their own back to them in that condition, hell's gonna pop.
Graphic Audio presents Colter Farrow 1, The Guns of Saperino by Frank Leslie. Narrated by Terrence Aselford, with performances by Michael John Casey, James Konachek, David Jordan, Eric Messner, Tia Shearer, Colleen Delaney, Nora Ashrati, Casey Platt, Christopher Graybill, Nick DePinto, Matthew Bassett, Chris Genebach, Eva Wilhelm, Bradley Smith, Elizabeth Jernigan, Scott McCormick, and Scott Graham. Colter Farrow 1, The Guns of Saperino. Colter Farrow jerked his head up from his pillow and reached for the Remington .44 he'd hung from the horn of his saddle, which was lying beneath his cot. He thumbed back the hammer as he aimed the gun at the line shack's plankboard door and shallowed his breath, listening. It was only the raucous braying of the cattle that he and Chance Windley had brought up from Morning Squaw Creek. Some of the calves had been separated from their mothers during the drive, and they were calling to each other desperately, while two big burly bulls were snorting and bugling and jostling for position with the bellowing heifers. Colter could see through the cabin's single front window a couple of the yearling calves wrestling around, and a thin smile shaped itself on the young man's lips. In his sleep, he'd thought he heard a horse whinny, and that could mean anything from something as benign as a rider from a neighboring ranch to Ute braves looking to steal some beef and skewer a white drover with arrows. An Indian would take Colter Farrow's long shock of dark red hair and hang it from a war lance to show bravery to the other warriors and gain standing among the Ute princesses. Dropping his stocking feet to the floor, the skinny young cowboy remembered the run-in he'd had with one such ute on the drive up here 3 days before. He'd caught the stocky, scar-faced brave in tattered deerskins and an army blue bib-front cavalry blouse trying to haze off 2 heifers and a calf. Colter had fired a warning shot over the ute's head, enraging him before the warrior reined his pinto pony around sharply and galloped up a pine-covered ridge toward a rocky rim. Colter had had run-ins with utes before. Few drovers hadn't in the Lunatics, the tribe's ancestral hunting ground. But he'd had a nettling suspicion that he would regret shooting over the warrior's head and not plunking one through his brisket, which was what his older partner Chance Windley had warned young Colter that he should have done. Now it was the angry brave that Colter was watching and listening for, as, dressed in only his threadbare long-handled socks and boots, and holding his cocked .44, he stepped outside the line shack and into the dusty yard scored with his and Chance's horse tracks and liberally littered with fresh cow plop. The smell of sun-baked shit and sage hung heavy in the hot midsummer air. Chance couldn't be out here, as Colter had watched his partner ride off toward the higher Sanderson meadow with a dozen cow-calf pairs around noon, just before Colter, who had night-hawked the herd, had lain down for a snooze. No one should be out here except for Colter's string of cow ponies and the cattle he was up here to tend. The young puncher turned to his left to start circling the cabin. He wheeled, raising the cocked Remington toward the cabin's far corner. Holding fire, he lowered the gun as a cinnamon heifer scratched her neck against the ends of the hand-cut logs, rolling her big dung-colored eyes back in her head in bliss. Colter released a held breath, his hammering heart slowing.
Good way to become beefsteak, Mama.
As if in response to the drover's warning, the cinnamon heifer suddenly stopped scratching her neck. She stood with only her head and a few inches of her neck sticking out from the far side of the cabin. She turned her head slightly to one side, glancing behind her. With a startled snort and a sudden thump of hooves, she bolted straight out from the cabin and went running into the front yard, tail curled and back legs scissoring stiffly. Beyond, her black calf turned toward her and mooed. The heifer replied as she slowed near her offspring and began to graze calmly, lowering her tail. The calf moved toward her and dropped its head to suckle. Colter stood frowning at the cabin's far corner. He raised the Remy again, and once more his heart quickened.
What frightened you, Mama?
Colter didn't doubt the brave had been piss-burned enough to have followed him to the line shack. Maybe he'd been lurking around in the pines, waiting for his chance to strike and give the young rancher one of those ute haircuts Colter had heard so much about in the bunkhouse back at the main ranch headquarters. Slowly, Colter backed away from the cabin's open front door. When he made the corner opposite the one the cow had been scratching on, he leaned back slightly from the waist to glance down the cabin's east side. Nothing but sage, the side window, and the old sled Norman Holliday had hauled up here last winter for skidding logs up to the cabin for sawing and splitting. The sled was grown up with needlegrass and fescue. Deciding to circle the cabin and come up behind whatever had spooked the heifer, Colter glanced once more across the front of the cabin, flies swirling around the open front door, then turned and started down the side. He passed the sled, stopped at the back wall, and edged a curious glance around the corner. Nothing behind the cabin either, except for the one-hole privy and the overturned corrugated tin tub that the line shack drovers used occasionally for washing their clothes, and less frequently, themselves. He slipped around the corner and scurried on the balls of his feet toward the cabin's opposite side. He stopped. The sound of someone kicking the sled quickened Colter's heart. His hand grew slick around the handle of his .44 as an image flickered behind his eyes of the tall, skinny ute in cavalry blues creeping up on him with his war hatchet poised for a killing blow. Wheeling, Colter crept back to the cabin corner he'd just left. He drew a deep breath, then, squeezing the Remy in his hand, edged a look around the corner. He caught a brief, fleeting glimpse of long chestnut hair and a denim-clad backside slipping around the front corner of the cabin, heading toward the door. As Colter stared past the sled, his red brows beetled over his light blue eyes, and a pensive cast entered those eyes half a second before they brightened devilishly, and the corners of his long, thin mouth rose. He scurried back toward the other rear corner and pressed his back to the cabin's wall, cocking an ear to listen. Boots crunched brittle grass and gravel on the cabin's west side. Denim cuffs scratched together as someone walked toward the back of the cabin furtively. Colter reached down and picked up a stone. He listened, gauging the position of the person moving toward him along the cabin's west wall, then winged the rock up over the roof. He heard the rock thump up near the front. The footsteps stopped abruptly. Colter gently set his .44 on the ground near the base of the cabin, then peeked around the corner. Quickly but quietly, he ran up behind the figure now moving away from him. A slender, chestnut-haired figure in a blue wool shirt, black denims, and a tan felt hat, and grabbed her around the waist and hoisted her off the ground. The young man's thin but long-muscled arms wrapped around the girl. She raised her pointed-toe stockman's boots and curled her knees toward her chest.
Trying to sneak up on me, eh, Miss Claymore?
Colter Farrow put me down! You scared the hell out of me!
Ain't nothing you were trying to do to me.
Colter bounced her around in his arms, planting one arm under her back and the other under her knees, until he was carrying her down the hill west of the cabin.
Till that heifer gave you away. Damn lucky you didn't get shot. I figured you was a Ute come from a scalp and whatever else he had a mind to hack off.
Mariana Claymore grabbed him around the neck as he carried her toward a line of wolf willows and yellow-flowered potentillas twisting along the base of the hill.
Colter, what are you doing? You're gonna spring your back, you crazy coyote! I must weigh as much as you do!
Colter Farrow liked the warm, supple feel of the curvaceous girl in his arms, though every pound was in exactly the right place. He hadn't seen her for a month, and the thought of her had been about the only thing he'd been able to hold in his head for more than a few minutes at a time. He frowned at her, belying his joy at seeing her again, despite how, thinking she might be a Ute, she'd made him fear for his topknot.
I'm gonna show you what happens to pretty girls who come stalking around a Circle C line shack, long looping for all I know.
Long looping? I wasn't trying to rustle your precious stock. I just came to see how you cow nurses spend your days. And by the look of it, you spend most of them sawing logs.
Well, that does it. I was gonna spare you, but you pushed this cow nurse too far.
He barreled through the willows and the potentillas, tramping around cow pies and mud churned up by cow and elk hooves.
Oh, Colter, no!
The girl tightened her grip around his neck and kicked her high-heeled boots.
Don't throw me in the creek. No, oh, please, don't.
Why shouldn't I?
I don't want to get my clothes wet. Oh, please, no. I'm up here for Pa looking for mustangs.
You'll have to do it wet.
Colter!
Just before he would have sent her flying into a wide, tea-colored pool in the willow-sheathed creek, he stopped and looked down at her. Her pretty tan face, with its brown eyes, long nose, and dimpled chin, expressed anxiety and desperation. Deep lines stretched across her otherwise smooth forehead. It was a heartbreaking look. Colter gripped her more tightly against him and turned away from the creek. She stared back at him, and a sensuous light entered her gaze. She dropped her eyes to his throat.
Let me take them off first.
She touched her index finger to the spot on his throat that she was staring at.
Then you can throw me in.
She lifted her smoky gaze again to his, and the corners of her wide, full mouth rose.
But you have to come in, too.
He grinned and shrugged.
That's the price I gotta pay? So be it.
After their swim and slow coupling against a beaver dam, the lovers dozed on the mossy bank. Colter felt something tickle his chin. He opened his eyes. Mariana lay beside him, head propped on the heel of her hand. She brushed his chin with a single stalk of needlegrass. The sun behind her made her chestnut hair shine as though bathed in honey.
I thought I'd seen the last of you.
Colter frowned.
My sister told me some boys get their first poke and go. Never see 'em again. I figured after the dance at Hagen's barn, you were gone.
Mariana's brown eyes softened.
I wouldn't have liked that, Colter.
Colter pushed up on his elbow and slid her hair back from her cheek with the back of his other hand.
I wouldn't do that to you.
You never came by.
Your ranch is half a day's ride from Trace's place, and it just so happens us cow nurses got work to do. We don't have all day to dawdle and ride around sneaking up on folks like you Mustangers do.
Mariana dropped her eyes and narrowed the right one skeptically as she caressed his chest with the needle grass.
You were gonna come see me? Did I make a fool out of myself hunting you down?
He smoothed her hair back from her face, then walked his fingers down her long, slender back. He'd loved Mariana Claymore since he'd first laid eyes on her during a fall roundup 6 years ago. He'd been too shy to speak to her until last summer at a barn dance. She was a beautiful, beguiling young woman, as saucy and wild as the Mustang she and her father tamed, and trailed by nearly every moon-eyed lad in the lunatics. Colter was just a scrawny, freckle-faced young cowpuncher, 5 feet 8 inches tall in his boots, weighing barely 135 pounds fresh out of the wash tub, with red hair he wore long to cover a birthmark on the back of his neck. Now, here he was, lying with the girl of his dreams. The only girl he'd ever loved and could ever imagine loving if he lived 1,000 lifetimes. She must have felt mighty strongly about him to come hunting him like she had. She, as beautiful a creature as God had ever made.
I reckon I'm the fool, Mariana. Not hunting you up to ask what I've been wanting to ask. I reckon I was afraid of the answer I might get.
Her eyes rose to his, brightening.
And what question is that?
Colter felt a warmth come to his face. His innate shyness seemed to suddenly rise up to grab words away from him. Simple words he knew, but that now sank like stones in a deep well. Unable to meet her eyes, he looked down at a freckle on her shoulder.
Trace has another claim. It's on Porcupine Creek, just over the ridge from the home place. And
His heart thudded. He could feel her eyes on him, sensed her consternation.
And?
And I was thinking that after the fall gather and we make the drive to the railhead of Durango.
This time it was not the words that betrayed him. It was a sound somewhere in the distance that had tripped up his concentration and interrupted the flow of the words he had practiced in his head. He lifted his head to peer through the willows behind Mariana, beyond the half-dozen heifers and calves idly munching fescue and switching their tails at the afternoon bottle flies. It came again, a wagon's clatter and a mule's bray.
Oh, hell.
Colter got to his knees and stared in the direction of the unwelcome noises.
Someone's coming.
He usually never saw anything around the line shack except for cows, elk, moose, and a beaver during the whole 6 weeks he was up here every summer. Now, just when he had his girl out in the shrubs, was the time someone just had to come calling.
A supply wagon?
Mariana flushed with embarrassment as she reached for her clothes, keeping her head down between the willows, but casting quick, nervous looks over the green branches. Colter shook his head as he stepped into his underwear.
Me and Chance brought supplies up on pack horses. Trace went to Saperino for supplies, but he would have taken the lower trail. Besides, he'd be home by now.
Breathless, he glanced southward, spying the mules and the dark gray wagon moving toward him from the main trail that cut along the base of the far ridge. Wagon and mules were within 100 yards and closing. When he'd scrambled into his denims, boots, and shell belt and had donned his wide-brimmed brown felt hat, which wore the stains of many mountain monsoons, he glanced at Mariana.
Oh, damn it, damn it, damn it!
Still topless, her pale breasts jostling, she'd sat down to squirm into her skin-tight denims.
Stay here till I check it out.
Colter jogged back through the brush toward the cabin. He ran back behind the cabin to retrieve his pistol. He dropped the Remington into the soft brown holster flapping down his right thigh, then turned toward the wagon's growing clatter.
What the?
He'd thought he'd seen something hovering around the wagon before, but hadn't been able to make it out because of the distance and the dark pines behind the old freighter. Now he saw the large, ragged black wings and the small, bald heads clearly.
Buzzards?
Several were riding in the wagon's box, while half a dozen more bobbed and pitched from their uncertain perch along the sideboards or fluttered in the air over the wagon as the two mules were making a beeline for the creek. Mules, wagon, and buzzards traced an angle 50 yards in front of the wagon, heading for the willows, then disappeared behind a low knoll, but not before Colter had been able to see that no one was in the driver's box. He grimaced, his eyes following the wagon's course by the hammering and squawking of the wheels over the bumpy, rocky turf and the thunder-like jostling of the box's timbered bed. It bounded out from behind the knoll, crashed into the shrubs, only the tops of the mules' heads and the empty driver's seat showing, and blew through the bushes before stopping suddenly at the water's edge. The mules' ears disappeared as the animals lowered their heads to drink.
What the hell?
Colter jogged out from the cabin, his heart thudded. He'd recognized Trace's supply wagon and the two mules, the only two mules Trace owned, which were used only for supply runs to town and to pull the chuck wagon during spring and fall roundups with the South Lunatic Mountain Pool. Colter figured that Trace must have been using the wagon to haul salt blocks, and the mules had gotten away from him. Maybe they'd been scared off by a mountain lion, gotten lost, and were now heading for the nearest water on this dry shoulder of the loonies. Colter ran, convincing himself that the driverless wagon was nothing to worry about, while at the same time the back of his mind cinched up cold and tight at the buzzards. Buzzards never got that excited about anything unless it was dead. Several perched on the sideboards, their long hooked beaks with bloody sheens, or crusted over with dried blood. Two more were on the seat, while the heads and wings of two others bobbed amid something lying inert in the wagon's box. Colter stopped as the smell of blood and viscera, as well as the death-like stench of the birds themselves, slammed against him, filling his nose and lungs. Wincing at the stink, dread now turning his knees to water, he continued slowly toward the wagon box. Several of the birds lighted, while a few more held their ground, their savagely hooked beaks opening and closing as they regarded Colter with challenge sparking in their flat, menacing eyes. The remaining birds perched atop the wagon's sideboards and seat even as Colter reached the right rear wheel. Lips parted, lower jaw slackened with the intuited horror of what he was about to see, the young drover slid his gaze over the sideboard and into the box. An iron fist squeezed his heart mercilessly as his eyes ran up from the black boots and denim-clad legs to the familiar buckle of the cartridge belt wrapped around the tall man's waist. Colter's thoughts were so fast and confused that he couldn't get a hold of them. In fact, he felt more than he thought, as though the images his eyes were taking in were assaulting different parts of his body instead of being processed by his brain. The iron fist squeezed his heart even more tightly, more painfully, as his gaze continued up past the blood-matted shirt to the head that was turned sideways atop the wagon bed, the knotted end of a bloody red and white checked neckerchief drooping over the pale, blood-smeared shoulder exposed by an open seam. A buzzard dug one taloned foot into the bloody mess of what had once been the man's ear, while it ground its other foot into the dead man's bloody forehead. Fury burning like a wildfire ignited by the sight in the wagon bed, Colter was only half aware of his right hand sliding his Remington 44 from its holster, of cocking the hog leg's curved hammer as he raised the gun over the wagon's bed and squeezed the trigger. The slug plunked loudly into the front panel of the wagon box after it had torn through the buzzard's breast, blowing the big, ungainly bird back against the bullet hole in the wood. The bird tried to right itself, but its head seemed a leaden weight. The head wobbled drunkenly atop its shoulders. As the bird's broad wings flapped maniacally, the head fell into the wagon's upper left corner and lay there, inert, as the life in the wings and the spidery brown legs slowly dwindled. Two vultures glared at Colter from the other side of the box, dumb challenge in their small, hard eyes. Colter swung the gun toward them and the Remington roared again, blowing one of the birds off the sideboard as the other leaped awkwardly up into flight. Colter fired two quick, enraged shots at it, but only the second bullet came close, parting the bird's wing feathers before the creature angled out over the creek and away. Lowering the Remington, through the wafting powder smoke, the young drover stared into the wagon's box once more, and what was left of the color in his broad, freckled face leached away like bone bleached by 1,000 southwestern suns.
Colter!
He wheeled. Mariana ran toward him, bullying through the willows, her arms up to shield her face from the branches.
Stay back!
Colter sheathed his pistol and moved toward her as she crashed through the branches of the last shrub. He caught her arms and used his body to block her view of the wagon.
Stay back, Mariana.
What is it?
Mariana tried to free her arms from his firm grasp as she craned her neck to look around him at the wagon.
What were you shooting at? What's in the...
Fear flashed in her gaze as she tried to look once more at the wagon. Colter pushed her away and turned her around, keeping himself between her and the carnage in the wagon box. He didn't want her to have to see it the way he would see it 20, 30 years from now. The way he would see it on his own deathbed. Mariana walked toward the cabin stiffly, no longer needing to be pushed.
That's Trace Cassidy's wagon, isn't it?
Yeah,
What's it doing here, Colter?
I don't know. The mules must have been heading up the mountain toward home and smelled the water. They're parched, I reckon.
Mariana was angling around the knoll now, still moving toward the cabin. She didn't turn her head, but held it straight forward.
What's inside it, Colter?
He didn't say anything until they'd both reached the cabin. Mariana walked up to the front door as if she were going to head on inside. She stopped at the hard-packed depression just in front of it and turned around. Her brown eyes were hard with fear, her cheeks were ashen, and the skin above her nose was wrinkled. Colter stopped and turned around toward the wagon, which he could no longer see because of the knoll and the willows.
I'm not sure. I think it's Trace.
He was sure. He'd recognized the boots, those long legs and lean horseman's hips, and the shell belt. That thick brown hair, just starting to gray at the temples, was Trace's all right. Colter just didn't want to be sure. His heart hammered painfully against his ribcage.
What do you mean you're not sure?
He licked his lips and stared off toward the forest from which the wagon had come. His mind was trying to crawl away from the remembered image of the wagon and the buzzards and from all the rest that he had seen in the past few minutes. He wanted time to retreat, and for him and Mariana to still be lying in the shrubs by the creek and for the wagon not to appear.
It's him.
Colter hunkered down on his heels, entwining his fingers and pressing his palms together until they ached. He nodded as he ran his tongue across his lower lip.
I reckon it's Trace, sure enough.
Mariana knelt beside him, ran a hand through his hair, and placed her other hand on his forearm.
He's dead?
Colter nodded.
What were you shooting at?
He turned to her. She became a vague, indistinct image behind the tears washing over his eyes and dribbling down his cheeks.
The vultures, they were eating him, and there wasn't nothing he could do about it. Come some son of a bitch nailed his hands and feet to the wagon bed.
Trace Cassidy had more than a few friends in the lunatics. Nearly every family in the South Lunatic Mountain Pool and several others turned out for his funeral 4 days later at the Circle C headquarters along Big Spring Creek. Even a couple of Mexican sheep herders came down from their rocky plateau to hold their sombreros over their hearts near the grave that Colter had dug on a pine-studded bench overlooking the stream. Colter had built a coffin in which, weeping, he'd laid the badly mutilated body of the man he considered more a respected older brother than a stepfather, while Trace's widow, Colter's adoptive mother, Ruth Cassidy, had grieved silently inside the 2-story log house with her 2 young children, David and May. One of the ranchers, Owen Fussell, a lay minister himself, gave a sermon at the gravesite. Mariana stood beside Colter, and he was glad to have her there. The girl said little, somehow sensing rightly that Colter needed her silent, loving presence more than her words. When the crowd dispersed, the men and women and their children drifted down to their buggies or spring wagons at the bottom of the bench, and Colter walked down the hill with Mariana by his side. He saw Ruth speaking with 4 area ranchers, the black-clad men holding their hats in their hands. Pete Teagarden's thin gray hair blew in the late afternoon wind under a gray, stormy sky, as he did most of the talking. The other men nodded in agreement with Teagarden as they regarded Ruth Cassidy gravely. After Teagarden was finished, Ruth placed a hand on the gray-headed rancher's forearm and shook her head. She spoke for a time, regarding the others as well as Teagarden. And then the men nodded to her in acquiescence to her wishes, donned their hats, and walked soberly toward their families, waiting in their buggies and wagons. Mariana looked up at Colter, her brown hair blowing in her eyes, the hem of her black dress, the only dress he'd seen her wear, blowing around her long, slender legs. One brown eye shone brightly as she squeezed his hand once more, gave a wan, sympathetic smile, then turned and strode over to where her father, the bearded, taciturn mustanger Titus Claymore, sat in their spring work wagon, waiting. Claymore looked uncomfortable in his ill-fitting brown suit and bowler hat as he tried to keep his eyes respectfully away from his daughter and her grieving beau. As Mariana climbed up into the wagon, Claymore turned to Colter and pinched his hat brim.
You know where to find us, boy.
Then he released the brake and shook the reins over the back of the gray mare and the traces. Mariana and her father soon disappeared with the others, leaving Colter and Ruth Cassidy and young David and little May to their quiet, lonely ranch along Big Spring Creek, the fresh grave looking down from the northern bench, and to the bitter specter of their inconceivable loss. For the rest of the day and evening, Colter occupied himself with the horses in the Wrangler pasture, doctoring the usual brush cuts and cleaning out hooves. He worked in the breaking corral for a while, teaching a couple of the younger colts to respond to the rain. While he worked, he noted the deathly silence that hovered like a black cloud over the ranch. Every whisper of wind, gate squawk, bluebird call, and building creak was like a Ute war lance piercing Colter's heart. After dark, it stormed, one of those violent summer monsoons with thunder crashing, lightning blazing, and rain hammering straight down as he went inside the cold, dark, silent house. There wasn't even a fire in the kitchen range. Ruth and the children had apparently turned in early. Colter nibbled a hunk of venison and a cold potato that one of the mourners had brought, and then crept silently up to his second-story bedroom. He crawled into bed and, physically sore and fatigued by sorrow and fury, fell almost instantly asleep. Lifting his head from his pillow, he saw his door open and a glowing, wavering lamp move into his room, and behind it the ghostly, white-clad figure of a woman. The lamp flickered redly across the gaunt, hollow features of Ruth Cassidy as she moved to the bed in her long cotton nightgown, with her deerskin moccasins rasping across the floorboards. The light winked dully in the woman's long, silver-streaked hair that fell straight down across her shoulders, curling slightly at the ends.
Colter?
Yeah?
He blinked his eyes, which ached from the light. He could smell the musky, piney smell of the coal oil, see the black smoke issuing from the soot-clouded chimney.
Did I oversleep?
No, you didn't oversleep. I'm summoning you early this morning, Colt.
She had called him Colt since the day that she and Trace had taken him as their own in the wake of his parents' death in a milk plague when he was 6 years old. But this morning there was a strange, ominous tone in her voice. She set the lamp on his dresser, sat on the bed beside him, leaned toward him, and swept a lock of his red hair from his forehead. Shadows flickered across the hollows of her cheeks and eyes, and her blue irises fairly blazed from those murky hollows.
Why? You want me to head back up to the line shack? I thought...
No. I don't want you to return to the line shack. Chance will have to handle the herd by himself up there. There's something else you must do, Colter.
The coldness of her voice took him aback, and for a moment he wondered if Ruth was dreaming and walking in her sleep. She had a dark, specter-like air about her, and he found himself raked with apprehension.
All right. Sure, Ruth.
You saw Mr. Teagarden and those other men talking to me yesterday?
Yes.
Do you know what they were talking to me about, Colter?
He felt his heart flutter again like it had yesterday after the funeral.
No.
They offered to send some of their men out after those who killed Trace.
Figured it might be something like that.
They even offered to go themselves. But I told them no. I didn't want them risking their lives to settle up for Trace. Those men have families of their own. Besides, they're not capable of handling the kind of man who did that to Trace.
Ruth's eyes flickered, and for a moment she seemed about to lose her firm hold on herself. Then she set her lips in a hard line, and her eyes turned to blazing stones once more. Her gaze bored a fierce passion into the eyes of the young drover, causing him to lean his head back, setting Colter back soundly on his figurative heels.
It's our business, Colter. Yours and mine. We're Trace's people. Where Trace and me come from, the Tennessee mountains, there's only one sort of folks who can settle a score like this. That's Trace's own blood. And you're every bit as much his blood as David and May are.
She continued staring into Colter's eyes. Colter had never been afraid of Ruth Cassidy before, even when she'd been mad at him. But he was afraid of her now. He'd never seen her like this, and he'd been here when both David and May had been born after many long, agonizing hours. He started to wonder if Ruth's sorrow had driven her insane.
You want me to go?
Colter's mind was still fogged with sleep, and all of this owned a dreamlike quality. But Ruth's desire was becoming clear to him, and his heart was quickening with both fear and renewed fury for those who'd taken Trace from him, Ruth, David, and little May. He'd thought of going after the killer or killers himself, but only half seriously. He was barely 18. He wasn't a gunslinger like Trace had been at Colter's age. He was a drover, far better with cattle and horses than with a shooting iron. Colter had never fired a gun at anything except animals for food, and at occasional coyotes and wolves caught harassing their cattle. Trace himself had preached to Colter that guns and knives were never to be used against other human beings. Besides, Colter had figured Ruth wouldn't want him to leave the ranch. He'd figured that with Chance up at the cabin, and with no other men on the roll until the fall gather, he was needed here.
Trace is gone, and he isn't coming back. I'm a widow. David and little May will grow up without their daddy.
Her cheek twitched. She lowered her dark eyes and bit down on her lip so hard that it turned white, and Colter thought she would draw blood. The twitch went away, and she raised her eyes to Colter once more.
I want you to set things right, Colter. I want you to see that the men who killed your pa and my husband get the reckoning they deserve.
Suddenly, Colter felt determined, confident. He felt buoyed by Ruth's unexpected show of confidence in him. She placed a hand on his forearm as if to hold him back.
It will be no easy task, Colter. The men who did what they did to Trace are demons. I know Trace taught you how to shoot, though he never spoke a word of it to me. He knew how I felt about his past. And if Trace taught you how to shoot, you know how to shoot right well. Don't depend on that alone, Colter. The men who killed Trace likely know how to shoot too, and they probably know how to fight with their fists and with knives. You'll have to use your wits to settle up with them. But first, you have to track them, and I want you to leave now, this morning, before David and May wake up. I have your breakfast waiting downstairs, and I've packed food for the trail. I want you to start tracking while the sign's still fresh. Follow them back to where they started. That's where you'll start to settle up for us and for Trace.
Colter stared at his adoptive mother in shock and wonder. Eagerness and confidence swept through him, but he also felt the enormous weight of this unexpected responsibility. It was a 2-ton yoke on his shoulders, pushing him back against his pillow. Ruth turned her head away for a moment, as though she were sensing his thoughts, maybe even sharing the same feelings. She turned back to him.
I love you, Colter. I love you like you were my own child born of my own womb. I would expect nothing less from my own flesh and blood. Do you understand that?
Colter nodded slowly.
I understand. I won't let you down.
Do not ride back here until you can bring word to both me and to Trace up there on the bench that his murder has been avenged.
Ruth leaned toward him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed his cheek tenderly. He felt the wetness of her tears.
I miss him, Colter.
A hard knot swelled in his throat. Tears welled in his eyes and dribbled down his cheeks.
I miss him too, Ruth.
He could feel her heart pounding, the rage and grief rocking every bone in her slight work-toughened body. She pulled away from him and wiped tears from her own eyes before rubbing them with the heels of her hands from Colter's. She shook her head as if to clear it.
There. Those are the last tears we'll shed. Like Trace said, all you can do about death is ride away from it. Ride away from it fast. Now, we've business to tend. I'll tend mine here. You'll tend yours out there.
Ruth rose from the bed, picked up her lantern, and strode stiffly toward the door.
Pack your war bag. Don't tarry. Breakfast is waiting.
Colter had roped his best cutting horse, a blaze-faced coyote dun he'd raised from a colt and named Northwest because it always seemed to graze facing in that direction. He'd saddled the gelding by lamplight in the barn. Now, having led the horse across the muddy yard, the fresh tang of rain-washed mountain air in his lungs, the young drover toed a stirrup and swung up into the saddle. The Remington in the cross-draw position on his right hip somehow seemed heavier now than it had before, when he'd only worn it to shoot snakes that threatened his horse or coyotes that threatened the calves. He slid his old Tyler Henry rifle into the boot on the saddle's left side, as he was left-handed, and it too seemed a more significant presence, its scarred, brass-plated stock angled up over the left stirrup fender, within easy reach from the horn. Dawn had just broken, a pearl-gray wash in the east, and fog hung in slender, ragged strips over the creek, with here and there a small cloud like an isolated puff of smoke hunkering low over the sodden, dripping pines of the surrounding ridges. Colter glanced toward Trace's grave. In the misty light, he could just barely make out the mounded rocks and the cross he'd fashioned from pine branches and rawhide. It was a sad, forlorn presence there at the edge of the dark pine forest, 100 feet above the cabin.
I wonder what Trace thinks of what I'm to do. Can he see how scared I am right now? If it was me, I'd want someone a lot tougher riding out to avenge my death.
Colter felt like a leafless twig in a gathering windstorm. His rage at the killers suddenly nowhere to be found. He wanted nothing more than to ride the 15 hard miles to Mariana's horse ranch and be cradled in her arms, to be caressed by her warm breath, feel the beating of her heart against his own.
When she comes by, I'll tell her where you've gone.
Colter looked down to see Ruth, a shawl wrapped around her shoulders, looking up at him. She draped a food sack around his saddle horn. He'd been so preoccupied with thoughts of Mariana and his own misgivings about his mission that he hadn't heard her come out of the cabin. His face flushed and tried a confident smile, but it felt wooden. He longed suddenly for his old life here, with Trace still alive and everyone working hard and relatively happy.
Thanks.
He pinched the brim of his broad-brimmed, snuff-brown hat.
Don't worry, Ruth. I'll do what needs doing.
For a second, he thought she would reach for him and give him a hug, but she merely crossed her arms beneath the shawl, her face a gaunt oval framed by her long hair, and stepped back toward the cabin. She smiled grimly.
I know you will.
That was it, her only goodbye. Frowning uncertainly down at the woman who watched him stoically, a woman made strange to him by rage and despair, he reined the coyote dun away from the cabin. He turned his head forward and put the horse past the barn and spring house and around the breaking corral. Feeling the big holstered Remington flapping on his denim-clad hip, he headed for the creek's southward sweep through low willows and chokecherries. As he thumped across the wooden bridge over the creek, he glanced back once more. Ruth was a slender, blurred figure still standing in front of the cabin, motionless. He started to wave to her, but she seemed too solemn for a gesture as superfluous as waving. So he turned his head forward again and put the dun into a lope along the soggy two-track trail. He tried to ignore the hollow pangs of grief and loneliness assaulting his belly and the hard, persistent hammering of his heart. During Colter's first day on the trail that wound slowly down the southern slopes of the Lunatics, he saw no one except for a couple of distant line riders and a raggedly attired drifter hunkered down beside a coffee fire in a secluded hollow 50 yards from the trail. Colter camped that night in a dry wash near the base of the Lunatics. It was as long and lonely a night as he'd ever spent, even including those just after his parents had died and he'd been left alone on their little shotgun ranch between Pine Butte and the North Fork of Porcupine Creek. He was on the trail again at the first flush of false dawn, making the last long pull through a winding canyon along the Saperino River, the broad Saperino Valley showing beyond the canyon's mouth in the bright mid-morning light. He spied a wagon moving toward him. He saw the contraption, just a small brown speck at first, a long time before he started hearing its hammering rattle. The wagon grew before him until he could make out the heads of the two mules in the traces and the lumpy sombrero-hatted figure of the dusky-skinned man in the driver's box. He paid little attention to the man, just a prospector or a freighter heading for a claim, or maybe a little mining camp in the mountains. When the wagon was only 20 yards away, the driver suddenly hauled back on the mule's reins and regarded Colter through mud-black eyes under the broad brim of his steeple-crowned sombrero.
Colter Farrow! Madre mia, boy, look at you! You're all grown up!
Colter checked down the coyote dun and regarded the man skeptically. A squat, round-faced Mexican with a sweeping salt and pepper mustache. He wore deerskin chivarras and a brown charro jacket, the gold stitching faded and torn, and Colter could see a hide tobacco pouch and a corncob pipe poking from a side pocket. Beneath the jacket, he wore a faded blue calico shirt and a soiled red neckerchief. From the soft black holster on his left hip, the black grips of an old Schofield revolver jutted, while a hide-handled bowie knife was sheathed just behind it. 3 or 4 crooked, tobacco-stained teeth shone through his broad smile, and his brown eyes sparked with delighted recognition as they ran up and down Colter's lanky, corded frame.
You remember me, don't you, boy?
The name slipped up from the depths of the boy's memory. He frowned, leaning slightly forward in the saddle as he drew the dun's reins up taut against his chest.
Juventino?
You remember your old Juventino Escobar, eh? The one who sneaked you all those biscuits reserved for the Nighthawk Riders?
Colter walked his horse closer to the old man's wagon. He remembered a roundup 2 falls ago when Trace and the rest of the South Lunatic Pool had hired Juventino to run the chuck wagon and to look after the junior-most drovers, including Colter. The Mexican and Colter had taken a special shine to each other. Colter still remembered some of the trail songs that Juventino had taught him in his native Spanish, while Colter had hauled water for the man and helped him wash the pots and pans.
Look at you. You're a whole hand or more higher than you were 2 years ago. What has Mr. Cassidy been feeding you up there? Grizzly guts and puma riñones?
Trace is dead, Juventino.
The Mexican's face slackened, and the dark, deeply cross-etched skin above his broad nose wrinkled.
Took sick? Or rustlers?
Neither. At least he didn't take sick. I don't know about rustlers. Don't know who killed him. Only that whoever done it sent him back to the ranch in the work wagon. He'd gone to Saperino for supplies.
Juventino studied Colter's features skeptically, as if only half believing what he'd been told. Colter winced against another onslaught of emotion.
They nailed his hands and feet to the wagon bed. He'd been beaten and shot. Ruth thought it looked like they'd taken a quirt to him after he was down. I'm backtracking the wagon. It looks like it came from Saperino, all right. There's only a couple more forks in the trail before it leads on into town.
Juventino looked down at the cracked floorboards of the driver's box. Mining supplies and dry goods, dynamite boxes, files, chisels, a new pick, and bundles of flour, coffee, and salted meat crowded the wagon box behind him. Juventino prospected the canyons of the Lunatics and the Saperino Valley between ranching jobs or trips down to Arizona to visit his married daughters. Sometimes he had a woman with him. Sometimes he was alone. He was a good-natured, though brooding, solitary soul who couldn't seem to find one place to sink his taproot. Now he whipped the end of his reins in his hands with frustration as he shook his head and pursed his lips. He glanced up at Colter darkly.
Don't go there, Colter. You're all grown up, but you're no match for the kind of trouble one finds in town.
Colter canted his head to one side.
What kind of trouble do you mean, Juventino? Trouble in any town or trouble in Saperino?
The Mexican held Colter's stare. Then his gaze flickered, and he turned his head to peer over his mule's twitching ears.
The kind of trouble in any town, amigo. Any town out here on the flats. You know the way it is between the town folks and the mountain people. It has always been that way, since I first came up here from Arizona.
He glanced at the boy, squinting one eye and wrinkling his nose.
That's why your folks never let you go to town alone, huh? I bet they still have not.
They have now. Ruth sent me, though I would have come anyway in my own good time. Whoever killed Trace has got a reckoning coming. A debt due to Ruth and me and to David and to little May. And to Trace, too, lying cold in his grave. And getting colder every second we're sitting here jawing.
Juventino shook his head slowly.
That's not you talking, amigo. That is Ruth. She's from blood for blood country, like Mexico. She's going to get you killed, sending one young man to do the work of a half-dozen seasoned pistoleros.
He jerked his head suddenly.
Go on back home. Wait a day or two. Tell Ruth the trail went cold. Hell, I'll back you up. I'll tell her to. Soon she'll realize what she's done, and she'll change her mind.
She won't change her mind, and neither will I.
Colter scrutinized his old friend.
What is it you're not saying, amigo? What's so dangerous about Saperino?
The Mexican shrugged.
Nada. It is a town like any out here. But Saperino is unfriendly to the mountain people. Hell, it is unfriendly to any stranger. I don't let the grass grow under my feet there, I tell you. You want to go and check it out? Go ahead. See what I care. I warned you, Colter.
Well, thanks for the warning, Juventino.
The Mexican straightened his back, preparing to head out.
Watch the trail carefully, my young friend. 2 days ago, the mercantile in Saperino was robbed. 3 crazy gringo bandits. Robbed Paul Spurlock. I guess they didn't know who he was. But they got away with it. Even killed a store clerk and pinked the sheriff's deputy on the way out of town. The sheriff led a posse after them, but returned without success. It is my feeling that the bandits swung around the town and headed this way, toward the mountains. Probably holing up and letting that old mossy-horn badge-toter Bill Rondo sniff out the country around them before they surface and continue their journey into the lunatics. One of them is riding a most conspicuous horse, a cream stallion with a double chain-link brand on its wither. I have to admit, it is funny to know that Paul Spurlock got robbed in the middle of the day.
He nodded at Colter and flicked the reins over the mules' backs.
Stay away from the old Sanderson place. I have a feeling the banditos are holed up there. Thought I spied tracks someone tried to cover, but not well enough for these old ojos.
When the wagon had passed, Colter turned to Coyote Dunn to look after his old friend. He figured that Juventino was probably heading to one of his half-dozen mine shacks scattered throughout the lunatics. Colter scowled into the sifting dust, puzzled by the Mexican's uncharacteristic coyness. Juventino had said plenty, but he'd ridden around something, too. Colter was certain of it. It underlaid his overall apprehension with another layer of nervousness. The misgiving riled him, and he bunched his lips as he jerked his head away from the side of the dwindling wagon and urged the Dun up the trail toward Saperino. The sign along the trail's right side was old, brittle, and sun-bleached. It stood about 4 feet up from the ground and consisted of 2 planks nailed together on a skinned cottonwood post. The left sides of the planks had been broken off so that the faded painted words, one atop the other, announced Sanderson. It leaned to the right and was shaded by a tall willow and a rocky escarpment that stood 100 feet above the trail. One of the willow's lower branches had been recently hacked off, leaving a ragged, pulpy scar. Grass grew in this tight little canyon, and Colter could hear water trickling from somewhere in the rocks. The Coyote Dunn could hear it, too. Holding the Dun's reins taut in his gloved fists, Colter stared at the sign. He lifted his gaze to the trail forking off the right side of the main trail a few yards beyond the willow. The forking trail disappeared between two granite walls, leaning toward each other like the heads of two skirmishing giants. It formed a corridor so narrow that Colter doubted two riders could pass through it riding abreast. Colter put the Dun forward, turned it a little ways onto the forking trail, and checked it down. Dismounting, he held the Dun's reins in his hand as he scoured the rocky trail. His gaze stopped on a sliver of shod hoofprint between two large rocks. Around it, the sand and gravel had been swept clean, likely by the branch cut from the willow. Colter stared at the print. His blood warmed. He lifted his gaze to the narrow corridor just ahead, saw daylight on the other side of it, where the old Sanderson place likely lay. Colter had ridden with Trace to Saperino a few times, and one such time Trace had mentioned that a man named Sanderson had built up a ranch in the canyon because he'd found a good spring-fed stream there and enough graze for a couple of 100 cows. But the spring and the stream dried up about 3 years later, so Sanderson had abandoned the place and moved on. Now it appeared the spring was running again. The creek likely was too. And the old Sanderson place, being secluded and with the trail leading to it easy to cover, would make a good outlaw hideout. Colter looked at the main trail pushing through a similar but wider corridor as it continued southeast toward Saperino. Then he looked at the narrower corridor leading toward the old Sanderson place. His mouth dried and his throat grew heavy. His left hand tingled as he realized his gloved fingers were caressing the walnut grips of his Remy. If he could take down the three men who'd robbed the general store, the folks in Saperino would welcome him with open arms. Since he'd been to town only a couple of times, and he hadn't been there in over a year, he doubted anyone would recognize him as Trace Cassidy's adopted son. A young man who brought down the three thieving killers and returned the stolen loot to the mercantile would most likely be the one rare stranger welcomed by the good folks of Saperino. Of course, the odds of bringing down the killers by himself, when he'd never even attempted such a thing before, were long indeed. But if he could do it, maybe he had a reasonable chance of bringing Trace's killers to deadly justice as well. Couldn't hurt to try. He might even be able to win some confidence in himself. Quickly, before he lost heart, Colter mounted the Dun and rode it up the trail. About a quarter-mile up, Colter dismounted and tied the Dun in a thick stand of mixed cedars and cottonwoods along a muddy freshet. He loosened the Dun's saddle cinches, slipped its bit, then, shucking his old Tyler Henry rifle, made his way cautiously back to the trail fork. He hadn't detected anyone watching the entrance corridor to the Sanderson place before, and now, hunkered down behind the willow, he scouted the escarpments carefully, his eyes probing every nook and cranny of their stony surfaces. It would take only one lone picket hunkered amid the rocks and boulders running down the granite ridges to get him shot and dragged off to a remote gully somewhere, food for the same buzzards that had desecrated Trace. After a few minutes of careful scrutiny, Colter became satisfied that the killers weren't watching the narrow corridor. Maybe they were confident enough in their own track-covering abilities, and confident enough that they'd lost the posse east of Saperino that they didn't feel they needed to watch it. Or maybe they'd already abandoned the place and headed on into the mountains. Colter rose and hefted the Henry rifle in his hands, sweating inside his gloves. He jogged forward, raking his eyes back and forth across the terrain ahead and pressing his back against the granite wall on the trail's left side. He waited a moment, listening. He edged a glance into the brown-shaded corridor. About 100 feet over the rocky trail, the two leaning escarpments formed a nearly solid roof, with only a sliver of blue sky showing between them. The corridor was empty, with no one hunkering in the shadows at the base of either wall. Holding his rifle up high across his chest, his left thumb caressing the hammer, he started into the corridor, wincing at the echoes his boots lifted as he clomped across the rocks. He stayed close to the corridor's left side, spying the slender, spring-fed freshet moving through the rocks and grass as he hurried through. If they caught him in here, he'd have no cover whatsoever. Gaining the other side, he continued forward into the canyon, staying just off the trail and holding his rifle high and ready. The trail was longer than he'd thought, twisting between high stone walls, ragged aspens, and cottonwoods, and it was nearly a half hour after he'd started that he found himself hunkering down near the crest of a cedar-stippled knoll, staring into the hollow on the other side. There, a cabin, a barn, and a couple of connected corrals nestled, smoke curling from the cabin's tin chimney pipe. In the corral, connected to the barn across the yard from the cabin, a cream stallion milled with 3 other horses, a steel dust, a clay bank, and a little skewbald paint. The stallion was drinking from a long, hollowed log watering trough while lifting its back leg to scratch its barrel and twitching its tail at flies. The other 3 horses stood in a clump at the corral's back fence, watching the stallion dubiously, like 3 boys wary of the schoolyard bully. From his distance of 100 yards away, Colter could hear little from the cabin, but occasional intermittent yowls and catcalls emanated from the windows of the shabby-looking hovel, around which sage and wheatgrass grew high.
Cream stallion. That's them, all right.
Colter heard his blood rushing in his ears. Misgivings raked him. 3 or 4 times, while hunkered there on the knoll, squeezing his rifle in his hands, he nearly convinced himself to abandon this crazy escapade, to head back the way he'd come and continue on to Saperino. But what would he do when and if he ran into Trace's killers? Turn tail and run then, too? Studying the cabin, his mind racing, he bit his gloves off his fingers and rubbed his sweaty hands on his jeans. From this angle, Colter could see the entire western wall and the partly shaded back wall. Against the back wall, an old wagon lay tipped over on its side, overgrown with wheatgrass. There was a window in the western wall and another in the rear wall. The shutters of both windows had been thrown back, and flour sack curtains could be seen licking out from the windows on a vagrant breeze. Colter couldn't be sure, but the curtains appeared to be closed. Colter continued to study the cabin. By the sound, the killers were drunk as coots and likely playing poker with the pot they'd taken from the mercantile. He glanced once more at the chimney pipe that had caught the brunt of his attention the past few minutes. Thick white aspen smoke continued to gush from the pipe. The smoke curled lazily toward the cerulean sky overarching the canyon. The seed of a plan in his head, Colter bit his lip, doffed his hat, and ran a hand back through his long, sweaty red hair, throwing it back behind his shoulders. Then he picked up his rifle, stole back down the knoll, and jogged around its base, making for the cabin at a crouch, hoping like hell he wasn't seen from the windows. He pressed his back to the rear wall, between the window and the corner, beside the overturned wagon, and heard the snicks as cards were thrown down on a table. A stove door was opened and the log was chunked into the firebox. Colter turned to the wagon beside him and inspected it carefully, looking for the most solid places to set his feet. Then, grabbing a flat-bottomed stone from the brush, he stepped up onto the wagon, quietly slid his rifle onto the roof above, grabbed the roof's overhanging edge, and pushing off the wagon, hoisted himself up and over the top. He set his knees against the crumbling shakes and stretched his lips back from his teeth with a wince, praying that the men inside hadn't heard the creak as his weight settled on the rooftop. He listened.
Ah, it's okay, Hodges. I'll stake you to your first whore when we hit San Francisco.
The chairs raked across floorboards, and for a second, Colter, feeling his pulse beating in his temple, thought the men would leave the cabin. But then everything settled down again. Likely a new game was starting up. Clutching his rock in one hand and leaving his rifle behind him near the roof edge, Colter made his way on one hand and his knees toward the chimney pipe. He took his time, his face a mask of anxiety, as the sun and snow-weathered shakes and rafters creaked and groaned beneath him. Certainly the men in the cabin could hear, but Colter prayed they were either too drunk to care or would pass it off as mice, birds, or the cabin's own natural settlings. Finally, he made the chimney pipe. He could smell the aspen and the white smoke issuing from the dented, rusty tube. It smelled like new aspen buds in the spring. Hefting the flat-bottomed rock in his hand, he set it atop the pipe. He waited. His heart hammered. His thighs stiffened and ached with a fear like none he'd ever felt before.
Why is it so smoky? Oh, god damn!
The stove door opened.
Jesus, close the damn door, Clifford!
Quickly, figuring they couldn't hear him now, Colter scuttled back across the roof, picked up his rifle, and scrambled up across the middle of the roof to the front. Stretching himself out prone, he levered a cartridge into the Henry's breech, rested his right elbow on the roof 6 inches from the edge, and snugged the Henry's brass butt plate against his left shoulder.
What the hell's wrong with this stove? Let's get on site!
Colter could feel the vibration in the shakes under him. He snugged his cheek up to the rifle's stock, aiming into the yard, when the front door scraped open nearly directly below him. A figure bounded into the yard on a puff of heavy gray smoke.
What in the goddamn hell is going on?
It was a tall, dark-haired man in a white and gray checked shirt and a red neckerchief. He shambled into the yard, holding his crooked arm across his face. Colter lined up the Henry's sights on the man, ignoring his hammering heart. He tightened his finger against the trigger, but held fire. Another figure bounded out the door, with a third close on his heels, shoving him forward.
Get the hell out of my way, Chulo, you fat bastard!
He and the second man, a big, broad-shouldered, thick-necked man with long, dark brown hair, stumbled into the yard in front of the cabin and away from the smoke puffing from the open front door.
Hold it right there, you sons of bitches! I got you dead to rights, so throw down those shooting irons!
Colter had decided to have these three disarm themselves before shooting them. But suddenly, as the first man out of the cabin swung toward him, clawing a revolver from the holster thonged low on his right thigh, he wished he'd gone ahead and backshot all three of these hombres.
Oh, shit!
The tall man bunched his lips angrily and raised the Colt in his hand toward the cabin roof. The gun looked huge. Reactively, Colter drew a hasty bead on the man's chest and pulled the Henry's trigger. The Henry's roaring whip crack felt like a cupped hand slamming against Colter's left ear. The man in the check shirt jerked suddenly. His big Colt stopped its ascent toward the cabin roof and dropped back down against his thigh. He turned and staggered drunkenly away before falling to his knees. The third man out of the cabin, a scrawny gent in a bowler hat, stopped and turned.
The roof!
At the same time, he slid a Schofield .44 revolver from behind the waistband of his checked wool pants and, thumbing back the hammer, began raising it toward Colter. Colter blinked against the smoke now licking up into his face from the open door beneath him, stinging his eyes, and aimed at the scrawny gent's chest. He blinked at the same time he pulled the trigger.
Ow! My ear! Ow! God damn it!
He opened his eyes to see the scrawny gent staggering to one side while cupping his right ear with both hands, including the one that held the Schofield. The man glared up at Colter. The young drover ejected the spent smoking cartridge from the Henry's breech. He was seating a fresh one when a revolver popped in front of the cabin. The slug hammered into the stout log wall only a few inches below Colter's face. He felt the jolt of the heavy slug slamming into the log and winced as splinters sprayed up into his face, which was wet from tears caused by the eye-stinging smoke. He jerked a look into the yard and saw the big man, Chulo, moving around in the wafting smoke, sidestepping and canting his head from side to side as he cocked the Dragoon Colt in his right hand, trying to draw accurate aim on Colter. Waves of terror shot through the young drover's bloodstream. He slammed the Henry's lever home just as Chulo fired his Dragoon once again. The .44 slug slammed into a log just below and to the left of Colter's left elbow. Colter held his breath as he centered a bead on the big Mexican's broad chest. He squeezed the trigger. Chulo jerked back and sideways. Smoke wafted in front of Colter's face. When it cleared, he saw Chulo half running and half tripping away from the cabin and into the clearing before crumpling to his knees. Facing away from Colter, he dropped the big Dragoon and held both hands across his belly, lowering his head nearly all the way to the ground. Then he straightened up again, throwing his head skyward.
¡Hijo de puta maldita, gringo!
Another pistol barked from Colter's right. Ejecting another smoking cartridge casing over his right shoulder, the young drover jerked a panicked look toward the scrawny, bowler-hatted gent, who pressed one hand to his bloody right ear as he held his Schofield straight out and slightly up from his shoulder, grinning evilly.
Why, you little peckerwood!
At the same time, the Schofield belched smoke and flames. The bullet blew Colter's hat from his head. The boy rolled sideways, angling back away from the edge of the roof while ramming another cartridge into the Henry's chamber. The Schofield barked 2 more times. Colter rolled up to the cabin's west edge, about 5 feet back from the front, and snaked the Henry down over the side. The scrawny man was sidestepping around the cabin's corner, looking for him. Now he saw him, but before he could swing the Schofield around, Colter triggered the Henry. The scrawny gent clapped his hand over his upper right thigh, from which blood dribbled from the hole Colter had drilled into his checkered pants, 6 inches below the man's cartridge belt. The man lowered the Schofield quickly and inadvertently tripped the trigger. Dust puffed up from the toe of his right boot. The man fell to the dirt and held his right foot 2 feet off the ground, staring at it with horror, eyes wide as cow plops. He drilled around through his own foot, which quivered like a leaf on a breeze-jostled branch. Blood trickled from the smoking hole in the worn leather and dribbled down toward the heel.
You bastard! Look what you did to me, you son of a bitch!
The man grabbed his Schofield from the ground beside him. As he raised it, Colter pressed his chin against the roof. He heard the 2 loud pops, and then a metallic click as the revolver's hammer snapped against the firing pin, empty. Colter levered a fresh round and aimed the Henry over the edge of the cabin. The scrawny gent stared at him, wide-eyed, as Colter planted a bead on the man's grimy, cream-colored shirt between the flaps of his paisley vest. He wore a rawhide thong around his neck with a tobacco sack attached. Colter aimed at the sack, which rested just over the man's heart.
No!
The man flopped back in the dirt and threw his arms up over his head.
Don't kill me, please!
Colter held fire as the man cowered in the dirt. Lifting his head from the Henry's stock, Colter crawled up toward the front edge of the cabin. The smoke, curling up from the door, was thinning, and through the fog-like wisps, he could see the big Mexican still on his knees about 50 feet from the cabin, his back to it, crouched over his belly. Neither the Mexican nor the tall gent had moved since Colter shot them. The tall gent lay on his back to the Mexican's left, but closer to the cabin, legs spread, both hands resting against his bloody gut. Slowly Colter stood. His feet and legs felt like mush, and his heart hammered against his ribs. Crouching and holding the Henry low, he made his way back to the rear of the cabin. His face was flushed and stony as he scrambled down off the roof to the wagon, then off the wagon to land on the ground. He made his way around the west side of the cabin uncertainly, staggering slightly, as though he'd been on a boat and had lost his land legs.
Goddamn kid. Just a goddamn kid. Not gonna let a kid kill me.
Ahead, a few yards out from the cabin's front corner, the scrawny gent was on his knees, thumbing cartridges from his shell belt and slipped them through his Schofield's open loading gate. 6 spent shells lay in the sage and red gravel before him. Colter stopped and raised the Henry to his shoulder.
Hold it, mister.
The scrawny gent glanced at Colter.
You hold it, sonny. I ain't gonna get took down by no snot-nosed kid.
He thumbed the last shell into the cylinder.
I'm guessing you can't shoot a man up close when you can see the whites of his eyes.
He flipped the loading gate closed. Colter's throat went dry.
Oh, hold it!
The scrawny gent spun the cylinder and, bunching his lips and grinning defiantly, cocked the Schofield and extended the gun out from his shoulder. The scrawny gent's head snapped back on his shoulders. He spread his arms and dropped the Schofield. The quarter-sized hole in the middle of the man's forehead turned dark red. Blood dribbled out of it and ran down toward his right eye. But before it got there, the scrawny gent sagged straight back against the ground. Curled beneath his rump and his back, his limbs jerked for a time, and his head wagged from side to side as though in utter shock and disbelief of his situation. Slowly, as the life left him, the spasms died. Colter kept the Henry pressed against his shoulder for a long time, until long after the acrid black powder smoke had wafted away on the breeze. Slowly he lowered the gun to his side and stepped woodenly forward. His ears rang. His feet felt as though heavy rocks had been strapped to each. His chest and stomach were raw, and a sickly fear grabbed at his neck. Thin, oily witch's fingers clawing at the back of his throat. He stopped and stared down at the scrawny gent.
Jesus.
Colter turned, and feeling as though he was slogging through quicksand, moved over to the Mexican, who, still kneeling, had dropped forward onto his face. His arms were crossed over his belly, and the ground around him was thick with liver-colored blood and viscera. His shoulders were still, and he made no sound whatever. Colter swallowed quickly to keep from throwing up, wrinkling his nose at the heavy, coppery, ammoniac smell of the man's insides, and moved over to the tall gent in the checked shirt. He didn't know why he looked down at the man. He knew the man had been dead even before he'd hit the ground, but something inside him, though appalled and horrified, was also fascinated by the death around him, and by the fact that he'd caused it. The tall man's blue eyes were wide open, and the corners of his mouth were raised, as though he was smiling up at Colter. Colter dropped the Henry in a sage shrub, slogged away, dragging his boot toes, then dropped to his knees.
Oh, God.
When Colter had finished airing his paunch, as Chance called it, he crawled back up onto the cabin roof and removed the rock from the chimney pipe. After climbing down, he took his time retrieving his horse. He needed to clear his head, and the smoke needed to clear from the cabin. It wasn't until after he'd retrieved the coyote dun and turned it into the corral with the outlaws' 4 mounts and dragged the bodies about 50 yards into the canyon that the gravity of his accomplishment began to sink in. It drove out the lingering nausea and made his hands tingle with a muffled, addled satisfaction. After he'd dragged the bodies off, he washed at the creek that trickled through the gully near the canyon, trying to rid himself of the cloying death stench, then headed back to the cabin. Some of the smoke lingered in thin webs, and it was still thick, but Colter walked in and found the loot from the Saperino mercantile in one pouch of a pair of saddlebags on the floor, near the overturned chair it had probably been draped over. He swept the money off the table where the 3 outlaws had been playing cards, separating the certificates and the coins from the pasteboards and putting it all into the saddlebags. He buckled the strap over the bulging pouch and tossed the bags into a corner. Then he picked up the overturned chair and sat down in it. He dropped his hat onto the table and swept his hand through his long red hair, which was still damp from the creek. He held the hand out in front of his face. It shook like an aspen leaf in a chill autumn breeze. He turned it into a fist and steadied it, staring at it.
3 men dead, and I ain't even found them who killed Trace. I'll Saperino tomorrow. I'm gonna find out what happened.
Colter slept fitfully on a cot in a small 3-room cabin, awakened about midnight by coyotes fighting over the 3 dead men in the canyon. He stumbled to the door and fired 3 shots into the night. The coyotes fell silent. A moment later, he heard brush rustling and breath rasping as the scavengers lit out toward the opposite star-hooded slope. He was up at dawn, frying the side pork Ruth had packed, eating the thick, greasy slabs between biscuit halves, and washing them down with bitter black coffee. Loading the 3 dead men onto their saddled mounts was every bit as unsavory as he'd figured it would be. Even more so now that they'd been nibbled on by the coyotes and were stiffening up and especially hard to lash belly down to their saddles. When he finally had all 3 tied down as well as possible and shrouded by their own blanket rolls, he mounted the coyote dun and started back the way he'd come, heading for the main trail. The 4th horse, which the men had used as a pack animal, Colter had found a wooden pack saddle and canvas panniers in the barn, trailed along behind, nickering occasionally, as did the other horses, at the cloying stench of death. He was certain now that Trace's wagon had made a beeline from Saperino. There'd been a chance Trace had been robbed along the trail somewhere, on his way back from town, but Colter had seen no signs of a skirmish along the main trail and no sign of a wagon pulling off anywhere. That meant that Trace had most likely left the town dead or dying. For that reason, Colter regarded the town rising from the scorched sage flat before him with a small, sharp hammer of trepidation and anger pounding the back of his head. He supposed the fear was a good thing, not something to be ashamed of. Without it, he might have galloped into town like some crazed raider, shooting at every window and swing door and calling out a challenge to the killers who'd beefed his kin, and probably gotten himself promptly turned toes down. No use to Ruth or to Trace, for that matter. He'd have to play this with the skill of a seasoned gambler, slowly gaining the trust of the other players and finding who held what before showing his own cards. Only when he found out who'd killed Trace would he figure out how to collect on the debt. Suddenly, as the little sun-baked town sprouted around him among the sprawling green willows, sycamores, oaks, and cottonwoods of Saperino Creek, he realized that he'd been whistling softly to himself. He smiled at that. That was good. He was just a whistling drifter with no purpose here aside from turning the dead men into the sheriff and maybe collecting any reward they carried. Colter kept his head straight forward as he edged along the square's right side, but he saw in the periphery of his vision people stopping along the boardwalks to stare.
Who's that now?
He angled the Coyote Dun toward a low, narrow building sandwiched between a bank and a harness shop and fronted by an arbor of peeled cottonwood poles. A short, stocky man in a broad-brimmed tan hat stood leaning against one of the arbor's support posts, regarding Colter skeptically. He wore a tin star on the pocket of his wash-worn red-brown shirt, which was unbuttoned halfway down his broad chest, the sleeves rolled up past his heavy biceps. A black ivory-gripped Colt hung low on his right thigh in a silver-trimmed cutaway black holster. As Colter put the Dun up to the hitch rack fronting the sheriff's office, the star-toter on the gallery rolled a stove match across his lips and turned his head slowly toward the open door behind him.
Bill, you best get out of here. Take a look at this.
Is it those damn dogs again?
Just get out here.
Colter gave the man a cordial nod.
How do?
Colter was playing his role as self-effacingly as possible. Just a simple drifting kid whom hard run-of-the-mill frontier luck sent to riding the grub line.
Ran these hard cases down a ways west of here. They got stolen money on them. I thought you might want to have a look.
The stocky lawman, still leaning against the post, his thumbs hooked behind his shell belt, scrutinized Colter carefully through narrowed eyes. Colter wondered for a moment if the man had recognized him, but nixed the worry. He hadn't been to town for 2 years, and he'd changed a lot since then. Besides, he'd never been in Saperino long enough for anyone to get much of a look at him. A taller, more menacing-looking man appeared in the doorway. He was a good 6 inches taller than the stocky gent. He had longish silver hair and a sweeping silver mustache, with cold blue eyes and skin like ancient saddle leather. Despite the color of his hair and the seasoning of his features, something in the man's clear eyes and square shoulders told Colter that he was probably only in his 30s.
What the hell is this?
The man scowled at the horses strung out behind Colter. He held his hands together in front of his belly, absently turning the large gold ring set with a green stone on his right middle finger. The stocky gent said nothing. He just kept leaning against his post, regarding Colter with a sort of sneering disregard.
You the sheriff?
The tall man wore a silver-chased, pearl-gripped Peacemaker 45 positioned for the cross-draw on his left hip. The tall man stepped out the door. He stopped at the edge of the gallery and ran his gaze along the horses behind Colter. By now, the 3 boys were closely scrutinizing the dead men, stooping to peer at their heads beneath the blankets, while several older men, some in the garb of shopkeepers, had strolled out from their stores to inspect the grisly cargoes as well.
Sure enough, it is. Hey, Sheriff, get a load of this. This here stuff is Ralph Hodges. That and up there is Chulo Espinosa.
Wearing a brown wool vest and armbands, the man regarded the sheriff with eyes lit with shock and pleasant surprise, his lower jaw hanging. The sheriff glanced at Colter, scowling. He stepped off the boardwalk and moved around the Coyote Dun and over toward where the men and boys were inspecting the heads of the bodies dangling over the horses' stirrup fenders. The lawman stopped at the cream stallion, ran his left hand over the double chain-link brand on the horse's left wither. Colter saw the man's scowl grow on his leathery face as he jerked up the blanket from over the head of the man in the checked shirt, whom Colter had taken out with a heart shot. He lifted the man's head by his black hair, and Colter saw the sheriff's cheeks turn red as a desert sunset.
It's Heck Standish. I knew I recognized him.
Thank Christ.
A man in a business suit and a low-crowned, flat-brimmed beaver hat walked up with a fat stogie in his beringed right hand. He looked at Colter, still sitting the Coyote Dun before the sheriff's office.
Young man, the money. Did you find the money these killers stole from the mercantile? I'm Mr. Spurlock's attorney, and...
That's enough, Mabry.
Rondo threw an arm out in a broad, sweeping gesture.
All of you, go on, get out of here now. Go on, get. This is a job for law enforcement. And if you will haul all your useless asses back to your shops or saloons or wherever the hell you came from, me and my deputy will ask all the questions necessary and see that the Standish boys are dutifully planted on Boot Hill.
A man stood on the opposite side of the town square before a little cantina with 3 others holding soapy beer mugs in their fists. The man appeared disfigured in a way Colter had never seen before. Slumped slightly forward and to one side, the man had an enormous hump rising from his back over his right shoulder, as though he were packing something under his grimy rat hair coat. As though to hide the hump's effect, he wore a billowing red bandana around his neck.
Hey, kid! Standish lost Sheriff Rondo and Deputy Bannon way east of here. Where the hell did you run them down?
The man grinned devilishly. The men and boys around the dead men smirked. Sheriff Rondo scowled at the man with the humped back. Large blue-black veins forked above his nose as he jerked his peaked gaze at the crowd lingering around the pack horses.
I told all of you to vamoose, goddammit! Don't make me tell you again, or I'll arrest every last one of you for vagrancy.
The crowd dispersed, the boys running off down the street. The sheriff walked down to the second horse, and the deputy gave Colter a meaningful glance and went over to stand beside the sheriff, who was looking with disbelief down at the exposed head of the belly-shot Mexican. Colter felt a tightness in his chest. This wasn't what he'd figured. He'd expected the town to welcome him with open arms once it had seen who he'd hauled in belly down across their saddles. And maybe the town itself had, but the ones who really counted, the ones who would decide the flavor of his visit, the lawmen, were obviously more than a little piss-burned. Hipped around in his saddle and watching the 2 local badge-toters, Colter kept his face expressionless, belying the turmoil in his chest. Sheriff Rondo squinted one cold blue eye up at Colter and absently polished his gold ring on his vest. He ran his sneering gaze quickly up and down Colter's lean frame.
You gonna tell me you took all 3 of these men down your own self?
Yes, sir, I did.
The deputy looked at him sharply. It was like a slap from his flat brown eyes.
Well, they tried to run me out of a cabin in Sanderson Canyon.
Colter curled his left leg up over his saddle bows while leaning back over the cantle with feigned ease.
I don't reckon they were ready for a dust-up when they tried to run me off, but they got one. And my daddy told me never to truckle to no man. I didn't see the saddlebags till later. I take it that the money been stolen?
Rondo followed Colter's gaze to the saddlebags draped over the Coyote Dun's hindquarters. He unbuckled the strap over the bulging left pouch and peered inside. Plucking the bags off the Dun's back, he draped them over his shoulder and squinted up at Colter again.
Is it all here?
As far as I know.
Rondo glanced at his deputy. Then he returned his disapproving gaze to the young drover.
Chico, take these men over to the undertaker's while me and the red-headed shaver here... What's your name, boy?
Colter Farrow, sir.
While me and Colter Farrow go on inside and have us a little sit-down chat.
Colter hesitated at the sheriff's invitation. He looked at the stocky deputy as the man standing beside the Coyote Dun held out his open hand. Colter tossed the pack horse's lead rope to the deputy and glanced at the sheriff. Rondo stood at the entrance to the sheriff's office, regarding Colter grimly, thumbs once again hooked behind his wide leather shell belt, black boots planted shoulder-width apart.
See you later, boy.
The deputy chomped down on his stove match as he began leading the horses up the street and around the square. Colter glanced at the sheriff again. Then, that knot in his chest growing tighter and harder, he swung down from the Coyote Dun's back and tied the reins at the hitch rack. The thirsty Dun started drawing water from the stock tank that stood on the other side of the rack. Mounting the gallery and beating dust from his jeans with his hat, Colter stepped through the jailhouse's open door. Rondo had stopped a ways inside the dirt-floored room, which was cool and dark, with spiderwebs hanging from the low rafters. The sheriff of Saperino County stood a good 4 inches taller than Colter. He grinned down at the young drover, a phony, welcoming smile, no welcome in it at all. Colter stopped just over the threshold.
Now then.
He moved as if to close the door. Stopping suddenly, he turned back to Colter and buried his left fist in Colter's solar plexus. Colter's knees hit the hard, dirty floor, his hat tumbling off his shoulder. Behind him, the door closed. He looked slightly up to see Bill Rondo's long legs saunter in front of him, the man's pinstriped whipcord trousers tucked into his high-topped, hand-tooled black boots.
Now then, let's get one thing straight, you little pipsqueak. You didn't take down those 3 owl hoots out yonder. Understand?
The man moved behind a desk that sidled against the left wall of the narrow room, flanked by a stout timbered door with a small barred window in it, the door to the cell block. He tossed his hat on his desk and palmed a lock of his thick silver hair back onto his temple. Colter looked up at the man, teeth gritted. He flexed his left hand and was a little startled, in spite of the savageness of the sucker punch, to find the hand beginning to move toward the Remington holstered butt forward on his right hip. He'd never killed until a few hours ago, and now he was suddenly ready to kill again. He stayed the hand, but bile boiled through him as Rondo smiled down at him from behind his desk.
I asked if you understood.
Colter glared up at the man. He wouldn't get anywhere defying the sheriff, at least not yet. Steeling himself against his own rage, he nodded.
I didn't take him down.
Nope, you didn't.
Rondo plopped down in his swivel chair and leaned back, crossing his black boots.
You took them by surprise, like I just took you. They penned their horses and started to the cabin, not realizing you was there. You'd heard about the robbery of the mercantile here in town and decided there might be a reward if you returned the money. And of course, you'd be a hero in the town folks' eyes.
Rondo arched a brow. Colter was still down on his knees, arms crossed against his belly. As he glowered up at the sheriff, the boy's freckled, angular face was bleached as white as a bone in the desert, and his jaws were clenched so tight the skin over their joints dimpled. He'd been hit before, but never that hard, and never by a lawman. He was as incredulous as he was enraged. He still wanted to kill the man, and the knowledge that he would do it, or try to do it, if he didn't consciously suppress the notion, was almost as startling as Rondo's punch.
Are you following all this, or do I need to slow down?
Colter glared.
Answer me, boy. I won't stand for the disrespect I see in your eyes.
Colter climbed to his feet, straightening his back slowly and feeling as though a tight knot was coming painfully undone in his belly.
I understand. You want me to tell folks I dry gulched those killers?
He wanted to add a snide remark, but stopped himself. It might make him feel better, but it wouldn't help him find the men responsible for Trace's murder.
Oh, you're smarter than you look, boy.
The sheriff pointed at the door.
Now, what I want you to do is get back on that dun of yours.
He glanced at the opening, and his thin silver brows beetled as boots pounded the gallery's floorboards.
Rondo, where's the kid that...
Colter turned toward the door. He found himself facing a big-bellied man with broad shoulders and a high-crowned gray Stetson. The gallery's floorboards continued to pound until another man followed the first one into the jailhouse. He, in turn, was followed by a pretty blonde girl, about Colter's age. The second man was tall, rangy, and handsome, wearing a cinnamon bullhorn mustache and worn but stylish drover's garb, including a battered tan Stetson, a pinto vest, brown chaps, a Schofield 44 on his hip, and another wedged behind his belt buckle. The girl had a heart-shaped face with frosty blue eyes, and she wore a blue muslin dress under a green apron. It was not a crisp dress. It had seen more than its share of hard washings, maybe a favorite dress the girl couldn't part with in spite of its wear. Its ragged white sleeves were rolled carelessly up on her lightly suntanned arms. The girl's thick, curly blonde hair was held back from her forehead with a red neckerchief, and her eyes bored into Colter's. They were cast with curiosity and cool female interest. She stopped just inside the door, then stepped back and to one side, folding her arms across the apron that could not conceal the full swell of her breasts, and leaned against the door jamb. Her critical gaze raked Colter's slender, boyish frame up and down, and then she canted her head slightly to one side, as though in continued deliberation with herself.
This him? Oh, the one that took down them owl hoots that robbed my store.
The big man kept his eyes on Colter. They were the same blue as the girl's. His and the girl's jaws were similar also, but the father-daughter resemblance stopped there.
Well, this ain't him, is it?
The older man indicated Colter with a big pudgy hand and glanced at Rondo.
I'm the one. I'm afraid the sheriff here got it out of me.
He feigned a sheepish grin.
I reckon I sort of surprised them killers.
Where were they?
The old Sanderson place. They must have circled around just like I suspicioned they'd do. I was going to head out that way, but then Junior here rode in. He surprised them on their way to the cabin.
Rondo looked at Colter.
Heard about the holdup in Mr. Spurlock's mercantile. That it, boy?
Colter nodded, his sheepish half-grin in place. He glanced at the girl, who was still regarding him critically, skeptically, from her place against the door jamb.
I thought maybe there was a reward on them. Maybe one for the money, too.
Then, of course, the kid was looking for a little respect.
Rondo's mocking gaze fell on the girl behind Colter.
Probably looking to turn a pretty face or two, I expect.
Colter glanced at the sheriff. The sheriff glanced at Colter, smiling smugly. Colter turned to the big man before him, flanked by the darkly handsome, slightly taller man in the pinto vest who was regarding Colter with mute interest, lips pursed beneath his shaggy mustache. Colter was burning inside, and his ears were as hot as the bricks Ruth used to warm their beds of a winter's mountain evening. But he only shrugged and gave an "aw shucks, I reckon you caught me" grin.
Son, I'm Paul Spurlock. This here's my segundo, Blaine Surtees.
He placed a hand on Colter's shoulder, casting the sheriff a mildly jeering gaze of his own.
And I don't care if you walked up on those men on a dark night and shot them in their sleep. I'm just glad to have the money back.
He nodded at the saddlebags draped over the cold wood stove in the middle of the small dark office.
Those them?
Rondo nodded grimly.
All the money there?
Haven't had the time to count it.
Spurlock grabbed the saddlebags from the wood stove, walked over, and handed them to the girl.
Jenny, count it, will you? They must have figured out when I had the most cash on hand. I pay my town wages through the mercantile, so every third Friday I have more cash in the store than usual. And no vault, just a cash drawer.
Spurlock cast his jeering, disapproving glance at the sheriff once again.
That used to be enough. That and my name.
Rondo lifted a shoulder.
Maybe your name don't pull as much weight as it used to.
Or maybe you're letting a bad element seep into the town.
The outburst, as she knelt to go through the money in the saddlebag pouch, surprised everyone, including Colter, who turned toward her. She didn't look up, but only started counting the wad of greenbacks in her hand, silently moving her lips. Her lightly suntanned forehead was etched with anger. Rondo's face turned a darker shade of red. Behind Spurlock, Surtees grinned with bemusement and scratched at a mud stain on his vest.
Maybe I ought to make the boy my sheriff.
Spurlock smiled approvingly at Colter.
No, sir. I reckon I just got lucky with the Standish bunch is all. Lucky I ain't face down in a gully somewheres around the Sanderson place.
Colter was now regretting having taken down the Standish men. He should have just wandered into Saperino like any young grubline-riding drifter and kept his head down until he'd gotten the physical as well as political layout of the town.
I reckon. But if you hadn't gotten so lucky, I'd be out a good $5,000, and that ain't peanuts even for me.
Spurlock turned to Rondo.
How in the hell did Standish ever get around you, Bill? I figured you for a better tracker than that.
Rondo held Spurlock's disapproving glare.
We all have a bad day now and then. You got your money back.
Rondo dropped his feet to the floor.
I hate to be rude, Mr. Spurlock, but I got work to do.
I reckon we better let you get to it then.
Spurlock glanced at Colter, then jerked his head toward the door, before which Jenny now stood with the saddlebags draped over her shoulder.
Step out with us, son.
Colter cast a quick glance at Rondo, who regarded him with menacing dullness, then followed Spurlock, his daughter, and the segundo Surtees outside. He closed the door behind him. The girl turned to put her back against the hitch rack, and Colter's Coyote Dunn lowered its head to sniff her hair. The girl smiled. It was the first smile Colter had seen from her, and he liked how it softened her features. She turned to the Dunn and ran a gentle hand along the horse's jaw.
What's your name, son?
Spurlock lit a long black cheroot and blew smoke toward the street.
Colter Farrow, sir.
Spurlock frowned.
Farrow. Don't believe I know that name.
I'm not from around here.
He hadn't figured out a fictional place of origin, so he grabbed at the first place he could think of that was far away from here.
I'm from Nevada. Winnemucca, Nevada.
A couple of years ago, Trace had hired a rider from Winnemucca.
Winnemucca.
Colter's gut tightened. He thought the rancher was going to mention someone he knew from Winnemucca, but Spurlock merely nodded and blew smoke through his nostrils as he glanced at Surtees.
Suppose the lad is due a reward, don't you think, Blaine?
I guess. Surtees was obviously the taciturn sort. Staring with his cobalt blue eyes at Colter, he merely jerked his shoulders. Spurlock looked at the girl, who was still running a hand down the Dunn's fine snout.
All the money there, Jenny?
The girl nodded.
It's all here, Pa.
She glanced at Colter obliquely, fleetingly, then turned back to the horse. Spurlock reached into his pants pocket, flipped a gold coin to Colter, who caught it against his chest.
There's $10 for your trouble, son. Sorry it ain't more. Didn't have time to post a reward for the money or the Standish bunch, and these are lean times. Hope that'll do.
It'll do, Mr. Spurlock. It's much appreciated, in fact. But I was wondering, sir, if you might have a job for me somewhere hereabouts? I'm pretty down at heel after riding all over Nevada and Utah looking for drover work. Seems it's too late in the summer. Outfits ain't hiring till fall.
Same with us.
Surtees was leaning into an arm propped high on a porch post.
I already hired a fellow over to the mercantile, Pa.
Colter's stomach sank. He'd hoped the girl might help somehow, as he'd felt a vague, inexplicable connection to her.
Yeah, well, there's the livery barn. It's down a side street beyond the church, just across from the schoolhouse. You're good with horses?
Yes, sir.
Very well, then. Tell Charlie Manuel over to the livery barn he has a new man on his roll. He has one wrangler already. A hunchback goes by the name Wayne Kilgore.
Spurlock gave Colter a meaningful look.
Stay away from him. Steer wide, you hear? The man's a troublemaker.
Colter smiled.
I appreciate it, sir.
Don't appreciate it too much till you hear how much Manuel's willing to pay you. I only own a half interest in the barn, and per our agreement, Charlie sets the wages.
Spurlock blew out a long smoke plume. He was a rough-hewn man, but there was intelligence and sophistication, as well as smug confidence in his gaze. Colter had known a few men like him before. They'd fought hard and scrounged well for what they'd attained, and they were not meant to be trifled with.
In a month or two, ride on out to the ranch and talk to Blaine here about a roundup job.
Spurlock pinched his hat brim at Colter.
Thanks again for retrieving the money, Mr. Farrow. Maybe we'll talk again soon.
Colter fingered the $10 gold piece in his pocket as the three walked away. The girl fell back. Casually, she strolled over to Colter. His heart thudded, and he was about to remove his hat when she glanced at the Coyote Dunn standing hang-headed at the hitch rack.
The Dunn's brand is plain as day, Red. You better head back to the mountains you came from, or you'll sorely regret it.
Jennifer Spurlock's eyes flicked to Colter's. They were dark with portent. Then, adjusting the saddlebags on her shoulder, she walked away. As the girl sauntered down the street behind her father and Blaine Surtees, Colter stepped off the jailhouse gallery and inspected the Coyote Dun's left forequarter. He ran his hand across the brand. One of the reasons he'd chosen the Dun to carry him after Trace's killers was because its brand hadn't held up well. Anxiety quickened Colter's blood as he looked over the Dun's neck at the girl, angling across the main street toward the big mercantile building on the west side of the town square. She wove through the small crowds gathered here and there to continue discussing the strange red-headed boy's grisly pack train. If she were going to mention the brand to her father, wouldn't she have done so by now? Anyway, Colter had no intention of leaving town until he discovered who'd killed Trace and why, and until the man or men had gotten their just deserts. The town's learning who Colter was would make his job more difficult, would probably even put him in peril, but he was bound and determined to see his quest through to its bloody conclusion. He untied the Dun from the hitch rack and walked it over to the livery barn, the Federated Feed and Livery Stables, on a nearly deserted side street behind the big church on the northeast edge of town. There he found the barn's half-owner, Charlie Manuel, a half-Mexican graybeard in manure-stained duck trousers and a shapeless canvas hat, resetting a dilapidated corral gate. Manuel was a boisterous, foul-mouthed old gent who only reluctantly gave Colter a job and a free place to corral the Dun, as well as the duty of mucking out the stalls and slinging feed and water, while he and his wrangler, Wayne Kilgore, who had that day off, handled the tending of the livestock and rental wagons.
You can share the side shed sleeping quarters with Wayne.
Manuel removed a penny nail from between his bearded lips and began hammering it through an iron hinge strap.
But you might want to keep that old Remy close to hand and sleep with one eye skinned. Wayne gets in one of his sour moods. He's liable to cut your throat just to watch you bleed.
Colter led the Dun further into the barn. For the next week, Colter earned his nickel a day forking hay to the livery stock, mucking out the stalls, and hauling water from the well out back of the place in 2 buckets attached to the ends of a long hickory pole that he carried across his shoulders. The hunchback, Kilgore, didn't say more than 2 words to Colter during that entire week, but he felt the man's close, peculiar scrutiny, which often pricked the hair on the back of Colter's neck so that he found himself absently touching the worn grips of his old Remington. Like the old man had suggested, he slept with the Remy under his pillow at night and kept his ears attuned to Kilgore's stirrings. During his first 7 days in Saperino, Colter kept his head low. Though he spent almost all his time working, when he wasn't working, he strolled the streets, hoping to overhear something about Trace around one of the saloons. He asked no questions and didn't even engage in conversation with others. He wanted to speak to the girl, Jennifer Spurlock, but he knew that by doing so he might risk alerting the entire town to his true identity and his purpose for being there.
Hey, little green shaver boy. Oh, wee little one.
Colter lifted his head up from his musty pillow in his and Kilgore's lean-to sleeping quarters. Heart thudding, he reached under the pillow and grabbed the Remington. The room was dark as pitch, but amber light shone through the cracks in the plank door. Colter steadied the pistol in his hand and blinked groggily.
Who's there?
Santa Claus.
Colter recognized Kilgore's voice, in spite of its uncharacteristically jubilant pitch. Obviously, the man had been turning his wolf loose, which Manuel had informed Colter he did from time to time.
If you've armed yourself with that old hog leg, put the damn thing back under your pillow before you shoot yourself. Or worse yet, me or one of my darling concubines will take it. One of which...
The door raked open across the earthen floor, spilling more wan light into the lean-to.
I have brought you, my red-headed friend.
Colter held the Remington negligently in his left hand as he stared at the lamp borne aloft in the doorway. 3 shadowy figures staggered into the room. It wasn't hard to tell that the middle figure was that of the hunchback. Kilgore held the lamp in one hand as he draped his other arm around the long-haired figure to his right. Another girl stood to his left, and she seemed to be holding back slightly, tentatively.
Boy, you are awake, ain't you?
The hunchback held the lamp higher. The light danced across his cot and speared his eyes.
Yeah, I'm here. What the hell?
The kid curses, but don't let that frighten you off, my dear Angelique. I pegged him for a good sort, though something tells me he's from the mountains. Boy, I brought you a damsel in distress.
The girl on Kilgore's left leaned drunkenly against him. Kilgore stood bent characteristically forward, head cocked at an odd angle, his stringy hair hanging down to frame his long, angular, broad-nosed face.
Well, maybe not in dire distress, but you will be if you don't get your ashes hauled soon, 'cause she's been bought and paid for. But the good Madam Blanche don't know I swiped her away from the whorehouse. So with that, and with all proper introductions left to the two of you, I bid you adieu. And do have a good roll, kid. You worked hard around here, and it's one hell of a black rainy night, and even the red-headed sprout from the mountains needs a bit of the sublime under his buffalo robe once in a blue moon.
As the hunchback and the girl on the left swung around and headed out, the other girl drew the door closed behind them.
Or even a red or green moon, or hell, even a piss yellow moon.
Colter felt more than saw the presence of the other girl in the room with him. He could smell her rosy perfume, and he could hear her moving around as she kicked the room's lone chair.
Ow! Damn it!
Colter said nothing. This whole thing, the hunchback's tirade and the two girls' presence in the doorway, and being awakened at God knew what hour, had a dreamlike aspect. The young drover sat up in his cot, still holding the Remington in his gun hand, speechless, as the lantern rattled on the mantel. Then a flame flashed to guttering life. Just as quickly, the match went out.
Damn! Brûlé mon doigt.
Colter flung the buffalo robe aside and bounded out of bed. He felt his way to the bench that flanked the small sheet iron stove and set the gun on top of it.
Here.
He felt around until he'd taken the lamp from the girl's hand. He was afraid she'd break it, and it was the only lamp he and Kilgore had in the lean-to. If it got broken, likely the old skinflint Charlie Manuel wouldn't replace it. He felt around in the coffee tin for a stove match, and the lamp finally sprouted to hissing, flickering life. The light spilled over the girl who stood beside him, found her white teeth as they appeared between rich, spreading lips. Her sparkling brown eyes found Colter's.
Oh, oui. Much better.
Colter found himself staring at her, thoroughly taken aback by her beauty. He'd seen sporting girls before. Most had been too fat or too skinny or missing teeth, and they often looked 10 years older than they were. But this girl, dressed all in red velvet and black lace, with a black Spanish mantilla draped over the thick curly brown hair that fell to her shoulders, was like an angel handpicked by God to bless the smelly lean-to room of the livery barn in which Colter Farrow stood on a lonely rainy night, thunderstruck. Her oval face, with an exotic darkness in her eyes, was accentuated by deft touches of what looked like charcoal. Large silver hoops dangled from her ears, winking in the light of the lantern, which Colter still held aloft in his right hand. The creamy slenderness of her neck was enhanced by a delicate black choker adorned with a tiny bejeweled clip.
So you are Colter Farrow.
Her hair hung in her eyes, and she shook it away.
I am Angelique, and for the next 2 hours, or until Madame Blanche discovers Carly and I gone, I am all yours to do with as you will.
She arched a mock admonishing brow and wagged a finger.
As long as it's not too rough. Don't want to damage the goods, oui?
Colter felt as bashful as he had his first time with Mariana. It was her face that kept coming up between his and Angelique's, chastising him now for a desire that began to blaze in his loins. Colter jerked a quivering thumb at the door.
Wayne paid you? For me?
Oui.
The girl nodded, plucking what looked like a cigarette from the cleavage shoving up from her red velvet black-trimmed corset. She poked the hand-rolled cylinder between her red-painted lips and, placing her hand on Colter's wrist to slightly lower the lantern, leaned forward and lit the cigarette against the chimney. She straightened, blowing strange-smelling smoke. It didn't smell like tobacco smoke at all. It smelled verdant and fresh, like fresh-cut timothy, only slightly more pungent. The girl drew deep on the cylinder, and an inner lid seemed to close down over her eyes. The pupils expanded, and her gaze acquired a deeply sensuous, dreamy cast.
Have you ever done this before?
She stepped in and planted a hand gently along Colter's cheek.
Made love to a woman?
Leaning forward, she nudged his hair away with the hand that held the strange-smelling quirly, and kissed his neck just below his ear.
Yeah, sure I have. Several times.
Angelique nuzzled his neck.
I should feel quite lucky to be spending the next 2 hours with one so experienced.
Look, I got a girl.
Yes.
Angelique drew away from him and stared up at him as she took another deep drag on the quirly, her eyes getting even more dreamy than before.
You have a girl. Make no mistake, Colter Farrow. I am no girl. And what you are about to experience, for free, you will remember for a long time to come. Now, off with those long handles and climb into bed. Oui?
Colter stared at the sensuous creature, incredulous. Her creamy cleavage rose and fell. His heart drummed in his ears. Colter breathed a silent prayer for forgiveness to both God and Mariana as he wasted no time in stripping down. He tossed his long handles into a corner and, embarrassed by his pale scrawniness, headed back to the rumpled cot.
It is cold.
Angelique removed the mantilla from her head and draped it over the back of the chair. Colter hesitated as he leaned over the cot. He looked down between his legs and flushed.
Aren't you the shy one? I'm glad you are ready for me. Some of the old prospectors...
His ears ringing, Colter padded barefoot to the stove, keenly aware of his swinging member. He plucked a couple of split logs from the box beside the stove and opened the door, turning his back to the hot stare of the girl standing close beside him, undressing. The ashes in the grate still glowed, and a small flame flickered.
Where are you from?
Then he crossed the logs on the flame and turned to the girl just as she peeled the red and black corset back from her shoulders, exposing her bosom. He'd been about to speak, but now words seemed to fail him. He nearly lost his balance, weight shifting between his bare feet and haunches, but managed to keep himself from tumbling straight forward into the stove. Angelique stooped to begin removing her garter belts and black net stockings. She glanced over to him, watching her. Colter's face was burning now. He quickly slammed the stove's door without making sure that the logs had caught, and turning away from the girl, hustled over to the bed.
Here and there?
He sat down on the cot and pulled a corner of the buffalo robe across his lap. He leaned his head against the wall on the other side of the cot and half propped himself on his outstretched arm. His toes brushed the floor.
Here and there.
Angelique tossed her stockings onto the chair.
That is many places for a boy so young.
She moved toward him slowly, her hair slightly mussed about her head and her beguilingly beautiful face.
I'm, 18.
Her eyes were smoky. She stopped before him and shook her hair from her forehead, slowly, gently kneading her breasts. Colter watched her from his limbo world of erotic ecstasy in which time stopped and reality became a dream of unimaginable bliss.
18. That is only 1 year younger than me.
After a time, she crouched over him and wrapped her arms around his neck. She pressed her forehead to his and stared into his eyes, wrinkling the skin above her nose playfully. Fine pits of copper in her irises sparkled brightly. Then she kissed his forehead, then his eyes, and then she pressed her lips to his. Each was a long, lingering, warm, wet kiss. The kiss on his mouth most of all. As she kissed him, he lifted his hands to her sides. He felt the ridges of her ribs beneath the marble-smooth skin and the curved sides of her breasts, then pulled his hands away quickly, finding himself almost afraid or ashamed to touch such an exquisite creature, as though he would soil her or she would break like a fragile, timeless figurine. She reached down for his hands and placed the palms firmly against her breasts, and as he massaged her, she slowly leaned toward him, lifting one leg to straddle him. Later, when their collective passion was spent, Angelique lowered her head to Colter's chest. When she raised it again, she sandwiched his flushed, sweat-damp face between her hands.
Now it is all over except for the guilt.
She smiled sadly, pressed her lips once more against his, kissing him tenderly. Then, keeping her smoky eyes on his, she swung a leg to the floor and pushed up from the cot. Colter propped his head on his hand and stared up at her.
What do you mean?
All men who have other girls they are in love with or are married to feel guilty as soon as it's done.
Firelight flickered across her naked, voluptuous body, still wearing the slender black choker around her neck. She moved over to the shelf where a tin coffee pot sat in a rusted tin wash basin. She flipped the pot's squeaky lid, looked inside, and glanced at Colter.
To wash with?
Colter nodded. Angelique poured water from the pot into the basin and began to wash herself with a ragged cloth.
That was so good, I don't reckon I got much room to feel any guilt.
You will.
She said nothing more until she sat on the chair and started to pull her stockings on.
All men feel guilty. It is in their nature.
She clipped a garter belt closed.
Then they hate me like their worst enemy. Until the next time they come to me.
Colter frowned. A bleakness was suddenly crawling over him.
Why's that?
Angelique lifted a shoulder.
Because they are men. You will see.
She extended her leg to pull her second stocking on and glanced at him wistfully.
What is her name?
Colter dropped his eyes. Guilt nipped at him in the form of Mariana's face, flashing up before him in all its tender, loving sweetness. He'd asked her to marry him only a few days ago. Now he'd lain with a sporting girl, and during their passionate coupling, Mariana had been the farthest thought from his mind.
Mariana? Mariana's her name.
Where is she?
Up in the...
He flushed slightly and lifted his gaze to Angelique's as she stood to snap her second garter.
Back home.
When will you go back to her?
When I'm finished here, I reckon.
Finished with what?
Colter's heart thudded. A sense of danger churned with his guilt now. He had to be careful of everything he said and did in this town, or it could cost him his life. Colter grasped at lies, glad a right-sounding one revealed itself so quickly.
Enough money to get back home on. I've been riding for ranchers, and now I'm making my way back to Winnemucca.
Angelique stood and turned to him as she shrugged into her corset. Brashly, she showed her breasts to him one more time, and even amid his guilt and trepidation, he felt a renewed desire for her. Then she pulled the corset closed, making the tops of her breasts bulge up under her neck, and laced it. She crossed to the cot and sat down on its edge. She slid Colter's long hair back from his face and sandwiched his cheeks between her hands.
Colter Farrow, this is no place for you.
Colter just stared up at her, confusion and apprehension on his hooded brow. She caressed his cheeks, then lowered her head slowly to press her sweet, full lips against his. When she pulled away, her face was deeply troubled.
Go home.
If you two ain't had a mattress dance yet, I'm out $2 silver for nothing.
The door scraped open, and the hunchback stumbled in, wearing only his long handles and his mule-eared boots. His stringy blonde hair hung in his eyes.
What you doing in here? Playing patty cake?
No, we ain't playing patty cake. We
had one hell of a time.
Angelique smiled down at him.
Remember what I said, mon chéri?
Mon Cherie, look, I paid you for a poke, girl, not to go tumbling for the boy.
Kilgore's eyelids hung over his drink-bleary eyes.
Wouldn't want to piss burn all the menfolk in town.
Angelique jerked her head toward Kilgore, her face blanching slightly in the lantern's soft glow. The hunchback stopped laughing, and his expression soured. He hung his head to stare at the floor with obvious chagrin.
That's not funny, Wayne.
Angelique rose from the cot. Giving Colter another somber glance, she turned to the chair and donned her mantilla.
Where is Carly?
Lit out. Saw nothing to linger for, I reckon.
Angelique stepped toward the hangdog man and placed her hand on his arm.
Is it still raining?
Kilgore shrugged. Angelique leaned toward him and kissed him gently on the cheek.
I'm sorry, Wayne.
Then she turned, blew Colter a kiss, her expression brightening only slightly. Then she rustled on out the door and into the darkness of the barn. Kilgore held his position against the door, his head canted low, his eyes still on the floor. From the barn came the scrape and thump of a door opening and closing. The sound seemed to jolt the hunchback out of a deep reverie. Lifting his head, he glanced at Colter.
So, how was it?
Colter felt his shoulders lighten with relief that the inexplicable tension had suddenly, at least partly, been sprung.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Oh?
Kilgore picked up the stub of the strange-smelling cigarette that Angelique had left hanging over the edge of the table and poked it into his mouth.
You've had better, I suppose? Better than the best whore in southern Colorado?
Colter sat up on the cot and leaned back against the wall.
What was that all about?
Kilgore lit the cigarette stub on the glass chimney, puffing the sweet-smelling smoke.
Bitch gets only the best.
Then he glanced at Colter through a thick cloud of webbing smoke.
What was what about?
Colter canted his head toward the door.
The look she gave you.
Kilgore stooped to drag a fresh whiskey bottle out from beneath the table, then staggered over to his cot just beyond it, abutting the outside wall. Above the cot, coats, chaps, and a calendar hung from nails.
It wasn't about nothing that's any concern of yours.
Kilgore's heavy brow mantled his troubled eyes. He sagged onto the cot and leaned back against the wall, wincing at an obvious pain in his hump. The toes of his boots brushed the straw-littered earthen floor.
No, sir. Ain't nothing you'd want to trouble yourself about, boy.
Colter hesitated, not sure the hunchback was in any mood to be pushed. But curiosity rippled through Colter like small earth tremors.
Why wouldn't I?
'Cause you needn't pry.
Colter nodded, not sure he was satisfied by the answer, but resigned to it.
I apologize for prying, Wayne.
He slid lower on the cot, punched his pillow, and lay down, turning onto his side, facing the wall.
I do appreciate the poke. You're right. It wasn't half bad.
Kilgore blew smoke out. It was suddenly so silent that Colter could hear the soft ticking of the rain. He could smell the freshness of the sage through the cracks in the barn's outer walls.
Hey, kid, why don't you go on back to the loonies where you came from?
Colter had closed his eyes. Now he opened them. His blood quickened. He glanced over his shoulder at the hunchback, still sitting across his cot in his long handles and boots, head resting at an awkward angle against the wall. Kilgore took another deep puff from the quirly, the coal glowing brightly in the shadows above the cot. Smoke puffed, filling the room with its cloying sweetness. The hunchback kicked a boot out absently.
Around here, your only true friend is the Undertaker.
Colter turned full around until he was resting belly down, propped on his forearms. His lips were parted as his breath came hard, and a cold prickling broke out along his spine. He slitted an eye at the hunchback. He could tell from the man's wry, sneering expression that there was no point in playing cat and mouse.
The brand?
Kilgore shook his head slowly.
Nah. I seen you and Trace up in the loonies around a year ago. You were hunting a mountain lion that had been feeding on your calves. I was running my wolf off its leash, packing a couple of bottles up to an old mine shack I knew about. Planned to get drunk there, blow my brains out. Turned out I didn't have the balls. Yeah, you two came by the spring I was sitting at. You probably don't remember because you didn't see the hump. Everyone remembers the hump. I was leaning back like I am now against some jumbled rocks, plumb drunk off my ass. Tracy, he give me $1 for more hooch. Trace usually slipped me $1 in town because I always tended his mules when he stayed overnight, and I helped him load his supply wagon.
Colter's heart thudded against the cot beneath him. It was like the blow of a blacksmith's hammer on an anvil. His temples throbbed.
Who killed him, Wayne?
Telling you that'd be as good as killing you.
Who killed him? Tell me, goddammit.
Kilgore rolled his head around on his shoulders, curling his upper lip.
Hell, boy, 5 minutes after I told you, the undertaker up the hill on the other side of the creek would be dancing a jig while fitting you for a wooden overcoat.
Colter felt his shoulders trembling, his thighs tensing. Slowly he reached under his pillow for his Remington. He stood, and, heedless of his nakedness, walked over to Kilgore's cot and ratcheted back the Remy's heavy hammer. Gritting his teeth, he raised the pistol to Kilgore's head. The hunchback rolled his eyes up toward Colter's. He curled his lip even more so that his large tobacco-stained front teeth shone in the lantern light.
You be careful, young'un, or I will tell you.
You got 3 seconds.
He opened and closed his fingers around the handle. Kilgore stared at the revolver's maw. Then he raised his eyes to Colter's. He grinned, his eyes flashing evilly.
You're threatening the wrong cripple, boy. You mistaken me for someone who gives $2 of fresh dog dip for another day on this miserable wart on the devil's ass.
Colter leaned forward and pressed the Remy against Kilgore's forehead, pushing his face to within inches of the hunchback's long, broad nose. Rage burned through him, and his gun hand trembled as though he'd dipped it in snowmelt. He remembered the buzzards hovering over the bloody wagon.
Tell me who killed Trace, you drunken hunchback freak, or I'll drop this goddamn hammer on your sneering face and paint that wall behind you with all the nothing in your head.
Kilgore narrowed his eyes at the Remy's barrel. Then he looked up at Colter and pushed the revolver away from his face with the back of his hand.
Just for that, kid, I'm gonna tell you. Bill Rondo and his sawed-off sidekick killed Trace Cassidy. Who'd you think?
The hunchback took a long swig from his bottle.
His deputy?
Chico Bannon. You got it.
Kilgore stared up at Colter, a semi-sneer on his wide mouth, showing his front teeth bathed in whiskey.
Why?
Who knows?
You know.
How do you know I know, or think you know I know?
Because I think you're all over town. I think you know a little bit about everything and everybody in Saperino.
Damn! You're a smart kid. Maybe too smart.
You think so?
Colter lowered the Remy to his side. Down at his other side, his right hand was a raw red fist, the knuckles turning white.
Why?
The hunchback blinked slowly. His head wobbled drunkenly. He took another pull from the bottle and set it down on the cot by his side. It turned over and spilled, but he didn't notice. He stared up at Colter uncertainly, as though he was having trouble focusing.
Rondo don't need no good reason once he gets it in for you. Maybe Trace beat him one too many times at poker over the years. Maybe...
Maybe what?
Maybe I just don't know, kid. All I know is, if you go after Rondo and Bannon, you better bushwhack them like you done the Standish bunch.
Kilgore wrinkled his brows and canted his head to one side, closing an eye.
Say, is that true how you took them down? Like Bannon told all around town, shot all three like ducks on a mill pond?
It was almost that easy.
Colter's face was expressionless. Inside, rage burned, tying his gut in knots.
I knew who they were, so I smoked them out of the cabin. Gave them a chance to give up, but they threw down. They were nearly as drunk as you are now, so it wasn't all that hard pinking each one as he drew. Took a couple of shots with the smallest one, because my hand was shaking and there was lots of smoke. They were the first men I ever killed, you see. But I killed them deader than hell eventually. Just like I'm gonna do to the men who killed Trace. As soon as I find out why they did it.
Good luck.
Kilgore began to sag sideways.
Tell me, Wayne, or so help me.
Colter squeezed his Remy.
Good night, kid.
Kilgore hit the cot on his shoulder. Colter watched him for a time, debating whether it would be worth trying to roust him. Doubtful. Either the hunchback didn't know why Rondo and Bannon had killed Trace, or he didn't want Colter to know the reason. The former seemed most likely. Otherwise, why tell him anything at all? He didn't doubt that the hunchback had told the truth about the Saperino lawmen. Colter had suspected them the moment he'd laid eyes on them. Now he just needed to know the reason they'd killed Trace. The best source for that information was the two killers themselves. Colter turned from the hunchback's sleeping form. Suddenly realizing he was naked, he tossed his Remington on the bed and struggled into his long handles. The room had cooled now that the fire had died, and the still falling rain added a penetrating dampness. When he'd buttoned his long-handled top up to his throat, he pulled on his socks, and because he was lost in thoughts of bloody revenge, automatically donned his broad-brimmed hat, the braided rawhide thong brushing his chest. He sat on the edge of the cot for a time, staring into space and trying to sort out what he had learned. But instead of being able to think, he mostly only felt a burning need to kill. He felt himself drawn into the chill night toward the sheriff's office. He wanted to get another good look at Rondo and Bannon. Colter needed time to find out their reasons for killing Trace and to plan his attack. Going off half-cocked would only get him killed, leaving Trace and Ruth and David and little May unavenged. Rising from his cot, he slipped into his brown wool trousers and boots, and lifting his suspenders up over his shoulders, wrapped his cartridge belt around his waist. He filled the cross-draw holster with the Remy. He looked down at the gun for a time before slipping it out of its holster and checking the loads. As Trace had taught him, he'd left the chamber under the hammer empty, so he wouldn't shoot himself in his thigh or foot while climbing off his horse or dropping his pants in the outhouse. Now, not knowing why, but feeling compelled to do so, he plucked a .44 shell from his belt and thumbed it into the chamber, giving the cylinder a spin and liking the crisp, well-oiled clicks it made as it turned. He dropped it into its holster. He pulled on his red and black plaid jacket that was missing a couple of buttons and, adjusting the angle of his hat, moved through the open door and then drew it slowly, quietly closed behind him. The barn was dark, though the side windows gave enough ambient light that he was able to make his way quickly to the front and on outside into the damp night. He looked around. It was probably around 1 or 2 in the morning. One of the saloons up on the main drag was still open. He could see a couple of lit windows reflected in the damp street. The rain was now only a drizzle, but heavy drops plopped from the barn roof onto the soggy ground below. The sky was inky black with a hushed quiet and a chill, clinging dampness that made Colter shiver. Raising his collar, he pulled his hat brim low, and tucking his thumbs behind his cartridge belt, he headed for the main street. He rounded the corner by the hulking church, and staying close to the church's massive blackness, looked around carefully. Would Rondo or Bannon be out at this hour? Since the saloon up the street, not far from the sheriff's office, was obviously open, spilling its light and occasional whoops and hollers into the street, surely a lawman was out keeping an eye on things. Colter still wasn't sure what he would do if he ran into either of the two lawmen. Gun them right then and there? Try to take them by surprise, disarm them, usher them off into a dark, secluded alley, and interrogate them at the point of his cocked Remy? Continuing up along the side of the church toward the tree-lined square in the middle of the town, Colter felt his heart beating hard and regular. He drew up even with the trail driver saloon, then stopped suddenly.
Son of a bitch!
Colter automatically touched his Remy's grips as he swung toward the saloon's big plate glass window on the other side of the muddy street.
Don't you dare slap leather on me, you greaser son of a bitch!
Colter knew who the voice belonged to before he saw, through the big window, Chico Bannon shoving a taller, dark-haired man up against a ceiling support post in the saloon. A scantily clad sporting girl backed away from the other side of the two men, nervously squeezing her hands together. Bannon gripped the Mexican shirt in his fists and shoved his face up under the man's chin.
You hear me? I don't care if you was cheating or not.
I want to make sure right here and now you understand that if you ever slap leather on me, I'll shove a hog leg so far up your ass you'll taste gun oil in the back of your mouth.
Colter felt a chill rake up his spine.
See, I understand, senor. Please.
The Mexican held his hands high above his head and out away from his shoulders, a pained look on his face. The young cowboy continued up the street. Soon he found himself in the tree-lined square, the fountain across from the church gurgling quietly. He looked around the murky night, trying to pick out the small sheriff's office in the darkness. When he found it, he sat down on a loafer's bench under the arched branches of a couple of cottonwoods. The office was almost directly across the street from him. A light shone in the window to the right of the door, the light of a lantern with its wick turned low. Colter adjusted the remy on his hip and sat there on the splintery bench, comfortably hidden by the tree shadows behind him, and stared hard at the near-dark office. He was only vaguely aware of the night sounds around him. The town's sporting houses were on the far side of the creek, with a Chinese laundry and a Mexican cafe where Colter ate his noontime lunches during this week in Saperino. He ground his teeth, thinking of Rondo and Bannon. He wanted nothing more than to shoot both men dead. But first he had to find out why they'd killed Trace. Avenging Trace would never be satisfying until he learned why he'd been killed so viciously, his still-living body nailed to the bed of the wagon and sent home as vulture bait. Colter stared for a long time at the law office, hunched between the bank and the harness shop, with only a small gap on either side, as though he were trying to fathom the reason for Trace's murder from the structure itself. Finally, fatigued by fear and hate, he felt his eyes growing heavy. Before he knew it, his chin dropped to his chest, and he mumbled a promise before drifting off.
I'm gonna find out why, Trace. And then I'm gonna kill them bastards.
Something slammed hard across his right jaw, whipping his head so painfully to the left that for a moment he felt as though his neck had been broken.
What the hell are you doing out here, boy?
For an instant, Colter couldn't remember where he was or what he was doing. Then, wincing against the burn in his cheek and the pinching ache in his neck, he looked up at the tall, broad-silhouetted specter of Bill Rondo. A girl leaned against him.
Easy, Bill. He's just a kid, for Christ's sakes.
She was a tall, willowy blonde in pantaloons, high-heeled black shoes, and a red and green striped blanket coat, which she held closed with both arms. She hunched forward against the cold. Straw-yellow hair curled over her shoulders and blew around in the wind. Her face was a pale oval beside and well below Rondo's, whose own face was a ruddy brown mask, set dark and flat beneath his black Stetson. Silver hair framed the man's face, glowing like dirty snow in the darkness. His silver mustache was a slash beneath his broad nose, trimmed in the starlight that was now starting to break through the clouds. A long black duster was drawn back behind the silver-chased Colt sitting butt forward on Rondo's left hip. Another pistol rested in a shoulder holster, mostly hidden under the coat's left flap, just beside the sheriff's badge that also glowed in the darkness, a shade lighter than the lawman's hair.
Don't care if he's still in knickers. Anyone caught loitering around a square after dark is damn suspicious.
Colter glared up at the man standing before him.
I'm sitting here minding my own business, Sheriff. Any law against it?
There's a law against sass, you mangy pup.
Before Colter could dodge it, the man's hand clubbed him again, this time along the side of his head. It was a hammering blow that sent Colter sprawling off the bench and into the leaf-littered dirt of the plaza. He felt the burning scrape of the man's heavy ring. Automatically, the young drover's hand clawed his .44 from its holster, but before he could bring the gun up...
Bill!
Rondo shoved the girl away and laid a vicious kick against the underside of Colter's gun fist. The Remy flew up and away and hit the ground somewhere behind him. His brain, still sluggish from sleep, shock, and fear, was slow to comprehend what happened next, though his eyes watched Rondo rake his big pistol from its holster.
Bill, no!
Rondo's peacemaker roared, bucking in his hand and stabbing smoke and burnt orange flames. Colter's ears rang from the resonating bang. Then he felt a wetness on his neck. A couple of seconds after that, his left ear began burning as though someone had laid an iron against it. Sitting on his butt, legs bent out before him, Colter raised a hand to that ear. The touch was like the pain of a savagely jabbed needle. He looked at his hand. Blood made a slick smear across his fingers.
Oh, Bill, you didn't have to do that.
Rondo held his gun down by his hip, smoke curling from the barrel. The gold ring on his middle finger glowed dully in the ambient light beside the pistol's trigger guard. Colter half-consciously noticed that a black S had been carved into the ring's green stone.
I'll do the thinking if that's all right, Lucy. Thinking ain't never been your strong point.
His eyes blazed at Colter, who sat on his butt in shock, holding his hand to his bloody ear.
You go on back to the barn you came from, you understand me, boy?
Bill, come on.
Lucy tugged on the sheriff's arm, trying to pull him away.
Let's go on over to my place for a nightcap.
Rondo jerked his arm from the girl's grip as he continued glaring at Colter.
I asked if you understood me, boy.
Ever so slightly, the still smoking Colt edged left so that the barrel was aimed at Colter's other ear.
Otherwise, you'll be leaving town. And when I ask someone to leave Saperino, they ain't likely to return. Ever!
Colter hesitated. Bald fear was a fist wrapped taut around his throbbing heart. Rondo was a nightmare specter looming before him, as diabolical and repellent as any he'd ever dreamed on the darkest, loneliest night, and Colter felt his courage hammered to a fine gray powder.
I understand.
Colter sneered inwardly at the sound of his own cowardice. Rondo smiled and nodded with satisfaction.
That's better.
He gave a superior wink, meant only to humiliate his victim further, and holstered his six-shooter.
Stay off the street after dark from now on. Never know, I might think you're planning to rob a bank or something and take off more than your ear.
With that, he gave Colter a nod, then let himself be swung around by the girl, who wrapped an arm around the sheriff's waist and led him off at an angle across the street.
Come on, Bill. Let's go get a brandy.
The girl gave Colter a furtive, concerned look over her shoulder, then turned forward, and soon the darkness consumed both her and the lawman.
Damn it!
Colter pressed his hand to his torn ear, feeling the hot blood against his palm. The throbbing pain, as well as fear and rage, made him weak and sick to his stomach. As he climbed to his feet, he glanced once more toward where Rondo and the whore had disappeared.
God damn it!
He was already mad at Rondo and himself for letting himself get caught off guard by the very man he'd come out here to consider killing. He turned and began stumbling across the square toward the rushing fountain fronting the church. He stopped suddenly, brushing his hand across his empty holster. When he'd retrieved the Remy from the horse dung and dirt into which Rondo had kicked it, he tramped heavily over to the fountain, knelt down close to the broad stone bowl, and dunked the burning, throbbing ear in the water. The pain sliced through him. He lifted his head, probed the ear with his fingers. There seemed to be a notch torn from the rubbery flesh just above the lobe. The nerve endings there were dancing and sparking, and he continued to suck air painfully as he bathed the ear in the fountain before removing his neckerchief, balling it up in his fist, and pressing it hard against the ear to stem the blood flow. When he had the ear as clean as he himself could get it out there in the dark, he hunkered over the fountain and heaved himself to his feet. Then, pressing the wet neckerchief against his ear, he shuffled off in defeat and disgrace to the livery barn, where he hoped the pain in his ear would finally abate and he could drift slowly off into merciful sleep. He woke later to the sound of a woodpecker seeking breakfast in the barn's outside wall. Lifting his head from the straw, he saw the bird in a near window. a large red-headed woodpecker, and ground his teeth at the ratcheting clatter that inflamed the raw burning in his torn ear. The light silhouetting the woodpecker was soft gray, edging toward pearl, probably only dawn. The hunchback lay sighing and groaning and knocking around in the lean-to shed, lowering his head back down to the straw, wondering vaguely if he could feign sickness and thus avoid facing the day, a day of pain and humiliation and the remembered specter of Bill Rondo drilling a .45 round through his ear. Colter pressed his cheek against the straw, but he did not close his eyes. A folded piece of lined tablet paper rested lightly on the straw only 2 feet from his head, in front of the stall's latched door. Frowning, he lifted his head again and plucked the folded sheet from the straw. He doubted that the paper had been in the stall when he'd returned to the barn late last night. If it had, he likely would have stepped on it. Blinking sleep from his eyes and gnashing his teeth at the burning in his ear, he sat up and, leaning a shoulder against the stall partition, opened the note. He wasn't a good reader. There'd been little time for school in the mountains, but he could read at about a 3rd grade level. He moved his lips as he ran his eyes slowly over the words printed in blue-green ink on the lined paper.
Many tears have been shed at Barranca Verde.
The lone sentence was all that had been written on the paper. Flipping it over, he found nothing more on the back, including anything to indicate the writer. A careful scrutiny of the penmanship likewise gave him no indication of the writer's sex. The letters were well formed, but they were neither sloppy nor overly neat. One thing was certain. Someone had stolen into the barn late last night, after Colter's encounter with Bill Rondo and Lucy, and had dropped the note over the stall door, letting it float down to the straw where he would easily find it in the morning.
Well, I found it. Now what the hell does it mean?
Shuffling footsteps grew from the direction of the lean-to. Quickly, Colter folded the note and shoved it into the back pocket of his wool trousers, and, feeling as though the right side of his head was on fire, heaved himself to his feet. Kilgore's silhouette appeared before him, between tack-laden ceiling posts. As he approached Colter's stall, Kilgore stopped suddenly, light from the window behind Colter finding the hunchback's dull blue eyes. The man frowned.
Figured you was out with the horses. What the hell you doing out here?
Your snoring's likely to cause an early rising.
The hunchback's face was drawn, and his hair hung over his pasty forehead. He turned toward the front of the barn. For some reason, he preferred pissing in the street at the barn's front rather than somewhere out back where he was less likely to be seen, though few people were ever out and about at this remote end of town this time of the morning. The half-owner, Charlie Manuel, never came in until around 10 or so. Only when his wife kicked him out of the house did he sleep on the cot in his office. Kilgore had taken just one more shuffling step before he turned back to Colter, canting his head sharply and frowning.
What the hell? A rat chew on your ear all night?
Colter's face warmed with embarrassment.
Nah, I reckon I was sleepwalking and ran into a rusty nail.
Must have been one hell of a big nail.
Kilgore jerked his head to indicate the lean-to behind him.
Best wash it out with whiskey. Infection sets in, you won't be near so purty.
With that, he started toward the front of the barn. Colter opened the stall door and stepped into the alley. He chewed his lip pensively. At the front of the barn, the hunchback slid the heavy doors open, then stepped a few feet into the street and opened his trousers.
Good morning, Saperino.
He turned his hips this way and that with a defiant flare, sending his flow trickling into the street.
Hey, Wayne, you ever hear of a place called Barranca Verde?
The hunchback stopped swinging his hips. He glanced over his shoulder, sort of grimacing at Colter.
Where'd you hear about Barranca Verde?
Heard some mention of it in the cafe yesterday. I was just wondering about it.
As he continued to piss, the hunchback still continued to stare skeptically, almost suspiciously over his shoulder at Colter. Turning forward, his stringy hair slid over the side of his head.
It's an old convent south of here, just over the New Mexico line. Between there and here is outlaw country. Badass bandits of every killing stripe. Don't even think of riding out there.
How far?
Kilgore hiked his shoulder.
Half a day's ride on a good horse. Where'd you say you heard of this place?
Over to the cafe.
Colter fingered his blood-crusted ear as he tramped toward the lean-to.
Don't worry, I ain't figuring ahead out that way. Can a fella hear something and be curious about it?
Colter was more than merely curious about the convent called Barranca Verde. He couldn't get it off his mind, nor could he stop wondering who had dropped the note into the livery stall as he had slept. The note could be a trap to lure him out of town and into an ambush. But who would want to do that, and why? The only two people Colter knew for certain were aware of his reason for being in Saperino were the Spurlock girl, Jenny, and Wayne Kilgore. What reason could either of them have for killing him? Of course, the Spurlock girl might have told someone else. After their embarrassment at having lost the trail of the Standish bunch, one or both of the two local lawmen might want Colter to light a shuck out of their town. But he didn't pose enough of a threat for either of them to lure him into an ambush. That had become painfully clear to Colter last night, when Rondo, so drunk he could barely walk, had notched the young drover's ear. He could just as easily have killed him and claimed self-defense. Despite the note's dubious origin, it might also have been intended to help Colter in his quest to find Trace Cassidy's killer. Trace had friends as well as enemies, far and wide, and someone here, unable to act himself, might want the killer or killers brought to justice, or to see Trace's murder avenged. But what possible connection could there be between Trace's killing and an old Spanish convent in New Mexico territory, a half-day's ride from Saperino? In spite of the throbbing burn in his torn ear, now bandaged after cleaning it carefully with whiskey, Colter worked hard, swamping out the barn and corrals. He wanted to ride out to Barranca Verde in the worst way, but if he left town today, Kilgore might get suspicious. The rest of the day and half of the next, he shoveled manure and hauled water, and to earn some time off, he even reset a couple of cockeyed corral rails, greased the wheels on 2 rental buggies, and replaced a gate hinge. In the early afternoon of the next day, when Charlie Manuel had ridden off to inspect some draft horses for sale in Durango, Colter told Kilgore he was going to ride some of the corral moss off his coyote dun and pay a visit to an old prospector friend. He didn't mention he might be gone an entire day. Before Kilgore, who'd been shoeing a bay mare, had time to object, the young drover was in the saddle and trotting the dun out toward the main drag. 10 minutes later, Colter had crossed the wash, threaded several low, yucca-clad buttes, and was following a rocky old wagon road southeast of Saperino, the mid-afternoon sun like a hot skillet on his neck and shoulders. He brushed his left hand across the stock of his rifle jutting from the saddle boot, then touched the Remy sitting high on his hip, making sure both were near and ready. The trail led over low hills covered in scrub cedar, through a broad rolling valley bordered on the east by the Sangre de Cristos and on the west by the San Luis Range. The mountains were misty blue humps from Colter's position, with occasional snow-mantled crests above the blue-green timberline. The blue and the green changed shades as the sun angled westward. Shadows slid out from rocks, dusty green sage clumps, cedars, and the occasional cottonwood copse sheathing an arroyo from which springs seeped. Rocky formations rose and fell along the twisting, rising, and falling trail. Besides the infrequent jackrabbit nibbling buckbrush in a rare patch of shade, or a coyote prowling a shaggy wash, there wasn't much out here. There were no other riders that Colter could see. Remembering Kilgore's warnings, he kept a close eye on his back trail and on the endless expanse of sage-covered hogbacks around him. Nearly 3 hours after leaving Saperino, he was watering the coyote dun at a spring bubbling up at the base of a slanting stone dike when a rider appeared. The rider, who was trailing 5 horses packing dead men face down across their saddles, held a Winchester on Colter.
Son, are you someone I gotta worry about?
No, sir.
Mind if I use this spring with you?
No, sir.
The man lowered the rifle after a time, and he rode up to the water's edge for his horse to drink. The man was a big, muscular, rangy hombre in faded, dusty denims, sweat-stained buckskin tunic, and a funnel-brimmed hat that looked as though it had been stomped and chewed by an entire remuda of wild mustangs. He wore a Peacemaker 45 on his hip, and a savage-looking sawed-off double-barreled shotgun hung down his back by a leather lanyard. A bounty hunter he was, and an effective one, it appeared, but Colter found him a kindly, good-natured gent, with a friendly cast to the two blue eyes peering out from the shade of his hat brim. Colter looked at the 5 horses carrying dead men. Prophet glanced at him.
You're wondering about those men, aren't you? I took them down just west of Barranca Verde, packing them off to Durango for the bounty on their heads. The name's Lou Prophet.
He adjusted the hammer-headed Dunn saddle cinch.
If you're heading for Barranca Verde, everything between here and there is outlaw country. Bandits and all kinds of folks you don't want to mess with. Unless you got business there, I'd turn around and go back to wherever you hail from.
Colter tightened the latigo on his own horse and regarded Prophet over his saddle.
I appreciate the advice, Mr. Prophet, but I reckon I'll be riding on the Barranca Verde just the same.
Pretty place, but there ain't much there excepting a few pious women, far as I could tell.
The big bounty hunter stepped into his saddle.
But I learned after a hard struggle with a strong-headed girl I know, one about your age, I'd say, that you gotta let everyone ride his own trail and dodge his own bullets. If you can't do that, you'll end up just one miserable son of a bitch, and bad company for the cheapest of whores.
Prophet tipped his hat brim low against the westering sun, gave Colter a parting wink, and headed off, the 5 pack horses carrying the bloody dead men lifting dust behind him. An hour later, Colter was nearing the top of a saddleback ridge. He hipped around in his saddle, placing his left hand on the cantle to look behind once more for the telltale sign of a dust plume. A rifle cracked somewhere up the pine-studded ridge to his right. The bullet slammed into a pine on the left side of the trail, spraying bark. Colter looked around, disoriented, his inexperienced mind slow to comprehend that he'd just been shot at and missed by a hair's breadth. The Coyote Dunn jumped around at the flatting echo of the rifle report. Colter shucked his own Henry and threw himself out of the saddle. He hit the ground off the Dunn's left hip, frightening the horse into a lunging, thumping gallop up the trail. Racking his shell into the Henry's breech, Colter began scrambling on his hands and knees toward the brush off the trail's right side. 2 more bullets plowed into the ground nearby with a wicked thud, blowing up dust and gravel. Diving into the brush, mindless of sharp rocks and rattlers, Colter hit the bottom of a shallow gully and landed flat on his back. Something sharp pricked his side, and he was vaguely aware of a wetness just above his belt. He held the old Tyler Henry straight up and down against him, grinding his gloves into the barrel and stock, his heart thudding wildly. Another screaming bullet tore into the gully's lip, throwing rocks and sand over Colter. Colter gritted his teeth and blinked dust from his eyes. The gully was so shallow that he was afraid to lift his head even slightly for a look up the ridge. If the shooter was far enough above him, Colter would likely be rewarded with a bullet through his eyeball. He waited, his face flushed with anxiety and with the vexing pain of the rock poking the exact center of his back between his shoulder blades. He felt a chill sweat bead trickle down the side of his dusty face. 1 moment passed, then another. Finally, tired of waiting and enraged by the ambush, he threw himself up out of the gully and ran as fast as he could across the trail and into the scrub cedars on the other side. He gained the base of the long, low, pine-studded ridge that the shooter was on and hunkered down behind a boulder. Doffing his hat, he cast a glimpse up through the scattered trees and boulders. Nothing moved but an occasional breeze-jostled branch. Colter brought his head back behind the boulder and looked down at his rifle. Then, steeling himself, he thrust the rifle out from behind the rock and sent 2 quick rounds shrieking up the ridge. He watched dust puff among the trees and rocks. He fired again to the right. His .44 round slammed into a low, flat rock with a witch's wail, blowing stone shards in all directions. He lowered the rifle slightly and watched for movement. Seeing no sign of the dry gulcher, he pulled the rifle back behind the boulder, donned his hat, and replaced the spent cartridges with fresh ones from his shell belt. He edged another look around the boulder, then bolted out from behind his cover. He scrambled up the hill on his feet in one hand, holding the rifle in the other hand before him. Zigzagging around pines and boulders, he gained the crest of the rise and stared down the narrow valley on the other side. Sweat trickled down his face and pasted his shirt to his back. His lungs were raw.
Damn it! Where are they?
Something moved in the corner of his left eye.
Huh?
He jerked his rifle around, but held fire. A horse and rider had just galloped out from a jumble of strewn boulders on the valley's far eastern edge. Riding as though a twister were on their tails, the skewbald paint and its rider lunged up a rise, heading south toward another slightly higher rise capped with scattered rock and cedars. Colter slammed the Winchester against his left shoulder, took hasty aim, and fired. The slug blew up a little dust puff well behind the fleeing dry gulcher. The rider turned his head to glance back at Colter. A lean hombre in a cream hat with a silver-studded band, red shirt, and black chaps that flapped like giant bat wings. Colter squeezed the Henry's trigger. This shot blew up dust a little closer to the paint. The rider leaned low over the horse's neck, batting his heels wildly against the mount's flanks.
Son of a bitch!
Colter ejected the smoking .44 shell, seated another in the chamber, but held fire. He lifted his cheek from the rifle stock and watched the rider, hunkered low over the skewbald's dancing cinnamon mane, bound over the crest of the rise and out of sight. Colter blinked as the ground pitched to his right and left.
Whoa.
He planted his hand on the ground and knelt to steady himself. Again, feeling a prick in his side, he looked down to see blood staining his shirt just above his shell belt and left hip.
I'll be goddamned. The bastard pinked me.
The coyote Dunn came running to Colter's whistle. The young drover pulled himself heavily into the saddle, feeling more shaky than anything from the bullet that, after a hasty inspection, he'd decided had only nipped his side, just above his hip bone, carving a notch only a little larger than the one Rondo had shot from his ear.
Well, just knots is all.
Colter took up the Dunn's reins and turned the mount toward Barranca Verde.
Like a notch in a calf's ear.
He tried to keep his spirits up. All right, he'd been ambushed. By whom, he had no idea. It could have been one of the outlaws that haunted this remote country between mountain ranges, or it could have been whoever had left the note. But the bastard had missed, or almost missed, and since Colter was more than halfway to Barranca Verde, he might as well ride all the way there and find out if there was anything genuine about the note before he went back to Saperino. When he'd ridden nearly a half hour, holding his hand over the raw wound in his side, he came upon a spring bubbling from a rocky hillside. He climbed down from the Dunn's back, knelt in the verdant grass beside the spring, lifted his bloody shirt, and began cleaning out the wound with his neckerchief. The pain in his side had increased, sending ripples of misery through his body, and he thought he felt a weird chill coming on. He didn't think he'd lost much blood, though. The wound was fairly clean, as the bullet had gone clear through his side after carving 2 ragged, nickel-sized holes. Colter swabbed both holes, biting his cheek against the galling pain with each dab of icy water. When he had the bleeding stopped, but was wishing he had some whiskey with which to clean the wound, Colter stood, pulled down his shirt, and tucked it in behind his shell belt. Moving heavily and wincing, he filled his canteen, then tightened the Dunn's latigo and stepped into the saddle once more. He looked around. The sun was a rosy ball in the west, silhouetting the low ridges around it. Swallows flashed in the green sky, and golden light burnished the endless sage expanses rolling out around him toward low bluffs and mesas. The quiet gloom of evening had settled. He'd have to find a camp soon, build a fire, and cook up some food. He needed to stay strong. Tomorrow morning he'd ride on into Barranca Verde, maybe find someone with whiskey who could sew up his side. He didn't admit it to himself, but his strength, as well as his spirits, was waning. He yearned to be lying naked on the bank of Cow Creek with Mariana. When his job was done here, and he could ride back into the lunatics and proudly announce that Trace's killing had been avenged, he would tie himself there among those piney ridges and faultless cobalt skies and creeks chuckling through wolf willows and yellow-blossoming potentilla shrubs. He'd marry Mariana, They'd build up their own herd and their cabin and raise a family, and he'd never leave home again.
Mariana.
Colter glanced over his shoulder. The lunatics were a purple bulge now on the northern horizon, with only 1 or 2 pale splotches marking a snow-mantled peak. A tear slipped down from his eye, and he blinked it away. He gigged the dun up the trail.
Come on, Northwest. A few more miles, and then we'll hole up for the night. Hit the trail again first thing tomorrow.
A half hour later, as the first stars kindled in the cloudless sky, he set up camp at the bottom of an arroyo. Despite his aching side, he carefully tended the dun, cooling the horse before watering it, then rubbing it down with a heavy swatch of burlap he carried for that purpose. He checked the mount's hooves for any stones or thorns it might have acquired that could cause it to go lame and leave him stranded out here. Then he looped a feed sack of oats over its ears. His side was a raw, gnawing pain while he cooked supper, and it nettled him half the night as he tried to sleep under a slight overhang in the arroyo's south bank. Between the pain itself and the incessant yammering of coyotes that often sounded like the calls of wild banditos to his skittish imagination, he slept only a couple of hours. Around dawn, he heard the distant thud of horses and rose to peer northward over the arroyo's lip. Far out across the murky slope, he spied 4 or 5 figures on horseback. They were mere gray specks from 100 or so yards away, but he could tell they were men, grimly silent riders with their horses spread out across the slope. In the quiet of the morning, their tack squawked and jingled softly. And then they were gone, swinging wide around a pine copse at the base of the slope, heading northwest, and, thank God, away from Colter. That they were outlaws on the run, he had no doubt. A half hour later, he had the coyote dun saddled and was on the trail, heading southwest once again. He'd been so nauseated from the pain in his side, a pain that seemed to settle deep inside him and make him sick all over, that he'd been able to eat only a few bites of cold beans and fatback for breakfast. Despite the rising sun's blanketing heat, he felt an eerie chill, and his entire body frequently rippled with a shiver. The wound had opened during the night, and he'd discovered a pool of congealed blood on the ground beneath his hip. He wondered how much blood he'd lost. He needed to get the wound sewed shut and to sleep soon. If not, he'd likely pass out, tumble out of his saddle, and become food for the coyotes and buzzards. Remembering stories Trace's old roundup hands had told of sewing their own wounds closed, wounds from Indian fights or hooking cow or buffalo horns, or the sundry other injuries that were part and parcel of life on the old cattle or buffalo trails. A feeling of inadequacy added to the young drover's misery, making for a burning, all-consuming desolation. According to such stories, the old salts practically threaded their wounds shut with catgut and rusty needles while still in the saddle, and afterwards were good for another 40 miles. Colter rode hunched on the dun's back, one hand pressed to his bleeding side, gritting his teeth against the misery.
I'm useless out here. Damn useless kid. Trace deserved a man like that bounty hunter, Lou Prophet. Now there's a man to have Bill Rondo and Chico Bannon shaking in their boots. Not some stupid kid who let himself get his ear shot off and then get killed by a little nick in his side.
Colter was mostly riding to Barranca Verde now because it was too far back to Saperino. His vengeance quest all but forgotten, he was concentrating now on merely staying alive. Not an easy feat for a wounded, inexperienced younker alone in outlaw country. As he continued riding, hang-headed, the hills covered in dry, spindly tufts of brush and sage gently troughed around him until the cool blue shade of 2 canyon walls swept over him. Here, the dry tang of sage, piñons, nut pines, and sun-scorched bunch grass was replaced by that subtle musk of cool, damp rock. Occasionally, as the canyon walls grew higher and began to lean away from him, he could smell the nectar of flower blossoms. It was like the perfume that Angelique had been wearing when she'd visited the lean-to. From somewhere nearby, he heard a soft prattle of water. probably in the gully running along the canyon's left wall. Here and there a shrub appeared, covered in pink or powder blue blossoms. Colter's heart quickened. He held his heavy head up, looking around while squeezing his left hand against the biting wound, feeling the constant wetness of fresh blood. Dilapidated shacks of either stone or sun-bleached adobe, sometimes both, sprouted along both sides of the trail. Some sat alone on barren patches of cracked black lava rock, while others appeared to have been nearly devoured by rich green shrubs. There were pens of sun-blistered cottonwood or cactus, and these too were covered with blossoming greenery. There was so much green, indicating so much fresh water, that Colter found it strange that there were no people. Giving the dun its head, he clumped along the stony main street of what had apparently been a small village at one time, between rows of overgrown adobe huts and shacks, with others climbing the low rises all around. One such hovel, a brush-roofed, doorless adobe brick hut, half hidden in the shade of the canyon walls, was nearly completely covered by the large pink blossoms and waxy green leaves of some tree or shrub that Colter, raised his entire life in the high mountains, had no name for. Just beyond the hut, with its pink blossoms, Colter reined up suddenly. The dun raised its snout and fiddle-footed its back hooves, threatening to buck. Colter's eyes burned at the sickly sweet stench that had so suddenly replaced the aroma of blossoms.
Whew!
He released the wound to hold the reins with both hands, looking around for the source of the stench.
Can't say as I blame you, Northwest.
His curiosity for the moment overcoming his need for a sawbones, he reined the dun right of the trail and soon sat, staring down at a dead man lying between two shrubs, bearing fruit resembling small cherries, near a trash heap of ashes and rusted tin cans. The man, who was bearded and bald and wore a long cream duster, a navy blue bandana, and green-checked pants tucked into high-topped boots, had been dead for several days. 2 bloodstains on his chest and a ragged blue hole in his sunburned cheek were obviously bullet wounds. He wore 2 holsters on his hips, both empty, as were the loops on his shell belt. He was swollen up like a corn-foundered bull, so that his face resembled a ripe brown melon, and his insides threatened to burst through his skin. His eyes had been pecked out, but otherwise the carrion eaters had left him alone to rot among the shrubs. Colter looked around warily. Nothing but the abandoned dwellings, the 1,000-foot canyon walls, and the creek sheathed in a nearly solid line of trees and flowering bushes. Peering straight ahead along the village's main drag, that out here at the east end of the village dwindled to a trail again, he saw another, much larger structure looming 100 yards away, on a low rise backed by the dark red wall of a sheer towering cliff. Colter gave the dun its head, and the horse nearly rose up off its front hooves as it sprang from deep down in its hindquarters, lunging away from the nauseating smell of the putrefying corpse. It headed toward the cliff wall, and Colter jerked it back down to a trot to keep his insides from slithering out the hole in his side. As he did, he raked the structure ahead with his scrutinizing gaze. A sprawling stone building with 2 peaks in its red-tiled roof, and what looked like a church abutting its right side. The main structure was surrounded by several humbler shacks and sheds, including a couple of pens, corrals, and a well house covered in corrugated tin. The tin roof shone brightly in the sun and was angling in against the cliff behind it, as did the silver ornaments decorating the large wooden cross atop the church. All about the grassy slope upon which the structure sat, likely the convent that Colter had been looking for, cream and tan goats grazed. As the dun climbed the hill via the gently curving 2-track trail, Colter saw a boy of about 6 or 7 sitting on a rock near the trail, a shepherd's staff resting across his thighs. The boy was barefoot, clad only in a baggy burlap blouse secured across his narrow chest with rawhide strings, and ragged deerskin trousers. A silver cross hung around his tanned neck by a horsehair thong. The cross looked terribly large and formidable against the boy's skinny chest. He had one foot resting on a knee, and he was picking at the bottom of his foot while holding his gaze on the approaching rider, the skin between his eyes creased with curiosity. His thick cinnamon hair was sun-bleached almost yellow in places. His eyes were dark blue, betraying some Anglo blood.
Is this the convent at Barranca Verde?
Something told Colter the boy didn't speak English, because the boy only stared at him, the lines between his eyes growing even deeper.
I don't reckon there's a sawbones hereabouts.
Colter winced as he crouched a little lower in the saddle, pressing his hand against the bloody wound in his side. The boy's eyes dropped to Colter's bloody shirt.
Bandito.
He raised his befuddled eyes to Colter's. Colter shook his head.
No bandito. Just an idiot gringo who got himself shot traveling where he had no damn business.
He booted the Coyote Dun ahead once more, continuing up the hill. He glanced behind to see the blue-eyed boy standing now and staring after him, holding the staff in both hands across his waist. At the top of the hill and in front of the sprawling structure, Colter half fell and half climbed down from the Coyote Dun's back. He fumbled with the saddle cinch, wanting to give Northwest some air, but he found himself too weak and his hands uncooperative. So he patted the horse's sweat-lathered neck and stumbled toward the base of a broad stone staircase, rising toward two tall, sun-bleached, iron-handled doors. He stumbled up the steps, falling once when his toe caught a cracked riser. At the top, he didn't bother knocking. He tripped the iron latch, pushed the door open, and peered inside. The musty air smelled faintly of candles, cool stone, and rodent droppings. There was also the smell of cooking and pinon smoke. Colter frowned.
A baby?
Colter hadn't expected to find a little blue-eyed boy on the grounds of a Mexican convent either, nor a bloating, bullet-riddled corpse nearby. Leaving the door standing wide open, lighting the dark path before him, he moved forward, lurching down several dim, echoing hallways between heavy oak doors, following the baby's cries. Could the tears written about in the note be those of a wailing baby? Was this some kind of joke? For a moment, in his mind's eye, he saw Bill Rondo and Chico Bannon sitting around the sheriff's office in Saperino, laughing their heads off. He paused in the broad-arched entrance to a long, narrow room. It was obviously a kitchen, because there was a big brick hearth on which several pots bubbled and smoke wafted through the air. A long, scarred plank table sat in the middle of the room. Several shadowy, black-clad figures milled about the hearth on the right end of the room, knocking pots and lids together. But it was the figure almost directly across the table that made Colter's eyes widen and his breath catch in his throat. The figure was a dark-haired girl, maybe in her mid-20s, her ratty brown robe lowered to her waist, exposing her breasts so that the baby in her arms could suckle. She stood against the far wall, fronting a small shrine and a stained-glass window. Her long brown hair brushed the baby in her arms as she rocked it and clutched it tightly against her. The girl's breasts were large and sloping. She was pale-skinned, and though it was hard to tell because her rich hair hid her face, maybe Mexican, or at least partly Mexican, or even Indian. Another figure sat hunched at the table with its back to him. Now, as the figure turned toward him suddenly, as though having abruptly sensed his presence, Colter's gut tightened with revulsion. The face that had just turned to him was framed in the black and white hood of a nun's habit. It was a face as wizened as an ancient pine knot. It was shrunken, as dark as pitch, and appeared to have been devoid of life for years. The eyes that stared from that death mask, if you could call them eyes, were as large and white as duck eggs.
What have we here?
Colter's knees weakened. He felt them buckling. He stumbled against the side of the arched entranceway, the room growing dark before him, and crumpled. He was dimly aware of women bustling about him, and then of being pulled to his feet by both arms.
Who is he? We must help him.
Colter felt his boots moving heavily beneath him, as, with arms draped around spindly shoulders on each side of him, he was led back down the echoing, musty hall. His body felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. His boots felt as though they were filled with cement, and he could not keep his eyes open. But he caught occasional glimpses of the cracked flagstone floor sliding away beneath his stumbling boots, while deeply lined, rope-sandaled feet the color of saddle leather shuffled along on either side, the black pleats of the nun's habits swishing about stubby legs. He noticed for some reason that the sides of the nuns' feet were a shade lighter than the tops, and their toes were as cracked and yellow as the seashells he used to find in the creek beds around the Circle C. The cooking smell receded behind him, replaced by the smell of ancient stone and candle wax and the flowery medicinal odor of old women. Vaguely, he was aware of someone's spidery fingers hooked behind the back of his shell belt, and the light tugs of someone scuffling along behind him. Then everything went black. He must have blacked out for a short time, because the next thing he knew, he was lying on a squawky bed, while the nuns, fluttering like vultures around him, were jerking his boots and clothes off.
He was shot in the side.
It looks like the bullet went clean through. Good, that's good. Make sure he's comfortable. And someone get the baconara.
As his head bobbed with the brusque tugs, he glanced toward the small room's open door. The blind nun sat in a chair beside the opening, leaning forward with her small dark hands on her knees, white eyes fairly glowing in their mahogany sockets. A candle lantern fluttered and smoked on the wall above her, silhouetting her and accenting her specter-like countenance.
See, good. Drink. It will help you. Good enough, Maria.
Si, sister.
Colter had a strange acidic taste in his mouth and a strangely pleasant feeling in his head. The small, dark, white-eyed nun pitched and rolled from side to side in her chair as though the entire room was moving around her. His eyes fell upon a small table beside the bed. He was drunk. He blinked groggily, trying to focus. On the table was a wash basin filled with rose-colored water, several bloody cloths, and a needle threaded with what appeared to be catgut. There were also several open jars, 2 tin canisters, and a jug with its cork out. From here he could smell the strong alcohol emanating from the jug, and blinking once more and forcing his eyes to focus, he could just make out the faded letters that had been printed on the jug's smooth stone side. Bacanora. Colter remembered Juventino often sipping from a jug of Bacanora, and the chuckwagon cook had told him it was strong Mexican whiskey. Colter realized, as the nuns finished removing every scrap of his clothing, that he no longer felt the bullet wound in his side. Glancing down his chest, he saw not the ragged, bloody wound, but a large square bandage just above his hip. It was secured to his side by a broad cotton band wrapped tightly around his belly. He felt a smile curl his lips, only half aware of one of the spidery old nuns running a wet sponge down his chest. Then his head fell back against a deep feather pillow, and darkness spilled like soft sand around him, and he slept the sleep of the dead. His sleep was buoyant with pleasant dreams at first, then racked with nightmares. Spooks and demonic beasts chased him through an isolated darkness that seemed to have no end. As the alcohol wore off, he dreamed that a lion was ripping into his side, the jaws hungrily plunging and tearing. He tried to reach for his gun to shoot the beast or to scare it off, but he couldn't quite reach far enough for the weapon, which kept sliding away from him as though tugged by an invisible rope. At one point, he heard what sounded like a girl crying. He began looking for her in the darkness as her cries grew louder in his ears. He opened his eyes slightly and saw rain streaking the window to his right. There was more darkness and silence, and then he opened his eyes again, jarred into half-wakefulness by a loud thunderclap that shook the entire room, and the wavering image of a balding, tough-eyed, middle-aged man in a green bib-front brass-buttoned shirt and leather jacket hovered over him. The man moved his lips as he turned a glance over his shoulder, and the candlelight touched the gray in the thin, sandy hair behind his pronounced widow's peak. The man's name seemed to wing up out of nowhere to catch in Colter's brain.
Spurlock?
The rancher Colter had met in Saperino.
2.5 days.
He heard a voice somewhere in the shadows behind him, and he glimpsed the white eyes of the blind nun, staring like the eyes of a wolf out of the darkness. Then he could see the wolves themselves, staring straight into his own eyes, tongues slick with saliva drooping over their jaws. Another figure appeared, and it took Colter a moment to remember the name of Spurlock's daughter, Jennifer.
Why is she laughing? Can't she see the wolves?
One I should take care of him, boss. A darkly handsome, mustached face appeared in the shadows at the foot of his bed. It belonged to a tall, rangy man in a yellow rain slicker over a pinto vest, wearing a battered Stetson with a snakeskin band. His large, rope-burned hands were tucked down behind his wide brown leather cartridge belt near his walnut-gripped Schofield 44. Another 44 was wedged behind his belt buckle, as were a pair of deerskin gloves. The man's eyes were filled with liquid shadows, and as Colter tried to study them to learn their intent, the young cowboy's own eyes rolled back into unconsciousness once more. Total welcome darkness enshrouded Colter for what seemed a long time. A strange sound lured him back toward consciousness. He couldn't tell if the sound was part of another dream, but as he lay there listening, it composed itself into the uncontrolled weeping of a heartbroken young woman. It came from far away, and Colter lay listening to it for a long time, the grief so poignant that it became Colter's own. He felt, or thought he felt, tears rolling out from under his closed eyelids to dribble down his cheeks and make an uncomfortable wetness against his neck.
Trace.
Colter woke later in the middle of the night, and the fogs and mists of his dream and nightmare-riddled slumber had cleared like the sky after a rain. He lifted the covers and inspected his side by moonlight. Someone had apparently changed the bandage, for it looked as fresh as the first time he'd seen it, though he knew he'd been here for a few days. He felt better, stronger, and he tested his strength by getting up and using the chamber pot he discovered under the washstand in the room's corner. He swayed at first, but then he got his feet under him and steadied his knees. He'd no sooner padded naked back to the bed than he stopped suddenly. He'd heard something. For a moment he had the eerie feeling his dreams were calling to him, for what he heard sounded like a much fainter version of the crying he'd heard earlier. Thinking the sound was coming from outside, he reached forward, unlatched the shutter over his bed, and swung it outward.
Damn.
Cool night air pushed over him, rife with the fresh aromatic smell of a recent rain. There was the rush of a night breeze. Colter stood with one hand on the shutter, the cool air lifting goose flesh on his arms, down his chest and belly. He stared out at a small courtyard, surrounded by low, vine-shrouded adobe walls. Beyond it rose a velvet mountain ridge so steep that he had to crouch and tip his head back to see the stars sparkling beyond the jagged peak. The breeze freshened, blowing his long hair back from his neck and filling his nostrils with the perfume of nectary blossoms. At the same time, the cries became so clear that the girl shedding the tears could have been kneeling just below him in the courtyard. In fact, for a moment he lowered his head to peer around the low green shrubs lining the courtyard walls, at the stone benches and the statues of one of the saints lined in the silvery moonlight. The breeze waned. The cries seemed to be coming from somewhere in the velvet mountain wall, so anguished that with every softly uttered note, Colter felt as though his heart were clenched in a tight fist and a knot swelled in his throat. They were cries not of physical, but emotional pain. A pain Colter understood, a pain more penetrating and lingering than most physical maladies. He was still weak, too weak to do what he was about to do, but curiosity gripped him, and he turned from the window and began looking around for his clothes. His trousers, shirt, and long handles, all freshly laundered, were on a chair in the corner opposite the washstand. His boots had been polished and set neatly beneath the chair. Everything was there except for his Remington and his shell belt. He dressed quickly, pleased with the strength he felt, in spite of the hitch in his side. If he had to, he could ride out of the convent right now, if he could find his horse. But first he had to find out who was shedding so many tears at Barranca Verde and why. When he'd stepped into Boots, he went to the door, half expecting it to be locked from the outside. But it opened, and he stole quietly into the dark hall. For 15 minutes, he wandered the cavernous corridors on the balls of his boots. He heard deep snores and thought they were those of a man, though he hadn't seen a male besides the goat-tending boy on the premises. Finally, he came to a door on what he figured to be the convent's first floor, as he descended several stone staircases, perilous with chipped rocks and flaking mortar. The door's locking bolt was open, and the door itself was unlatched, showing a long vertical line of pearl moonlight. Colter went out, finding himself in the small courtyard beneath his room. He drew the door closed behind him and left it unlatched, as had the person who'd gone out before him. The courtyard was all moon-silvered planes and angles and deep dark shadows. He saw benches and shrubbery, and as he stole forward from the convent wall, heading toward a gate that he'd spied from his room, he paused to regard a large stone shrine flanked by a wrought iron fence. Within the fence lay a mounded, grass-covered grave fronted by an elaborately scrolled wooden cross adorned with a juniper wreath. On the shrine had been scored a long Spanish name, likely the name of some important nun who'd lived here long ago. Colter didn't linger at the shrine, continuing to hear the intermittent cries that he'd heard from his window, and incredulous at the despair that could keep one crying with such vigor for so long. He continued through the courtyard gate and out onto a rocky, night-cloaked flat flanking the convent. Following the cries, he headed into a narrow defile in the wall of the black velvet ridge. As he moved along the canyon, the walls so close he could reach out and touch both pitted and fissured slabs at the same time, the hairs rose along his neck. It was not from horror of anything he could see or even hear, for the cries were heart-wrenching rather than terrifying. But there was something else here, an inner dreadfulness, a terrible awareness. He didn't want to go on, feeling that he wasn't going to like what he'd discover here at Barranca Verde. But go on he did, brushing at his empty hip and wishing like hell he had his Remy. Colter had smelled the faintly pungent humidity before he'd even entered the defile. Now he saw the fog rising from the rocks down a steep gully along the base of the canyon's left wall. The little stream was being fed by a waterfall just beyond. It wasn't much of a waterfall, but the water, apparently heated underground before bubbling up somewhere atop the ridge, fell from a lip high above the creek. It tumbled over black slabs of volcanic boulders at the head of the stream, where it formed a pool among the rocks. The creek was formed by runoff from the fog-enshrouded pool. The cries sounded now like a strange kind of singing in accompaniment to the water's tinny splatter onto the rocks and into the pool below. The singer, if you could call her that, sat on a flat boulder at the bottom of the falls, just above the pool. Colter hunkered behind a gnarled cedar and a small boulder at the lip of the warm creek, steaming down the gully on his left. The falls were just ahead. He doubted that he'd have been able to see the girl on the boulder if it hadn't been for the moonlight angling like the wash of liquid pearls into the defile. The mist would have concealed her. As it was, the moonlight revealed her, and the mist and the water tumbling over her. That she was a girl was plain not only by the pitch of her sobs, but by the roundness of her body, just barely concealed by a wet, clinging nightgown that seemed to shimmer and dance in the mist-woven moonlight. Soaked hair was pasted to her head and shoulders, one of which was laid bare by the fallen strap of her nightgown. She sat atop the boulder with one knee up. One arm was hooked around that knee, and she was leaning her head forward. She kicked her other leg out with each upbeat in the keening wails that seemed to originate from a source as infinite as that from which the warm water flowed. Then the girl rested her head against her knee once again and continued sobbing steadily, occasionally shaking her head as if in utter exasperation and rage. Colter felt his face grow taut and his heart swelled. The girl's misery recalled his own, and he suddenly wanted to leap out from behind the boulder, run to her, and wrap his arms around her shoulders. But he held his ground as befuddlement, even more than empathy, raked through him. He wanted to know what had caused the girl to spill so many tears here at Barranca Verde, and what possible connection could this girl and her sorrow have with Trace's killing. Again, the haunting dread chilled him. But then, steeling herself, he started to rise from behind the boulder to begin walking toward the falls. The faint slap of a sandal sounded back the way he had come. He jerked down behind the rock and pressed his back to it, hunkering low. Looking back along the trail, he saw a pinprick of yellow light shining, swinging slightly, eerily haloed by the fog. Soon, a bulky silhouette appeared beneath the lantern, and Colter scrunched himself even lower, hoping the boulder's shadow and a small gnarled piñon would conceal him from the newcomer. The nun holding the lantern passed within 6 feet of his position. He could see little of her but the heavy brown hooded robe she wore and the tan rope and hide sandals slapping her heels.
Jacinta! Jacinta! Come down! Come back to the convent with me. You will catch a chill and die of sickness. And what of the little ones? Besides, your wailing is keeping all the sisters awake.
Colter waited, his head turned sideways to the boulder, listening, wondering what the girl's voice would sound like speaking instead of crying. But there was only the noise of the water over the rocks. His heart thudded. If the girl and the nun returned to the convent before he did, they'd likely lock him out. He pushed up onto his knees and edged a cautious look over the small boulder. Beyond, the girl was climbing slowly down from the boulder she'd been sitting on, facing the rock, her nightgown clinging to her round bottom and long legs, her hair pasted against her back. The nun waited in stonily patient silence at the edge of the pool, holding the lantern aloft. Knowing he had to make it back to the convent before the women did, and not wanting to be discovered, he quickly turned away from the boulder and moved as quietly as possible back along the trail toward the mouth of the defile. Once out of the canyon, he hurried back to the large stone building hulking in the darkness, every tile in its multi-peaked roof accented by the moon. On the other side of the courtyard, he found the same door he'd left the convent by, standing slightly more ajar than how he'd left it. He slipped through it and closed it carefully. Back in his room, Colter shucked out of his clothes and climbed into bed. He lay there for a short time, pondering the girl, Jacinta, and her uncontrollable tears. Sooner than he expected, sleep swept over him like a giant crow's wing. Colter opened his eyes, blinked against the gray morning light that angled through the window he'd left open last night. The door to the hall was pushing wide. A young woman with long brown hair stepped sideways into the room. She carried a wooden tray in front of her. There was a heaping breakfast plate and a steaming stone coffee mug. The blood raced audibly in Colter's ears as the girl turned toward him, kicking the door closed behind her. A pretty young woman with large brown eyes, hair pulled back in a ponytail, bangs hanging over her brows. She had a sullen, almost angry look, full lips stretched in a straight, hard line. A very faint mole was visible just to the left of her mouth. Colter hadn't seen her face before, but there was no doubt who she was. The girl who'd been nursing the baby. The girl who'd been crying in the canyon of Barranca Verde. Suddenly, he felt careless and bold.
Hello, Jacinta.
She stopped some distance from the bed, but her expression did not change. She stared at him for a time, her eyes holding his obliquely.
You better get out of here. Unless you want to be hauled out feet first.
Colter shook his tangled hair back from his face, frowning.
Why would that happen?
Jacinta moved forward and set the tray on the bed beside him.
Sister Graciela says she heard someone in men's boots stealing around last night.
She the blind one?
Jacinta stared at him, as though pondering a problem.
Eat. Then you must leave. I put your pistol in the barn. It's with your horse and your rifle and your tack. Go back to where you came from.
I'm not a bandit.
Colter worried she was about to swing around and leave before he could find out what he needed to know. She looked at him again, and the skin between her eyes wrinkled faintly. Then she swung around and began moving toward the door, the folds of her brown robe buffeting about her legs.
I came here because someone left me a note.
The girl continued moving toward the door, reaching for the knob.
You know what it said?
She stopped, her hand on the knob facing the door.
Many tears have been shed at Barranca Verde.
She didn't turn around. She stood, frozen, facing the door.
The note wasn't signed, but whoever wrote it wanted me to come here.
Jacinta turned from the door to face him squarely.
Who are you?
Colter Farrow. Trace Cassidy was my foster father.
Her face changed suddenly. Her eyes widened, her chin came up, and her throat moved as she swallowed. Her clean-boned oval face, already pale, turned one shade paler.
Are your tears for him? For Trace?
She moved silently forward. She dragged a chair out from the table by the wall, not looking at it, moving stiffly. She pulled the chair over to the bed and straddled it. Her eyes were wide, dark, and grave. She stared at Colter, and he could see the thoughts racing behind those dark eyes. Her lips were slightly parted, and he thought she was on the verge of saying something. But she said nothing, only stared at him as though deeply, keenly vexed.
How well did you know Trace?
Those little ones out there.
She turned her head slightly toward the door, her eyes remaining on him, defiant, challenging.
They're his.
Colter felt his entire body tighten. Heat rose in his neck, instantly drying his throat. All at once, the man he thought he knew began to disappear. At the same time, he remembered the several supply runs Trace had traditionally made to town each spring, summer, and fall, buying only a little each time. In the spring, and again in the fall, he also trailed a few beef to the railhead in Walsenburg, alone. Said he liked the quiet ride. Besides, Colter was needed at home to watch over Ruth, David, and little May.
Who killed him?
What does it matter?
She lifted her gaze to the window in which the morning sun now blossomed like a giant yellow rose.
If you came to settle things for Trace, you're wasting your time. Things can't be settled. There are powerful men involved. My father being one.
Colter felt his insides coil and tighten.
Who's your father?
Spurlock.
Colter looked at her in surprise.
Paul Spurlock? The rancher?
He remembered seeing the man and his segundo, Surtees, in his fever dream. Or had it really been a dream? She nodded slightly.
You're Jennifer's sister?
Half-sister.
Who were the others? Who were the other men?
Rondo, Surtees, Bannon. What does it matter?
She stared at the sunlight in the window. Her lips trembled, and a tear rolled out of her eye to dribble down her cheek.
And half the town of Saperino.
She pulled her head down and convulsed, shoulders jerking as she sobbed. Colter swallowed. His heart ached, but he had to know the whole story.
What do you mean, half the town of Saperino? They all had a hand in Trace's murder?
Jacinta Spurlock sat in the chair, one arm draped across the back, staring at the window brightly adorned with soft lemon sunlight, as if she were seeing it all right there in the gradually intensifying light.
Oh, they didn't all take a hand in it, but they didn't help him at all. I saw after I'd ridden to town after Trace. They stood along the street watching, doing nothing to stop Rondo and his deputy and Surtees. They were all quite happy, in fact. The men were jealous of Trace because all the women in town were in love with him. The women were jealous of me because they all loved Trace and wanted to be swept off their feet by the charming gunslinger.
Her face hardened slightly.
Only I was the one who became the most susceptible to that charm of his.
Colter shook his head and gritted his teeth. She couldn't be talking about Trace Cassidy. Trace was in love with Ruth. He was devoted to his family.
No, you're lying. You gotta be lying.
You think so?
Jacinta's smooth, pale cheeks were awash with tears.
I don't think so, amigo. You came here to learn the truth? Well, I'm telling you the truth. It's not pretty, huh? Well, then you better go on back to where you came from before you get all mixed up in the ugliness.
She turned to him then, dropped her suddenly hard eyes to the breakfast tray.
Eat, then go.
Colter stared at her dumbly, his mind racing, unable to believe what she had told him, and at the same time, unable not to believe it. He knew from stories others had told him that Trace had had many women in the past. He'd been a handsome, rakish young gunslinger. But when he'd met Ruth, his childhood love from the Tennessee mountains, and brought her out here with him to the lunatics, he'd hung up his promiscuous past with his guns and settled down to ranching and raising a family. Colter shoved the breakfast tray away and pressed the heels of his hands to his eyes, trying to steady his thoughts, to quell his thudding heart. He felt warm and dizzy, and he wanted to get out of there.
Tell me about the last time. You said you'd followed Trace to town. I don't understand.
My father caught us together in the old bunkhouse where we often met and where I would give Trace some time with the baby. Miguel, you see, the boy, he has been here with his sister since he turned 1 year old. My father saw to that, since Miguel had no father, at least none that my father knew about.
Her lips trembled, and she pressed her hand to her mouth, stifling them. Slowly lowering her hand, composing herself, she stared grimly at the carving of Our Lady of Guadalupe on the wall.
My father caught us together. He yelled for Surtees, and there was shooting. It was crazy. Trace was wounded. He ran to his horse and rode to town. My father and Surtees and several other men followed him there. That's when Rondo and Bannon became involved.
She held her gaze on the wall.
They scoured the town, found Trace in the doctor's buggy shed. The doctor, McAllister, had been a friend of Trace's, and he tried to help, but there were too many. Trace was too weak to run, or to put up much of a fight.
She stopped and just stared at the wall.
Go on. Tell me.
She brushed a tear from her cheek with the back of her wrist.
They caught him and dragged him out into the street in front of Rondo's office. Bannon and Surtees went to work with quirts and bullwhips. I ran to Trace, and they whipped me too. And all I remember as I lay there in the street, only half awake, was the sounds of the whips and Trace's screams for help. But no help came.
Slowly, she turned her stricken gaze to Colter.
When I walk in the street, they were nailing Trace to the bed of his wagon as he screamed and sobbed. The street was lined now, 100 men and women at least, all watching but doing nothing to help. Many of the men were laughing and congratulating my father and Rondo for their handiwork. Finally ridding the town of the old gunslinger who owned the hearts of all the women.
The corners of Jacinta's wide mouth rose in a hard, mirthless smile. Her brown eyes flashed fatefully.
And then they slapped the mules up the trail with the wagon. They wanted to torture Trace, of course, as well as send a warning to his people in the mountains about what would happen if they tried to avenge his murder. Normally they would have branded him, like they do the men they don't want to see in town again, with a big S for Saperino. I guess killing Trace was enough.
A sunlit tear dropped from her chin to a fold of her robe.
The next day, my father brought me and the baby here to be with Miguel. For the rest of our lives, as far as he is concerned.
Colter squeezed his eyes shut and tried again, thickly.
And that was him, Spurlock, here the other night.
Jacinta nodded.
He stops by occasionally. His range is just a little ways from here. For taking me in, he pays the sisters in beef and keeps the outlaws from harassing the convent. He has many gunmen on his roll and commands much respect in this part of the territory. There are still bandits around Barranca Verde, but not nearly as many as before I came here.
She looked up to Colter, her smile bittersweet.
There you have it. Are you happy now, Colter Farrow? You've learned the truth, and there is nothing you can do about it.
Colter had been staring at the door. Now he turned to her, anger sparking in his eyes.
Don't be too sure.
Jacinta Spurlock shook her head.
My father knows you're here. He's suspicious of your intentions, and while he's above killing a wounded boy in his sleep, he's ordered the nuns to make sure you're gone as soon as you can ride. You can bet he has ordered Rondo to make sure you don't show yourself in town again either.
He owns Rondo, I take it?
My father owns half the town. More than half the county, for that matter. Rondo once rode for him. Same with Bannon. And believe me, Gringo Rojo, If my father wants you out of the country, Rondo and Bannon will make sure that you are. If you defy them even a little, they will kill you. Or let you live, but brand you so that you'll wear the mark of Saperino till the end of your days.
Colter grimaced at the grisly notion, and he felt a stubborn defiance of Spurlock welling within him. But fear chilled him as well. Obviously, if Spurlock had been able to kill Trace Cassidy, Colter would be easy prey. He had no idea what he was going to do now, but clearly remaining here at the convent would be suicide. If Spurlock returned, he'd kill him. Besides, he'd regained enough of his strength to ride, and he'd learned what he'd wanted to know. He needed time to think. He nodded slowly, staring at the breakfast tray. He hadn't eaten in many hours, and while he knew he needed sustenance, he felt as though he'd drunk a quart of sour milk.
I'll go.
See.
Jacinta stood slowly, regarding him grimly, and walked to the door.
You always fall in love with married men?
Jacinta stopped at the door and turned back toward him.
I don't expect you to understand my feelings for Trace. We have hurt you badly, I know. Just know it was not my intention. I simply...
Tears glistened in her eyes once more, and she shook her head as if to clear them.
I found myself too much in love to turn him away. And then Miguel came and... If it makes you feel any better, I will be a prisoner here for a long, long time. Until my children are grown, at least. All because I loved the man. Because I love a man more than I could help. More than I knew was right.
She opened the door and went out silently, latching the door softly behind her. Colter stared for a long time at the breakfast tray on the bed beside him. He thought of Ruth and David and little May. Bunching his lips and gritting his teeth, he sent the tray and all the food and utensils flying across the room.
God damn you, Trace.
Colter found the blind nun standing at a side entrance as he left the convent. She stood just outside the door, taking in the morning sun with her back to the crumbling stone wall of the staircase. Facing east, she held a jeweled crucifix in her dark, deeply lined hands up close to her neck. The sun had found those eyes set in the deep coffee-colored sockets, and they glowed like backlit eggshells. She was smiling celestially, and her expression did not change as Colter moved through the open door, though she'd likely heard the thud of his boots as he made his way through the doorway. He hesitated in front of the blind nun.
Thanks for your hospitality. Muchas gracias.
Celestial smile in place, she hiked a shoulder.
Travel safely, young one. And you best travel south.
Colter started down the steps. He hesitated again, glancing at her, frowning. Saperino lay north. Though she smiled like an angel fresh from heaven, there had been a definite note of warning in her tone.
Obliged for the advice.
He started down the steps.
If you see Miguel in the barn, tell him it is time for his morning prayers, por favor.
Colter continued down the steps and across the gravelly yard, heading for the large thatch-roofed white adobe building he assumed was the barn. A corral flanked the structure, around which several cottonwoods tossed their shade as the warming sun climbed higher. And in the barn were several horses. The Coyote Dun stood off to one side, staring toward Colter and twitching its ears and working its nose. Northwest's welcoming whinny was nearly lost on Colter's own ears, so deep was he in brooding about the horrible things he'd learned about Trace. He stopped suddenly and looked inside the dim barn, which was rich with the smell of hay and straw. The blue-eyed, brown-haired boy Miguel knelt on the floor before an empty stall, his back to Colter. The boy had Colter's shell belt and holster on his lap, and he was fiddling with Colter's Remington 44, lowering his head to inspect the cylinder and barrel, his little thumb caressing the hammer.
Bang! Bang!
The boy seemed lost in his fascinated inspection of the six-shooter. Colter stepped forward.
Hey, kid, what the hell are you doing with my gun?
The boy turned with a fearful start to regard Colter. Colter walked over and grabbed the Remy from the boy's hand. Then he snagged his shell belt from the boy's lap.
Kids aren't supposed to play with guns.
He buckled the belt and slid the pistol into its holster.
Didn't anybody ever teach you that? You could shoot your damn...
No point in taking his anger out on the boy. Miguel was as blameless as David and little May.
It's dangerous. Peligroso.
The boy stared up at him, the fear leaching from his blue eyes. The same blue Colter realized now as Trace's. Deep down, he'd noticed the resemblance when he'd first seen the boy, and that realization had fueled his dread. He felt the boy's eyes on him as he loaded the Remy, then grabbed a lariat off a heavy ceiling joist. As he started for the corral to rope the coyote done, he heard the crunch of dirt and straw as the boy gained his feet behind him. The boy's eyes haunted him. It was as though Trace were staring at him through his bastard son. Colter was glad when he remembered the nun's order. Stopping at the other end of the barn, he glanced back. The boy had been following him slowly, tentatively, blue eyes wide with interest.
Sister Graciela wants you.
He canted his head to indicate the barn's front door. The boy continued staring at Colter, lines forming between those haunting eyes. Then he turned suddenly and sprinted to the other end of the barn, out the door and into the yard. Then there was only the barn's musty, tomb-like silence. Not by any conscious design, Colter headed back north. He didn't know where he was going, or what he was going to do when he got there. The mission that Ruth had sent him on now seemed poignantly pointless. In fact, nothing at all seemed to make sense anymore. He rode blindly, his thoughts murky, and his side and his torn ear aching. The brush and rocks rolling down from the ridges around him, the low, puffy clouds and the cobalt sky, all seemed part of the same hokum, a meaningless gathering of random objects, a dream dreamed by a long-dead god. He was so lost in despair and wondering what story he was going to make up to tell Ruth that he didn't see the 5 horseback riders angling down a sloping, cedar-stippled ridge toward him until they were 100 yards away. No, not 5 riders, 6 riders on 5 horses. 2 of the rough-garbed, unshaven, heavily armed men were riding double on a beefy sorrel. They were trotting directly toward Colter, one ominously sliding his rifle from his saddle boot. It wasn't hard to decipher their intentions. They'd obviously ridden a long way, hard, probably up from Taos, with a posse dusting their trail, and they needed another horse. Colter's pulse beat a war rhythm in his ears, and the hammering of his heart made his wounds bark. He reined the dun off the trail and spurred it hard. Colter put the dun up a long, gradually shelving bluff on the west side of the trail, hearing beneath the frenetic thumps of his own mount's hooves those of his savage pursuers. They'd kill Colter and take his horse as easily as shooting a coyote off a fresh calf carcass. The young drover cursed his stupidity. Licking his wounds when he should have been scouting his own trail was a good way to get himself killed and tossed in a gully. As he closed on the bluff's crest, he glanced behind. 2 of the riders were peeling away from the other 2, or 3, counting the doubled-up sorrel, and it wasn't hard to figure out their intent here either. The 2 would swing around Colter, hoping to cut him off on the other side of the bluff, while the other 3 continued fogging him up to the bluff's crest.
Damn it!
Fear gelled low in his belly, and as he crested the bluff, he saw the 2 cutthroats racing around the base of the bluff in the northeast. They'd already cut him off. Well, at least he had the high ground. Trace had always told him that high ground in a fight was as good as draw speed or having the best weapon. Colter shucked his old Henry from the saddle boot and leapt off the dun's back, hitting the ground on one foot, then the other, and falling from the force of the dun's momentum. Northwest half turned toward him. Then the horse swung its head around, reins whipping, and lunged off across the broad, flat-topped bluff, buck-kicking its fear. As Colter rolled, desperately clutching the Henry in his left hand, gunfire cracked, bullets kicked up dust and sage branches around him. Rock shards bit into his face and eyes, instantly making them water. Brushing his gloved hand across his cheek, he rolled up against a low rock, racked a shell into the Henry's breech, and aimed at the 3 riders bounding toward him 40 yards away and closing. The single rider was on the right and slightly ahead of the 2 riding double on the sorrel. The one riding in front jerked a big pistol out in front of him, lowering his head slightly and slitting one eye beneath his broad, slightly troughed hat brim. The big dragoon fired. The bullet screamed past his right cheek. Flinching slightly, Colter planted the Henry's sights on the shooter's chest between his bending, buckled suspenders and squeezed the trigger. The .44 slug slammed through his breastbone and punched him back against the man riding behind him. Then they both rolled off the lunging sorrel's right hip. The man behind the first hit the ground and rolled in a cloud of dust, snapping sage and rabbit brush. The hard-shot shooter got his boot caught in a stirrup, and as his upper back and head slammed against the ground, was whipped forward, his lifeless body bouncing and flopping as the sorrel continued toward Colter, dust rising. Before the horse reached Colter, it swerved sharply left. The dead rider swung far out from the horse's side, throwing up sand and gravel over Colter's head and shoulders. Then, boot and spur firmly wedged in the stirrup, the dead rider and the sorrel careened off across the bluff, as though following Colter's own coyote dun. The single rider had drawn his buckskin mare to a skidding halt when his two cohorts had been blown out of their saddle by Colter's Henry. Holding his buckskin's reins taut in one hand, he raised his Sharp's carbine, propping the barrel on a forearm. The carbine exploded. The bullet hammered into the ground where Colter would have been if the young drover hadn't flung himself to the right and rolled. Pushing up on an elbow, Colter quickly pressed the Henry's brass butt plate against his shoulder and fired 3 rounds. Until through his own wafting powder smoke, he watched his attacker throw his carbine straight up over his head and tumble back over his mare's stiff tail. The mare lunged forward and swerved sharply right, galloping eastward while shaking her head. Hearing hooves pounding behind him, he turned to see the other 2 riders lunging up the backside of the bluff. Smoke puffed around the pistol of the second man, while the man in the lead, a tall, gaunt-faced outlaw with stringy black hair hanging below his shoulders, extended a sawed-off double-barrel shotgun in his right hand like a pistol and closed one eye to aim down the broad twin bores at Colter. Colter froze as he opened the Henry's breech to eject the smoking cartridge. The black-haired gent had him dead to rights. Time slowed. Colter watched the man bearing down on him from atop the lunging pinto. The man stretched his long lips back from his large brown teeth, and his dung-colored eyes sparkled in the mid-morning sunlight. The twin bores of the savage-looking barn blaster yawned darkly as the man closed, the pinto blowing and snorting, the drumming hooves making the ground rumble beneath Colter. The man's head lowered as he peered down the barrels, his hair flopping wildly all around his shoulders. Colter's clenched jaw ached as he watched the outlaw's grimy index finger begin to squeeze both of the shotgun's curved triggers. The shotgun exploded with a deafening roar, but only after the bores had jerked up suddenly. Buckshot screamed 2 feet above Colter's head to pepper the ground behind him. Colter had blinked as the barrels blossomed. When he looked up again, the shotgun dangled from the man's right hand. The man himself sat staring with a befuddled expression at Colter. Just then his pinto reared and began sunfishing. As the man was thrown sideways from the horse's back, the sunlight flashed on the brain-flecked blood spilling down from above his right ear. His head wobbled like that of a puppet with a broken string. As the horse wheeled, the man's long body came flying toward Colter. Colter began to push off his heels, but before he could dig them into the loose red gravel between sage shrubs, the shotgunner slammed into him, punching him back against the ground hard, his ears ringing and a throbbing starting at the back of his head. The bulk of the man's weight lay stretched out across Colter's chest and shoulders. Colter lay staring up at the sky, stunned. The dead man was a lead weight pressing his back into the rocks and gravel. The man's long, coarse hair, speckled with white, was spread like a thin curtain across Colter's face. It smelled like horses and rancid sweat. He pushed off his elbows and shoulders, bolted straight up off his back, flinging the man's body off his own. As the man rolled into the sage and gravel, his head swung around, lifeless eyes staring blindly up at Colter. Blood dribbled from a corner of his mouth. More of it, much more, gushed from the right side of his head to stain the ground beneath it. Just as Colter realized that the hole in the left side of the man's head had been made by a bullet, he also realized he'd been hearing distant rifle cracks. He looked down the backside of the bluff to see the man who'd been riding with the shotgunner galloping off across the bluff's sloping shoulder, heading north, crouching low in his saddle and casting wary glances behind him. Dust puffed once to his left, then to his right. There was another puff behind him, followed by the whip crack of the rifle, and then the man disappeared into a depression. Colter looked to his right. 100 yards away, dust wafted atop a low rocky knoll. Behind the smoke, the shooter hunkered on the knoll, just his head and shoulders showing, ejecting a spent cartridge from the rifle's breech. Colter couldn't see much of the man, just his cream hat, long yellow hair, and red shirt. The man pressed his rifle stock against his shoulder once more, sighting down the barrel, and squeezed off one last shot. It kicked up dust on the far hill that the rider he was shooting at was just cresting. To the left of the rider, Colter saw another man walking in the same direction, but a good distance south. It was the man who'd been riding double with the outlaw Colter had drilled through the chest. He walked quickly, casting wary glances behind him.
Buford! Wait!
He seemed to be shouting at the fleeing rider, apparently wanting another ride. If the rider heard him, he gave no sign. He crested the rise and in a full thudding gallop disappeared down the other side. He reappeared a moment later, lunging up another rise toward a pine forest higher up the slope.
You son of a bitch, Buford! Get back here!
The walker turned full around, limping slightly, then turned forward and broke into a jog, emphasizing his limp. Thuds rose to Colter's right. He turned that way to see the rifleman who'd saved his life trotting toward him. Colter frowned as he studied the horse, a skewbald paint. The rider who'd given him the hitch in his side to go along with the hole in his ear had ridden a paint. And he'd been a long-haired blonde too, wearing a red shirt and black chaps. Caution rippling through him, Colter pushed to his feet and took his Henry in both hands, ready to raise it if need be. But the horsebacker held his own rifle across his saddle bows, and as he chewed up enough ground between them for Colter to get a better look, he saw that the rifle's hammer was uncocked. The rider thudded up the rise, hair bouncing on her shoulders. The red shirt was unbuttoned almost halfway down the girl's chest, and her breasts jostled about while her blonde curls danced across the green embroidery that formed two saguaro cacti just beneath her broad but feminine shoulders. Jennifer Spurlock wore a small caliber revolver in a soft black holster on her left hip, positioned for the cross-draw. The hammered silver discs on her hatband flashed in the sun. Her blue eyes, beneath the hat's slightly curled brim, flashed as well, but it was only a trickle of light. The girl's expression was grim, brooding, as she drew rein in front of Colter. The heated paint shook his head, jostling his cinnamon mane. Colter felt the slight spray of horse sweat across his cheek and neck, but he barely noticed. He was too busy scrutinizing the girl. His incredulity must have shown in his eyes.
Surprise, surprise, huh?
As the paint dropped its head to graze, she leaned forward, resting her rifle's breech across her saddle horn, clutching the rifle in both fawn-skin gloved hands.
What made you change your mind?
What's that?
Seems like a lot of work you just went to, saving my hide when just the other day you tried to ventilate it.
Colter settled his hand to the lumpy bandage on his left side.
And did a fair to middling job of it, too.
I hit you?
Don't tell me you were just trying to make me dance.
Shit. I wasn't trying, Colter, I swear.
Oh, you were just taking pot shots to brighten up your day.
Jennifer slid her rifle into its sheath, then swung down from her saddle.
Where's your mount?
Last I saw, he hightailed into them ponds yonder, around where them owl hoots are heading now.
She started walking in that direction, jerking the paint along behind by its reins.
Come on, let's walk.
Colter twisted around slightly and frowned at her slender back, down which her blonde curls danced. She didn't turn to look at him, but kept walking, apparently confident that he would follow her like a calf on its mother's tit. He walked after her, quickening his pace until, holding his rifle on his shoulder, he was striding beside her, the paint on her far side.
What the hell's your game, Miss Spurlock?
There's no game. I was trying to save your hide the other day, too, though I'll allow as how it was probably less obvious than today.
You got that right.
She stopped suddenly and swung toward him.
I didn't mean to hit you. It must have been a ricochet. If I'd wanted to hit you, I'd have hit you exactly where I'd aimed.
She dropped her chin and looked at him squarely.
I'm that good with a Winchester.
Colter was taken aback by the girl's saucy confidence, but then he realized she was dead serious, and he frowned, canting his head slightly to one side.
All right, let me put it another way. Why the hell are you so intent on saving me? There must be plenty of other boys you could save in Saperino.
She stared at him, a slight flush rising in her fine-boned cheeks. Then her haughty certainty flickered, and she turned her head sideways and dropped her chin. She doffed her hat, beat it against her chaps a few times, puffing dust, and plopped her butt down on a rock, splaying her legs in a very unladylike fashion and resting her elbows on her knees.
I was trying to save you from the truth. I was trying to scare you back to your people in the lunatics so you wouldn't find out why Trace Cassidy died.
Was murdered.
All right. Murdered.
Jennifer entwined her hands and stared down at the ground in front of her pointed-toe black boots.
But since you're riding from Barranca Verde, you likely found out.
I found out a lot of things at Barranca Verde.
Including that my half-sister is there.
And her 2 kids. Hers and Trace's.
Well, there you have it.
Colter stared up the piney ridge rising in the north.
You 2 really are sisters. Jacinta said the same thing. And you're right. Here I have it. More than I ever wanted to know. Sure as dried shit on a cow's tail.
The best thing you can do now is go home and forget everything.
Colter turned to her. She sat as before, looking up at him now. The mockery had left her eyes, replaced by caution and sympathy.
Was it me you were trying to protect, or your family?
Believe me, my family can take care of themselves.
Who then? The town? I'd imagine Rondo and Bannon are pretty good at taking care of themselves, too.
I told you who I was trying to protect. An ignorant mountain boy sent down here on an errand he couldn't possibly follow through on, who don't know nothing about what goes on in Saperino. I was trying to keep you from ending up like Cassidy.
Colter stared at her. Her eyes held his. They were clear and direct, and he believed her. What other possible reason could she have had for not wanting him out at Barranca Verde? He certainly hadn't been much of a threat to anyone but himself.
You're lucky my father didn't have you killed. Since finding you at the convent, he's become damn suspicious of your intentions. If he scrutinized that coyote dun of yours, saw the mountain brand on it...
She shook her head and slid a strand of breeze-brushed hair back from her cheek.
As it is, he's told Rondo and Bannon to make sure you don't spend any more time around town.
You mean he's afraid of me?
He's afraid of what you might find out. In case it hasn't worked its way into the lunatics yet, killing is a hanging offense.
Sounds like your pa's got the law stuffed pretty good in his pocket.
The law around here, yeah.
You don't like your pa very much, do you, Miss Spurlock?
I like him just fine. It's what he's done since he's grown so big I don't like. He sees himself as a god around here.
Colter turned and stared back toward Barranca Verde. His thoughts chased each other around like echoes in a deep canyon.
I'm not getting nothing done here.
Finally, he started tramping north.
Where are you going?
Jennifer led the horse up behind him.
I don't have the foggiest idea, Miss Spurlock.
Colter was only vaguely aware of the girl leading her paint behind him as he climbed the slope through the pines. Neither of them said anything. There was only the singing of chickadees and mountain jays and the crunch of pine needles and branches beneath Colter's boots. The horse and the girl stayed about 30 yards behind. The sounds offered a solemn accompaniment to Colter's wretched mood. He kept an eye out for the 2 fled outlaws, but neither saw nor heard anything threatening. He began to worry that the horseless rider might have gone after northwest. Then Colter found the horse standing on a relatively flat shelf above a dry, boulder-strewn creek bed, charred trees from a recent fire concealing the mount in their dingy shadows. The Dunn's latigo had come loose, and the saddle had slipped down to one side. Colter reset the saddle, tightened the strap, and adjusted the bridle. He stuffed his Henry down in the saddle boot, turned out a stirrup, and towed it. He remembered the girl and turned to her. She sat the paint some distance away in the fire-blackened trees. She regarded him silently, with a curiously doting, worried look. Her presence puzzled him. He pulled himself up into the saddle, took the Dunn's reins in his right hand, and pinched his hat brim at the girl.
Well, thanks for the help, Miss Spurlock. I reckon our trail forks here.
Not so fast. That, Bandage needs changing, and you need a rest. I know a place.
She rained the paint down the slope toward the creek bed. Coulter sat the dun, frowning warily after her. She glanced over her shoulder as the dun dropped in short, choppy lunges down the slope.
Come on. I didn't save your lunatic hide just to lead you into a trap.
Coulter glanced down at his side. Sure enough, blood spotted the shirt that the nuns had patched and laundered. During the dust-up with the outlaws, he'd loosened some stitches. He'd lost enough blood a few days ago, and he couldn't afford to lose any more. As the girl bottomed out in the brushy creek bed, Colter gigged the dun and started down the slope behind her. No longer caring what happened to him or where he ended up, he found himself surrendering to her totally. He followed her blindly across the rocky creek bed, up the bank on the other side, and across rugged country northwest of the main trail. They passed a couple of old prospector shacks and a small abandoned ranch headquarters of crude scrub picket fences and a stone cabin. Colter, who'd been riding numbly in his saddle, head down, looked up. She'd reined in the paint at the top of a low rise about 20 yards ahead. He couldn't see her face, but she'd drawn her shoulders taut, her head lowered as she peered down the other side of the rise. Suddenly, she neck-reined the horse around, her face pale, eyes grim, and rode back down the rise, dust stirring from the paint's chopping hooves.
Damn! Of all the lousy luck!
What is it?
Just behind Colter, she leapt smoothly out of her saddle, dropped her reins, and strode stiffly back up the rise through her own sifting dust.
More outlaws?
He slipped his Henry from the saddle boot, stepped down from the dun's back, and hurried up the rise behind the girl. She dropped to her hands and knees and was lifting her head to peer cautiously over the crest of the rise. Colter dropped down beside her and followed her gaze into the broad, shallow valley. Quickly doffing his hat, he ducked his head behind the rise before lifting it again slightly so that he could just barely see over the bending weed tips into the valley below. Jennifer did the same, and together they hunkered tensely atop the butte, staring down at two men and two horses clustered around a small, sparkling spring bubbling up from sun-bleached rocks. The horses were a buckskin and a white-socked black. Sheriff Bill Rondo sat the black, smoking a cigar, while his deputy, Chico Bannon, lay in the dust beside the spring, lapping water like a dog. The men were about 50 yards out from the base of the rise, their horses idly switching their tails in the dry breeze. Rondo sat partly facing away from Colter and Jennifer, staring off toward the northeast. The short, stubby Bannon lay so that his head was facing the slope, his close-cropped sandy hair lying thinly against his pink scalp. He had his hat in one hand, a rifle in the other. Now, as Bannon lifted his head, water glinting in the sun as it dribbled down from his knife slash of a mouth, Colter jerked his head down. Beside him, Jennifer flinched and pulled her own head back from the top of the rise. She looked at Colter, eyes bright with fear.
They must be on the scout for outlaws. Rondo prides himself on keeping the country clean of rustlers and the like. The son of a bitch is an old border rustler himself.
Colter edged a slow, careful look over the rise again. Bannon was swinging one stout leg over the buckskin's rump as he stepped into the leather. Rondo turned toward him, cigar smoke puffing around his head, his long gray hair blowing in the breeze. He had one tan-gloved hand on his holstered revolver's grips. Turning his head forward, he pulled his hat brim down over his eyes and savagely gigged the white-socked black. They lunged into an instant, ground-eating gallop. Bannon threw his bulldog head back on his broad shoulders and put his buckskin into a gallop after his boss. Soon the lawmen were little more than two specks, one black, the other tan, galloping up a low jog of hills in the northeast. They dropped into a cut in the cedar-stippled slopes and disappeared. Their tan dust glinted in their wake.
Whew, that was close.
Colter sat up, scrutinizing the girl curiously.
Don't reckon your pa would appreciate your being found with me. Why risk it?
She studied him in return, seemingly as befuddled by her actions as Colter was. She pursed her lips and climbed to her feet.
Best not give me any second thoughts, Colter Farrow.
The place where Jennifer Spurlock led Colter was a small, boulder-strewn box canyon, about a mile northwest of where she and the young cowboy had almost run into Rondo and Bannon. A spring murmured out of the black rocks at the base of the canyon wall, well concealed by boulders that had long ago tumbled from the ridge above, and by scrub cedars, willows, and rabbit brush. There was a fire ring near the runoff freshet, and it was heaped with gray ashes and a half-burned log. Jennifer must have seen Colter regarding the ring skeptically.
Those are my old ashes. See that bison tooth in the middle?
Colter's eyes picked out the white object about the size of his small fingertip.
I put it in the ring whenever I leave, so I'll know if anyone's been here since I left.
Colter dismounted and began loosening the Coyote Dunn's latigo cinch.
Don't seem like a place a pretty girl should be running loose.
Most of the bad men around here know who runs this county.
Jennifer swung down from the paint's back and narrowed an eye at Colter.
And that they'd harm me at their peril.
Who are they more afraid of? Your old man or you?
For the first time in what seemed a long time, he felt like making a joke. It sort of caught him off guard, but it made him feel a little better. Jennifer kept her narrowed eye on him as she stripped the tack from her paint.
Apple don't fall far from the tree.
She tossed her saddle and saddle blanket onto the ground near the fire ring, and Colter followed suit. They hobbled both horses only a few yards up canyon, among the willows and thick grama grass lining the little stream formed by the spring. Colter sat down against his saddle. Jennifer rummaged around in one of her saddle pouches.
Take your shirt off.
Colter looked at her.
Don't get all excited. We gotta change that wrap.
Colter doffed his hat, then sat up straight to remove his shirt and to slip his long-handled top down his arms, leaving his torso bare. Guilt pinched him as he watched Jennifer walk toward him, carrying a pinstriped blouse in one hand, a small tin and a small folding knife in the other. Her breasts jostled under her red blouse as she walked. He remembered his conversation with Angelique about the contrition of disloyal men, and he looked away as Jennifer knelt beside him. She set down the tin and the shirt and pulled the loose bandage away from his side, leaning toward his chest to peer at the wound. She made a face.
My handiwork, huh?
She pulled the wrap away from his belly and began cutting through it with the knife. Eventually, she'd removed the bloody bandage.
Those nuns do some fine needlework.
She then smeared some gamey and green salve over the sutured wound with her fingers.
Oh, what's that?
Bear grease and crushed cottonwood leaves. Old family remedy.
Your father's side of the family?
She shook her head as she thoughtfully smeared the salve across the stitches and the bits of dried blood.
My mother's.
She glanced at him, probably saw the question in his eyes.
Pa's first wife was a Mexican woman he met when he first came out here from Texas, with a herd of maverick steers he'd branded in the Brasada country. She died the year after Jacinta was born. He married a woman from Arizona a few months later, brought her out to the ranch. I didn't come along for several years, and the very same year I did, my mother left. Went back to Arizona.
She left you?
Never really have known why, though I got a hunch. Pa's not an easy man, and he probably wouldn't let her take me. Haven't heard from her in all these years, so my guess is she's either dead or didn't really want me in the first place.
Wiping her hands on the pinstriped blouse, she glanced at Colter.
How'd you come to be taken in by Trace Cassidy?
He watched her tear a sleeve from the blouse.
My folks died in a plague when I was 6. I didn't have anybody else. Trace was our nearest neighbor, and I reckon he and Ruth just naturally took me in.
He wasn't sure why, but his throat felt thick, remembering Trace's easy nature, the way his blue eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled, the sound of his laughter.
He was good to me. I'll give him that.
Watching him as though weighing his words, Jennifer folded the shirt sleeve, pressed it against the freshly greased stitches, then leaned even closer to Colter's chest as she pulled up the long wrap from beneath him. She drew its ends closed over his belly, securing the pad over the wound.
You love him like a father?
I suppose I did, yes.
I'm sorry.
It ain't your fault. It's his.
And my sister's.
Colter watched her hands deftly tying the ends of the nun's wrap.
I reckon she wouldn't have gotten involved with a married man if she'd known. I can't figure Trace for doing that. And I reckon I never will.
Jennifer leaned back and rested her hands on her thighs.
And now you don't know how to think of him.
No, I don't.
Colter looked off toward the horses grazing up canyon near a cottonwood sapling whose leaves fluttered like small silver discs in the softening light.
It grieves me.
What are you going to tell Ruth?
Colter shrugged.
I don't know I'd tell her anything if I ever saw her again. How could I? What would I say?
Colter?
He turned to her. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she shook her head.
Some things are best set aside to cool. When and if the time comes, you'll know what to say.
Colter stared at her. She glanced away, flushing slightly, and then she turned back to him. Her eyes were grave, her lips slightly parted. He could sense the heat rising off her. He didn't know why. Maybe it was the escape from the horror of his situation, but he suddenly found himself overwhelmed with a desire for this girl. He reached out his left hand and closed it around her right arm, and he leaned toward her. Her eyes widened slightly in surprise. He pressed his lips to hers. She did nothing at first but accept the kiss. Then she pushed away from him, setting her hands on his chest and pushing him back. Leaning back on her heels, she stared up at him, confusion in her eyes. He still had his hand on her arm. Now he put the other hand on the other arm and drew her to him once more. She did not resist, but slid her hands around him and placed them on his back. He closed his mouth over hers once more, pressing his lips against hers, causing his blood to rush and his heart to pound. He held her tightly, kissing her, and all the tension left her limbs and her back and her neck, and she gave herself over to him. When she finally pulled away from him, there was a wild, hungry spark in her eyes. She rose slowly and began unbuttoning her blouse. Desire consuming him, he rose to his feet, kicked out of his boots, unbuckled his shell belt, and let the belt and holstered pistol drop to the ground near the cold fire ring. Colter wrapped his arms around her and kissed her. Then, limbs entangled, they dropped slowly down to the ground together. Colter enjoyed the bliss of the afternoon and evening the way a man sentenced to hang enjoys a last meal and a cigarette. Afterward, they built a fire together and cooked a supper of corn cakes, bacon, and pinto beans. They talked as the fire died, wrapped together in their blankets, and at no time did either one mention Trace, Rondo, Bannon, Jennifer's father, or anything at all that might have jolted them back to grim reality. Later into the evening, they watched the stars in silence. Jennifer fell asleep with her head on Colter's chest. A few minutes later, his own heavy lids closed over his eyes, and his breathing grew slow and even through slightly parted lips. Something woke him. He opened his eyes. A light shone in the darkness, the flickering light of a fire. He could feel the warmth pushing against him through the cold night air. Jennifer slept with her face snuggled against his side, one arm thrown across his belly. She lifted her head suddenly from Colter's chest. Colter had heard the sound too, the trill of a jingle bob chain. At almost the same time, a silhouetted figure stepped around the fire to Colter's left. He saw another crouching on the fire's other side. The flames flickered redly across the broad, pugnacious face of Chico Bannon, the deputy's elbows resting on his knees, his thick, stubby hands entwined before him. He smiled. Colter jerked his head up and reached toward his holstered Remy.
It ain't there.
A boot came down on Colter's left hand, grinding it into the ground. Wincing, Colter looked up to see the tall, silhouetted figure of Bill Rondo towering over him, silver hair and badge glowing in the firelight.
What the hell is...
Rondo grabbed her arm and pulled her off of Colter as though she weighed no more than a feather pillow. She ran off into the darkness, her blonde hair disappearing into the rocks and shrubs. Colter pushed himself to a sitting position, but he hadn't completed the move before Rondo's shoulders swayed and Colter's own cartridge belt slammed against his head, smashing him sideways and setting up a deafening shriek in both ears. He clawed at the ground, trying to push himself up. His muscles wouldn't work. A dense fog filled his vision. Then he cleared the cobwebs and pushed up onto his outstretched arms and his knees.
Bastard!
Jennifer screamed from somewhere in the darkness.
Girl, your pa ain't gonna be at all happy you was found out here with this brindled calf from the loonies. No, sir, he ain't gonna be happy at all.
The sheriff dropped to one knee beside Colter, who, on his hands and knees, stared at the ground and felt blood dribbling down the right side of his face, bells tolling in his head. Rondo grabbed his long hair and jerked his head up savagely. Rondo's face pushed up close to Colter's. The drover could smell whiskey and tobacco on the lawman's breath. Rondo's gray-blue eyes sparked like bits of glowing steel, and his lips stretched back from his gritted teeth.
What'd you think you was gonna do, boy? You think you was gonna get even for old Trace, did ya?
Colter gritted his teeth as Rondo pulled his hair so hard that his eyes watered. He thought his scalp was gonna rip loose from his skull.
Go to hell, Sheriff!
Rondo glared down at Colter. Colter could see the gleam of the large gold ring with the carved S on Rondo's right middle finger.
That ain't no way to talk to me, boy. In fact, you're gonna be right sorry for that.
He glanced over his shoulder.
The iron hot?
Bannon glanced at something in the fire.
I'd say it's hot enough. That shaver's skin's probably pretty tender.
Rondo!
Jennifer lunged out of the darkness at Rondo. Rondo released Colter's hair suddenly. He stood and wheeled in time to meet the girl bolting toward him. Jennifer threw a fist toward Rondo's face. The lawman dodged the blow, and the girl's fist thudded against his shoulder. He grabbed Jennifer's flailing fists in both of his own and held her up in front of him like a slab of meat.
Look at this, Chico! What do you think of old Spurlock's youngest daughter, huh?
Rondo jerked the girl's arms up and down, and her breasts quivered.
Feisty, ain't she?
Let go of me, you son of a bitch!
Let her go!
Colter got his knees under him and pushed himself up, staggering and swinging around toward Rondo, clenching his fists. The sheriff shoved Jennifer back into the darkness beyond the fire. As Colter grabbed the man's arm, Rondo swung toward him, his face a mask of indignant, bunch-lipped rage, and hammered a vicious right cross into Colter's left jaw. As Colter stumbled back into his and Jennifer's blankets and saddles, Jennifer lunged toward Rondo from behind, snaking both arms around the man's neck.
God damn it, bitch!
He whirled around, raising his right arm and slamming the back of his hand against Jennifer's face. The girl dropped instantly into the brush.
Jennifer!
Colter got his feet under him and lunged toward Bannon. Bannon grimaced as he buried his right fist in Colter's belly. Colter dropped to his knees as barking misery flooded through him.
Bring it!
Colter had no idea what the it was. He couldn't even guess. Still, his insides coiled tightly at the numerous savage possibilities. Rondo kicked him onto his side, and Colter lay staring up at the tall, gray-haired, black-clad lawman, and saw the glowing branding iron that Chico Bannon brought over from the fire. He couldn't quite work his mind around what the brutal lawman's intentions were.
Peg string.
Bannon pulled the string out of a back pocket, dangling it in the air over Colter. Colter's eyes narrowed with incredulity. Fear was a giant, chill hand engulfing him.
Tie him.
Rondo held up the branding iron so that the glowing S at the end of it lit up his entire face and made his eyes flash wickedly.
Christ! Get that goddamn thing!
Bannon kicked him this time, but Colter's hand somewhat eased the blow of the pointed boot toe.
Now, hold still.
Still, the young cowboy was too weak to fight the man off him, and in less than a minute he lay belly down in the dirt, hog-tied with piggin string that cut painfully into his wrists and ankles.
You sons of bitches!
Colter squirmed, but the more he fought the bindings, the tighter they became. He turned his cheek to the dirt and looked up. Rondo stood over him, holding the branding iron up close to his face. The tall lawman placed his left boot on Colter's shoulder as if to steady him.
A little trick me and Chico came up with last year. Owl hoots we don't want returning to Saperino, we mark with this S brand here. That way we remember, and so do they.
He grinned as he lowered the glowing branding iron toward Colter's face. An icy wave of bald terror swept through the young cowboy.
No!
Colter jerked his head so that the opposite cheek was against the ground.
Turn him!
Bannon dropped down so that his knee ground painfully against the young drover's side. He clapped his thick hands on Colter's head and turned it so that Colter's left cheek was angled up toward Rondo. The deputy held it there, and there was no moving it. Colter could only jerk his shoulders, eyes wide, as he watched the glowing branding iron drop toward him. Dirt and gravel were pasted against his lips.
Let me go, you sons of bitches!
One of Bannon's hands dug into the top of Colter's head while the other was wrapped around the front of his neck, up beneath his chin, holding him taut.
Only take a second.
The glowing S grew to the size of a wagon wheel before Colter's horrified gaze.
Of course, it'll feel like a whole lot longer.
No!
Colter shuddered. Bannon's fingers dug painfully into his flesh, the hand around his neck nearly cutting off his wind. Rondo grimaced savagely, showing his teeth, as he suddenly jerked the branding iron down to Colter's face and pressed the S hard against his left cheek. At first, it felt cold, like ice. Colter squeezed his eyes closed and gritted his teeth. The blazing, frigid iron burned into his skin, as the fetid odor of his own burning flesh filled his nostrils, and pain like he'd never felt or even imagined filled him. Colter tensed every bone and muscle.
Wake up, boy. Come on, kid.
Someone nudged his shoulder. He opened his eyes. Beneath him, dirt, sand, and gravel. An ant was crawling over a bit of cedar branch with a few clinging needles. The hand nudged his shoulder again, and his lips bunched as the burning in his left cheek bit all the way to his toes.
You awake? You get a look at his cheek?
I saw it.
Both voices were vaguely familiar, but Colter was having trouble thinking about anything but the burn that fairly devoured his face.
And I figured as much when I saw Rondo and Bannon. A mark of Saperino, eh? Oh, Christos.
We got trouble, boy.
Colter turned slightly and raised his eyes. The hunchback, Wayne Kilgore, was on one knee beside him, a hand wrapped around Colter's arm. The hunchback's breath was spiced with whiskey. Beyond him, Juventino Escobar was crouched at the base of the canyon wall near the spring. He crossed himself and knelt on both knees, staring down. He pushed himself up to a sitting position as a wave of pain sprang from the back of his head.
Jesus, that looks bad.
Colter tried to look around the hunchback toward Juventino, but the man's head moved as Colter's did. He was inspecting the burn on Colter's cheek, and judging from the expression twisting the hunchback's mouth, the blaze looked as bad as it felt. Burning, icy, wet, and itchy. Kilgore's eyes met Colter's. He shook his head.
They killed her, kid. That's why we gotta get you out of here before her paw comes looking for her.
Colter shoved the burning pain that encompassed his entire face to the back of his head and crawled forward toward the hairy, bearded Mexican. Juventino looked over his shoulder at him, a large silver medallion dangling down his buckskin shirt and flashing in the mid-morning sun. He shook his head gravely as Colter approached.
She's gone, amigo. Hit her head on a rock. They probably didn't know they killed her. They returned to town last night, cocky as hell, and complimenting the blacksmith on the branding iron he forged for them.
Colter approached Jennifer Spurlock's lifeless form, covered in a saddle blanket and lying at the base of the canyon wall.
No.
She lay on her back, a surreally contrite expression lazed on her face, her blonde hair pillowed out beneath her head. There was a mark on her bruised, swollen cheek, the indentation left by a large square ring with a carved S on it. Rondo's ring.
Those bastards!
Colter ran his eyes up and down her slender, unmoving form beneath the striped wool blanket.
Must been dark when they jumped you.
Colter glanced over his shoulder at Kilgore standing over him, hunched slightly forward, eyes a little bleary from drink. Colter frowned.
How'd you find us?
We backtracked them. Started early this morning. Figured we'd find you somewhere along their trail.
Kilgore and me used to prospect together till he got uppity and retired to town. Now he knows everything happening in Saperino. It's those big ears that come with a hump on his back.
Yeah, that and watching them two lawmen like a hawk, 'cause I never know when they're gonna come a-gunning for me. Something about my hump gets their dander up.
Oh, it's not your hump, fool. It's all the bad things you say about them to their whores when you're drunk. It makes its way back to them. I've warned you.
He abruptly crouched to take Colter's arm.
Oh, hell. Let's save the palaver for later. If Spurlock finds us out here with his girl, he'll hang all three of us.
The hunchback wrapped an arm around Colter's shoulders and began pulling the boy to his feet.
Come on, kid. We got us an old shack out here, and we best get you there. Tend to that ugly burn on your face. Christ, I can't believe them sons of bitches did that to you.
Why can't you believe it, Wayne? Colter got his feet beneath him and Kilgore draped his shirt over his shoulders. They've done it before, haven't they? Even threatened me a time or two when I looked at them wrong.
Shit. He'll wear that forever.
Kilgore brought Colter's pants to him, and as Colter took the trousers in one hand, he stared down at Jennifer, his eyes wide with disbelief.
We gotta bury her. Can't leave her to the coyotes.
We'll take care of her. You get dressed. We gotta pull out soon, amigo. Colter dressed slowly, tiredly, as though moving through deep water. The burn was an incessant ache, and he could feel it weeping over his jaw and onto his neck. But even worse than the burn were the flames of his rage, and he set his jaw hard against it. He glanced at the grave Juventino and Kilgore were digging for Jennifer, and he knew now what he was going to do, what he had to do. He buttoned his shirt and pants and drew the suspenders slowly up his arms. He swallowed the burning, leaping, shrieking rage. For now. When he dressed himself, he walked over and sat in a stupor beside the grave, which Juventino and Kilgore had hastily dug in a relatively soft patch of dirt. When the grave was a few feet deep, they laid the body into it, then covered the girl with dirt and rocks. They erected a small cross, 2 willow branches secured with rawhide, and then Colter mounded more, heavier rocks over the loose earth to keep scavengers away. Juventino and Kilgore, looking around warily as though expecting Spurlock's men to appear at any time, wandered solemnly away from the grave, leaving Colter alone. The boy stood over the mounded earth, and he wished he could have felt something more than anger. But all he could do was glare at the cross while feeling the icy sting of the large S burned into his face, hear Jennifer's scream of the night before as she'd tried to help him, then watch the glowing S move slowly toward him, Rondo grinning behind it. Now he would bide his time, tend his courage, and get damn handy with the Remy. Then he'd pay a little visit to Saperino, the town that would be forever burned into his face. He glanced around to see Juventino and Kilgore riding toward him, leading both his own coyote Dunn and Jennifer's paint. The paint wasn't saddled, as the men had used its saddle blanket to wrap Jennifer's body in, but they'd bridled the mount so they could lead it by the reins.
We'll take her horse, release it a ways up the trail. It'll head on home, but not before we're long out of here.
Think you can ride by yourself, amigo? Colter nodded, moved heavily over to the Dunn, turned out a stirrup and poked his boot through it. He swung into the leather. The movement increased the flow of blood to his cheek and made his entire head feel as though it had been doused with burning kerosene. Then he urged the Dunn after his 2 companions, and they ambled back out of the box canyon to which Jennifer had led Colter only a few hours earlier. Such a short time, and now he was leaving her here, covered with sand and rocks and cedar needles, hoping the coyotes wouldn't dig her up and strew her about the canyon. He half wished her father would find her, but then Spurlock would have an easier time of tracking Colter, and he doubted he'd be able to convince the rancher that the 2 renegade lawmen had killed his daughter. The young drover didn't care so much about himself. He didn't care at all anymore what happened to him, as long as he took Rondo and Bannon. But he didn't want to endanger Juventino and Kilgore. So swaddled in pain was Colter that he was only vaguely aware of Juventino turning the girl's horse loose as they rounded a break in the trail. After what must have been nearly 3 hours of slow riding in deference to Colter's condition, they climbed a chalky, seemingly endless trail to a lone, forlorn-looking shack sitting atop a broad tabletop mesa. The shack, a lean-to shed, a brush corral, and a leaning privy were the only structures on the mesa, and the place seemed virtually swallowed by the massive sky arching above it and sweeping out around it. The hovel's flat roof of cottonwood poles whistled softly in the hot, dry wind. The men led Colter into the shack.
Here, drink some of this, kid.
And when he'd sagged down on one of the two-room hovel's two cots, they fed him whiskey until he was drunk enough to sleep in spite of the pain. When he awoke a few hours later, he automatically touched his cheek. It still burned, but there was a soothing coolness amid the heat, and his fingers touched moist, sticky salve that smelled of aloe and mint. Colter looked around the dark cabin. The room smelled of roasted meat, pepper, tobacco smoke, and liquor. He could see stars twinkling between the roof poles, and he heard the snores of only one other person. The snoring wasn't loud enough to be that of the hunchback. Kilgore must have gone back to town, to the livery barn, but Juventino was here. Colter was glad he wasn't alone. He dropped his head back down to the cot and spiraled instantly back into sleep. He woke in the morning when Juventino got up from his own cot on the other side of the room, yawning and scratching himself. Colter just lay there, cloaked in pain and fury, as Juventino shuffled around the cluttered little room, cooking breakfast on the small cook stove. If Rondo and Bannon had left him alone, he probably would have been out of the country by now. He'd either have gone back to the lunatics with a lie about his dealings down here, or he'd have drifted on toward another territory, another life, in which he wouldn't have to meet Ruth's gaze, or David's, or little May's, and he wouldn't have to harbor his secrets, his own lies about their husband and father's double life in Saperino. About Trace's woman and his two bastard children being raised by a weeping mother and a covey of nuns in the convent at Barranca Verde. He was saddened that Trace had been taken from him and Ruth, but then Trace himself had done that a long time ago. So it wasn't so much his murder that Colter grieved, but Trace's own deception. Because of that deception, Trace's murder didn't seem worth avenging. But Jennifer's murder was. A murder at the hands of two rogue lawmen in the employ of one rogue land baron who fancied himself a god. Those men would pay. Likely Colter himself would die extracting that payment. But they would die just the same. Pain fired through his left cheek as he touched the gelatinous wound on his face. Repelled by the feel, he pulled his hand away, threw the blankets off himself, and swung his feet to the floor. Juventino turned away from the eggs and sausage he was frying in a pan atop the range. The Mexican wore only his threadbare long handles, moccasin boots, and beaded deerskin vest. Surprise lit his brown eyes as he turned toward Colter, rising from the cot.
What is this?
Colter had spied a mirror hanging above the washstand on the left side of the cabin's only door. He shuffled toward it now, kicking a chair out of his way and continuing to the washstand. He grabbed the chipped mirror off the nail above the tin wash basin and raised the warped, tarnished-looking glass to his face. The mirror shook in his hand. He held his wrist still with his other hand. The S that had been burned into him was angled across his left cheek, the top of the S curving just beneath and to the left of his eye. The bottom of the S hooked just off the corner of his mouth. The serpentine blaze was about the size of the palm of his hand, and it glistened pinkly in the morning light that pushed through the open door. He'd known it was there. He felt the burn every waking moment, but he hadn't been prepared for its ugliness. It would mark him, be the first thing people saw when they looked at him, till the end of his days. Colter dropped the mirror. He staggered backward, fell into a chair, turned toward the table, and lowered his forehead to the scarred, food-stained planks. He dug his hands into the table in a rage. Colter Farrow spent the next 2 months at the cabin atop the mesa with Juventino when the Mexican wasn't off prospecting in the hills, mountains, and nearby barrancas. Kilgore paid occasional visits, but mostly he remained in town, working at the livery barn and keeping an eye on the two renegade lawmen and their boss, Paul Spurlock. Apparently, the rancher, not finding Jennifer's body in the box canyon, had given up on ever finding his daughter. According to Kilgore, the rancher sent out no more search parties. Spurlock remained in town, an angry, brooding man who, when he wasn't overseeing his business interests, including the hotel, the mercantile, and the livery barn, could be found drinking heavily in one of the Mexican cantinas on the poor side of Sapero's Central Plaza. Occasionally, he'd shoot up the place, and once he slit the throat of a young Mexican whore who'd made the dire mistake of serving him out of the wrong Bacanora jug. Meanwhile, at the little cabin hunkered atop the sprawling mesa, Colter's wounds healed. At least the outside ones did, leaving a knotted scar on his left earlobe and a far grislier one in the shape of the slanted S on his left cheek. Every day, with his Remington, he practiced shooting at tin cans and at Juventino's empty tequila and pulque bottles. On one such afternoon, he tossed a dark glass bottle high in the air, slapped the Remy from his oiled, tied-down holster, and fired 3 times quickly. His first shot clipped the bottle in half. His second and third shot seemed to shatter it into thirds and quarter what was left. Juventino, who'd returned to the cabin late the previous night to check in on his scarred young charge, sat on a wicker chair against the cabin's front wall. He was leaning back in the chair. The October wind owned a knife-like edge, and the burly Mexican was wrapped in a shaggy, knee-length bear coat, his sombrero pulled down low over his ears.
Bueno, maravilloso!
He tucked the jug he was currently drinking from under his chin.
You are just good enough to get yourself thoroughly ventilated. De haber matado que infierno.
Go to hell, Juventino.
I'll meet you there, eh?
The old prospector sloshed whiskey from the mouth of his jug.
I can't believe this boy. You nurse him back to health, you try to help him, and he won't be swayed. This road you're on will lead you to ruin.
Colter jerked his head up, frowning.
Be quiet.
Juventino let the tirade die on his lips, frowning at Colter from under the cabin's brush arbor.
¿Cuál es él?
Shut up!
Juventino heaved himself drunkenly from his chair and scrambled into the cabin. Colter quickly reloaded the Remy from his shell belt. His heart beat insistently, and his breath grew short. He was both eager and scared. He'd been wanting a fight for 2 months, but he wanted to make sure he was ready. He spun his Remy cylinder and stepped around the cabin, holding the pistol straight down by his side, his thumb gently caressing the cocked hammer, his index finger curved through the trigger guard but resting lightly on the trigger. Juventino's boots sounded behind him just as Colter picked the rider out of the afternoon shadows. He was coming along the trail that was 2 flowery ribbons leading toward the backside of the mesa, with a strip of wiry grass and sage between them. The rider sat hunched in his saddle, extending a revolver off both sides of the trail and seemingly firing at random. As the rider continued toward the cabin, his figure took shape. An oddly built gent in a wolf coat with a grubby hat on his head and what appeared to be a hump pushing his right shoulder forward.
Ah, Christos.
Wayne.
I should have known. It's Friday night and he probably got paid. I hope he brought his own hooch for a change.
Good evening, gents. It's Friday night and I'm flush.
Flush, amigo? I hope you're flush with 40-rod then, too, because I'm almost out of pulque, and you're not getting any.
Kilgore holstered his cap and ball revolver and lifted a croaker sack above his saddle horn.
I not only come bearing drink, but 5 pounds of beefsteak, mi amigos. And not only that, but I come bearing news, mi amigo Colter.
Kilgore drew rein in front of the young drover and Juventino. He leaned heavily forward and appeared to have some trouble keeping his drink-bleary eyes from rolling back in his head. The fur of his wolf coat blew in the cooling breeze, and the salmon color of the west-angling sun burnished it.
Well, what's the news, Wayne?
The hunchback grinned down from his saddle.
Your friend and mine, Chico Bannon. He's drinking and playing stud over to the Pilgrim's Hole, not 2 miles north of here.
Pilgrim's Hole was an old Spanish mission church, part of which had been converted into a cantina that served some of the roughest drifters south of Saperino. Many a lawman had met his bloody end in the place, but Bill Rondo and Chico Bannon played poker there often, and enjoyed the whores, who were said to be the finest outside of Arizona's border country. Now why you go and tell him that, pendejo? Don't you know that he is foolish enough to try?
Hell, he's gonna try it anyways. Pendejo your own self. And I say if he's gonna make a play on them two yellow-toothed demons, he might as well do it when they ain't watching each other's backs.
Colter turned to Juventino.
What's the fastest way to Pilgrim's Hole?
The Mexican threw up his hands in defeat. Dios mío. Wait until I am sober. I will show you.
You won't be sober till tomorrow, and that Bannon will likely be gone by then.
Colter stared hard at his old friend, who stared back at him darkly, the breeze brushing his long hair and his beard.
If you don't tell me, I'll just backtrack Wayne's horse. Just take me a little longer is all.
Hell, he don't need to tell you.
Kilgore swayed in his saddle, his eyes lit fiercely.
I'll show you. Hell, together we'll take down the son of a bitch in a hail of hot burning lead. Won't even know what hit him.
You're going to lead him into that death trap? Javelina shit. You can barely even sit that old cob of yours, pendejo dog. Colter didn't have time to wait for the two drunken fools to stop arguing. He turned and, hitching his shell belt higher on his lean hips, stalked across the yard to the corral. He lifted the latch chain from its nail, drew the gate open, and headed into the lean-to shed. He retrieved his saddle blanket, bridle, and throw rope. He dropped his gear in the dust in the middle of the corral as his Coyote Dunn and Juventino's two mules and his saddle horse edged away from him skeptically. When Colter had collared and saddled the Dunn, draping his saddlebags over Northwest's back in front of his bedroll, he led the animal out of the corral. Juventino was sitting in the wicker chair in front of the shack. The sun was low, illuminating all the deep lines in the Mexican's round, brown, bearded face, the dark eyes regarding Colter stubbornly, grimly. Colter had been so immersed in his murderous thoughts of Chico Bannon that he hadn't noticed that Kilgore had apparently passed out and tumbled out of his saddle. The hunchback lay snoring on his side in the sage almost exactly where his Gruya had been standing a few minutes ago. Now the Gruya walked past Colter and stood in front of the corral, eyeing the other horses affably and no doubt wanting feed and water.
God damn it.
Colter let the horse into the corral, and because he knew that neither Juventino nor Kilgore was in any condition to tend it properly, quickly stripped the tack from the mount's back so it could roll and eat from the hay crib. Leaving the corral, Colter walked over to the shack where Juventino continued to sit, bottle propped on his thigh, regarding Colter pensively. Colter stomped into the shack, retrieved his rifle from under his cot and 2 boxes of .44 shells from a cupboard pounded together from tomato crates, and headed back outside. He stepped into the leather and slid the Henry into its boot. He drew the Dunn's reins up close to his chest and looked at the Mexican. Follow the 2-track to the Potbelly Butte. Hang a left in the draw. You'll see a razorback ridge. Ride toward it. Pilgrim's Hole is at the base of it. You'll see the red roof. Probably hear the girls' screams and the gunfire and the yells of the savage banditos sticking each other with rusty knives.
Good.
Colter reined northwest away from the cabin and booted the Dunn into a lope. 2 hours later, sitting beneath a hackberry tree trimmed with starlight, Colter slipped his Remington from its holster. He filled the empty chamber beneath the hammer, flicked the loading gate closed, and spun the cylinder.
Hey!
Colter watched the hulking, dark mission house 50 yards away beyond a corral and softly clattering windmill.
Get away from me!
Bannon.
Colter would have known the laugh anywhere. He would remember the laugh on his deathbed, as it had sounded beneath the hiss of the glowing iron sinking into his cheek. Things quieted down inside the saloon after the slap, as the men evidently settled back down to their card game inside the great hulking mass of the mission house. Only a small part of the house, the part directly across the yard from Colter, was being used as a saloon. It was marked by soft umber lamplight showing between arched porticos and from several windows in the second story beneath the red-tiled roof. Colter spun the Remy cylinder once more and slipped the iron back in its sheath. He closed his gloved hands around the Henry, lifting the rifle slightly, hefting it, liking the heavy, ominous weight of the gun in his hands. A peculiar calm had settled over him after the short, anxiety-racked ride from Juventino's cabin. Sitting here under the hackberry, with the corral containing several milling horses ahead to the left, the soft, tinny clatter of the windmill in the night breeze, and the occasional jovial or angry outburst from the saloon, an almost ethereal peace had settled over him. A grim resolve and grave determination. Fate had brought him here, and fate would see him through to the end of what was about to begin. He sat clutching the rifle and dozed.
God damn it! You're a damn kid, Bannon!
Shut your damn mouth, Jimenez!
He pulled his head up. The conversation grew into an argument.
Bannon, that's the last time you'll cheat me, you... Oh, damn you!
There was the thud of a chair hitting the flagstone floor. It was followed by a gun hitting the floor and the heavier thump of a body doing likewise. Beneath the hackberry, Colter watched grimly, expectantly, his heartbeat increasing only slightly. His finger caressed the Henry's eyelash trigger, only silence from the saloon. In the wake of the bloody violence, the lamplight seemed to glow a little more brightly.
Bannon, you son of a bitch! What the hell's wrong with you, you stupid...
Colter watched a shadow move under a gaping arch at the front of the saloon. Colter climbed to his feet slowly and stood holding the Henry low across his thighs, his finger lovingly caressing the trigger. The man's shadow sidled up against one of the stout, pale pillars. The man staggered a few feet into the yard, then dropped to his knees. He threw his head back. Another shadow moved out from the front of the saloon. The short, stocky figure stood between the two pillars, looking out into the yard. It was hard to tell in the dim light and inky darkness, but Bannon seemed to have his thumbs tucked back behind his cartridge belt. The man who'd shouted remained on his knees. Colter turned and walked back to where his coyote dun cropped grama grass. He leaped lithely into his saddle and faced the saloon. The kneeling man flopped forward and hit the ground. By this time, Colter had heeled the coyote dun into a lunging, ground-eating gallop toward the saloon. Bannon didn't hear Northwest's hoof thuds above the echoes of his own blast until Colter was within 30 yards and closing like a cyclone. Standing over the prone form of the man he'd killed, powder smoke from his own gun wafting around him, Chico Bannon jerked his head suddenly toward Colter as he hammered toward him on the charging dun. Bannon's eyes snapped wide. He lifted his smoking, ivory-gripped .45. Colter had shoved his Henry into his saddle sheath, deciding his Remington was more the tool he needed here. It was. Bannon's revolver was punched from his hand. Clutching the hand that had held the gun and staggering backward, tripping over the dead man's boots, Bannon looked from his hand to Colter, his jaw dropping in shock. Colter checked Northwest down quickly. As the plug pony skidded to a stop on all four hooves, lurching back on its hindquarters, Colter holstered his six-shooter and grabbed the lariat off his saddle horn. He was as fast and clean with a throw rope as he was now with a hog leg. The coyote dun was still skidding toward the shocked, enraged Bannon when Colter began shaking out a loop above his head. He twirled it twice, letting it grow easily in the dark air, and released it. The loop settled over Bannon's head and shoulders before the drunk deputy knew what was happening.
Hey!
Bannon lifted his arms to shed the loop, but he hadn't moved it more than 6 inches before Colter neck-reined the coyote dun around sharply and ground his spurs into the horse's flanks. The dun lurched off its rear hooves, and the lariat's loop snapped Bannon's arms down close to his sides, jerking his head and shoulders up.
Yeah!
Colter slapped his right hand against the dun's hip. As Northwest lunged back in the direction from which Colter had come, the young drover glanced over his shoulder to see Chico Bannon, eyes wide as fresh cow flop, jerked up and forward with such force that his hat was still turning end over end in the air after the deputy had been smashed face down in the dirt and then jerked forward. Bannon was pulled savagely along the ground behind Northwest's chopping rear hooves.
Oh, damn you!
Bannon fishtailed along behind the horse, holding the rope with both hands to keep his head out of the dirt and above the rocks and brush he plowed through or over the wild hoof-drumming cliff.
God damn you! Stop right now, you son of a bitch! You know who I am?
Yeah!
The man I'm killing tonight!
When he traced a broad circle around the saloon mission house twice, noting a definite diminishment in the deputy's threats and more recently pleas for mercy, he reined northwest to a halt between the saloon's wan lights and the corral. Bannon was an unmoving lump in the dirt behind him, the taut rope angling down from the horse's rear. The cowboy swung out of the saddle and stood beside the dun, staring back toward Bannon. His jaw was hard and his chest rose and fell slowly. A footfall came from his right, and he turned toward the saloon. He saw several shadowy figures silhouetted by the light from the windows and the louvered doors standing on the gallery between the pillars. Cigarettes glowed brightly as they were raised to painted lips, and smoke wafted like gauzy gray curtains. Colter could smell the harsh Mexican tobacco, and he could smell the girl's perfume mingling with the odors of sage, horses, and dust. His senses were alive. Ahead of him, Bannon turned slowly onto his back. Colter's pulse quickened slightly. He reached into his saddlebags and dragged out a braided rawhide quirt, about 2 feet long from leather-wrapped handle to the 2 dangling whip ends, capped with small metal poppers. Holding the quirt down low in his left hand, he walked over to Bannon, turned so that he faced the man's head, and dropped to his haunches. Bannon grimaced and arched his back. He was so covered with blood, dirt, and bits of sage and ragged rabbit brush blossoms that he blended well with the ground. Only a few patches of light skin shone in the starlight and in the dim light from the saloon.
Damn. Son of a bitch.
The deputy shook his head slightly. When his pain-racked eyes found Colter's, they hardened.
Can you see me, Bannon? You see this ass on my face?
The man only stared at him, flinching now and then when pain spasmed in his body. By the harsh way he breathed, Colter could tell several ribs were probably broken. He continued staring darkly at Colter with rage. Colter rose from his haunches. The quirt hung down by his side. Bannon's eyes dropped to it and rose to Colter's face. The skin between his eyes wrinkled. Then both eyes snapped wide in horror as Colter brought the quirt up behind his left shoulder.
No!
Bannon turned his head to one side. The quirt struck Bannon's cheek, and Colter brought it back behind his other shoulder and raked it across his other cheek. Bannon's head fell back in the dirt, spittle frothing over his lips and down his chin.
Those scars ain't as deep or as purty as mine, but you won't have to wear 'em long.
He tossed the quirt down on the man's chest. Stepping over Bannon's torn, filthy frame, he strode to the corral where Bannon's buckskin stood hanging its head over the gate in sullen interest at the activity in the middle of the yard. Colter went in, got Bannon's horse, and led it to where Bannon lay, the rope still holding his arms taut against his sides. The outlaw deputy was half unconscious and slowly carving furrows in the dirt with his fingers, his cheeks shiny with bloody mud. Colter tied his buckskin's reins to its saddle horn. Then he untied his throw rope from his own horn and dallied it around the buckskins. Moving purposefully, not hurrying, his face a mask of grim intent, he went back to where Bannon was now pushing up on his elbows. He kicked the deputy down onto his back. Bannon was too broken up and addled to do much except fling his arms up weakly toward Colter.
What the hell you think you're doing, boy?
Colter lifted the throw loop from the man's chest to his neck. A look of bald horror swept the deputy's face when he realized where the loop, or noose, now lay. He shoved up on his elbows. Colter backhanded him, then stepped down on his chest with all his weight.
Please.
Bannon's chest thumped against the sole of Colter's boot. His eyes were large and frantically beseeching.
Don't do this, boy. I don't have this coming.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Colter waited until the man had fought all he could. When he felt the tension ease beneath his boot, he crouched over the man and tightened the noose about his neck, adjusting the slip knot. Bannon stared up at him, his forehead deeply creased in horror. He shook his head from side to side.
Don't, please. I'm begging you. I'm sorry for what we did.
His boot pressed the man's chest down once again. Colter stared at him coldly.
Kinda late for that.
Bannon's eyes brightened with tears. They dribbled down his bloody, filthy cheeks and scraped lips.
I reckon you're right. I don't reckon you have any reason to show me any mercy. Just the same.
You're really sorry?
Of course I'm sorry. That was an awful damn thing we did.
Colter stared down at him, one eye narrowed pensively.
If I take that noose off your neck, will you ride into Saperino and tell Mr. Spurlock it was you and Rondo who killed his daughter?
Bannon's eyes snapped wide as he lifted his head hopefully, the cord standing out in his neck around the noose.
Sure I will.
The corners of Colter's mouth rose slowly. He stepped back away from Bannon. He walked over to the buckskin and pointed the horse toward Saperino. Then he stood up near the horse's left hip, the rope stretching from the buckskin saddle to Bannon's neck, now a taut, slanting line. Colter slipped his Remington from its holster. He cocked it and held the barrel toward the sky.
Please, goddamn you! You gotta get me out of this noose, boy, or I'll carve you up in little bits and send you in burlap back to your ma!
You say hi to Rondo for me. Tell him he's next.
No! Please!
Colter licked his lips and squeezed the Remy's trigger.
No!
Bannon's eyes nearly popped out of his skull as he clawed feebly at the noose. He tried to scream, but the rope squeezed off his wind. The buckskin galloped out of the yard and traced a bend in the trail between buttes, Bannon's body bouncing, eerily silent, along behind it. One of the girls called from the saloon's gallery.
Amigo! Come on in and have a drink on us.
Colter glanced toward the saloon. A slender, long-haired figure in a pale wrap leaned against the gallery pillar. Colter looked back down the trail along which Bannon had disappeared. Then he hiked his shoulder and began strolling toward the saloon, his thumbs hooked behind his shell belt.
Don't mind if I do.
An hour after sunup, Colter drew the Coyote Dun to a halt on the outskirts of Saperino. He'd donned his black and red plaid jacket against the crisp fall chill, and he raised the collar as an icy breeze funneled down the town's main street and stung the S scar on his cheek, which had all but healed but still pained him occasionally, especially in a cold wind. Dawn was well past, but little moved among the shacks and pens around him. Smoke wafted from the brick chimney of a blacksmith shop on his right. Through its open doors he heard the smithy at work, but he couldn't see the man in the dreary inner shadows. Straight ahead along the trail that became the town's main drag, he saw no one except one shop owner in a long green apron, wolf coat, and black wool cap, sweeping the low porch in front of his store. Dust blew up around his broom and drifted into the street. As the shopkeeper tried to dislodge a pesky tumbleweed from his broom at the edge of the porch, Colter glanced cautiously at the rooftops around and ahead of him. Spying nothing unusual, he touched spurs to the Dun's flanks and started forward again at a walk. He wondered if Bannon had made it back to town, and if he had, he wondered what Rondo's reaction had been. Colter had half expected to see riders galloping out from town, but on his way from Pilgrim's Hole, he'd run into only a few deer grazing along the trail. As he continued forward, dust and leaves blowing around the Dun's hooves, the town's old central plaza coming up on the street's left side, he noted a faint flutter of excitement at the edge of his consciousness. There was a strange silence here today, a grim air of waiting, a tension like that in a cocked gun hammer. Colter felt a faint, grim smile touch his mouth. The shopkeeper's broom ceased. Colter glanced to his left. The man had stopped sweeping to stand atop his porch, leaning forward on his broom and eyeing Colter darkly, strands of gray-brown hair blowing around his cap. Colter pinched his hat brim to the man as he passed. He saw now, as he neared the plaza, that the shopkeeper was indeed the only man on the street. The rest of the main drag was abandoned, only a couple of horses tethered here and there in front of saloons and cantinas. One horse stopped drinking from a stock trough and craned its neck to regard Colter with a look Colter fancied very much like that of the shopkeeper. Water dripped from its lips.
It's all right, fella. This shouldn't take too long. Not too damn long at all.
Halfway along the street, he drew up sharply and touched his hand to his Remy's grips. A cottonwood stood among the sycamores and pecans at the edge of the central plaza. It was the largest tree of all. Only a few frost-burned leaves remained on its thick, gnarled limbs. From one of the low branches that jutted out into the street, the bloody, battered, half-mangled body of Chico Bannon hung, twisting in the chill breeze. Looking up at the gently turning, blindly staring carcass, Colter smiled. He raked his gaze from Bannon's wrecked face to the dusty plaza behind the dead man, the cantinas and brothels behind that, and the shops on his right. The sweeping shopkeeper had abandoned his porch so that the only movement on the street now was a couple of tumbleweeds and a tabby cat prowling the weed and trash-choked gap between a leatherwork store and a photographer's. Smoke continued to billow from the chimney of the blacksmith shop farther west, but the hammering had died. The shop windows all around Colter were dark squares through which he could feel the heat of secret, calculating gazes. Keeping his hand on the Remy's grips, a wistful expression on his scarred young face, he urged the dun across the street to the Trail Driver Saloon. He put the horse up beside the lone cow pony tied there, dismounted, and tied northwest to the hitch rack. Leaving his Henry in the saddle boot, he'd become good enough with the Remy that the long gun would only get in his way. He mounted the trail driver's porch steps. In front of the Batwings, he turned to look at the street once more. His eyes caught on a figure moving toward him from across the square, partially obscured by the trees and the slowly turning boots of Chico Bannon. The girl wore a long green hooded cape. Chestnut hair blew out from the hood to dance about her round face and shoulders. As the slender, gently curved figure approached the edge of the square, turning her head stiffly toward the hanging dead man, one hand brushing her dancing hair back from an eye, Colter turned and sauntered through the Batwings. Just inside the dim room that smelled of last night's beer, liquor, tobacco smoke, and even the perfume of the sporting girls, he stopped and looked around. The mahogany, brass-railed bar ran along the back wall. A beefy gent with carefully combed red-blonde hair and matching mustache stood in the direct center of it, leaning on his fists and regarding Colter without expression. Several longhorns loomed over him from above the back bar. Colter sauntered forward along the center alley between the tables that still had the chairs upended on them for sweeping. The bartender held his ground, watching Colter with cow-like, heavy-lidded eyes.
You come to the wrong place, boy. Don't you know what happens to folks dumb enough to come around here wearing that S-brand on their cheek?
Colter tossed a coin on the bar top and turned slightly to his right, setting his arm on the bar and leaning on it.
Give me a whiskey.
Shit.
The barman ran his gaze from Colter's gaunt, scarred face to his thin neck and bony shoulders with sneering disapproval.
Why, one sip of my 40-rod and you're liable to...
Just pour the shot.
He reached under the bar.
All right.
The man had just filled a shot glass when footsteps sounded on the porch, and Colter turned to see Angelique push slowly, tentatively through the Batwings. Angelique moved slowly across the room to Colter.
So, you came back?
Colter's right cheek faced her. She hadn't seen the scar yet. He threw back half the shot and enjoyed the burn. He'd been enjoying the burn since he'd started drinking in earnest 2 months ago to ease the pain in his face and sundry other places, including that between his ears. He glanced toward the stairs as the girl approached him.
Well, you had it right. Many tears have been shed at Barranca Verde.
You're a fool. I left that note so your questions would be answered and you'd go back to where you came from.
Colter turned to her now, holding up the bottle.
Drink.
Her eyes found the S scar on his left cheek. Her lower jaw dropped as she took a step around him to see the scar better. She stopped, bringing her hand to her mouth. Instantly, tears glazed her eyes.
What's the matter? Don't you like the tattoo?
Colter,
He extended a hand toward the bartender, who stood staring grimly, fatefully at both him and the girl.
Another glass.
When the bartender had handed over a glass, Colter took both glasses and the bottle to a near table. Angelique followed him. He put 2 chairs onto the floor and sagged heavily into one, his back to the east wall. From this position, he was able to keep the barkeep and the front door in clear view. Angelique stood staring at the S brand on his cheek, tears dribbling down her own, arms still crossed.
You gonna join me?
Colter kicked out her chair.
Or you gonna make me drink alone?
Stiffly, brushing a tear from her cheek with her right hand, she sank down in the chair. Colter filled her glass from the bottle.
Colter, you're crazy to come here.
How's that?
They'll kill you.
They'll try.
Did you kill Bannon?
Yep. But I didn't hang him on that tree.
He glanced outside, where he watched 4 men moving toward the saloon from the hotel west of the plaza. One bull-chested, well-dressed gent, and 3 others in rough trail garb with guns thonged on their thighs.
Did you know Trace?
Of course.
She stared down at the table now. She hadn't touched her drink.
Were you in love with him too?
A faint, wry smile pulled at her mouth.
Every woman in town was in love with him.
But Jacinta got him.
Angelique nodded slightly.
They met in the general store. Trace was very fast, very charming.
You could have told me yourself.
You would have gone out half-cocked and gotten yourself killed.
Colter threw back the rest of his shot.
I'm about to do that anyway, aren't I?
The men, Spurlock and 3 of his gunslicks, including Blaine Surtees, were moving across the street now, following the path that Angelique had taken. Spurlock's corduroy coat blew out behind him in the wind, and he had the brim of his Stetson pulled low over his forehead. Surtees wasn't hard to pick out, as tall as Spurlock, but leaner, darkly handsome, with longish brown hair, matching mustache, and wearing a pinto vest under a denim jacket. Angelique lifted her gaze to Colter's now.
I didn't realize what a fool you were. I thought when you'd heard the story from Jacinta and seen the children...
All they had to do was let me go. I wasn't planning on coming back here.
She frowned.
Then why?
They found me with Jennifer Spurlock. Didn't like that, I reckon. Any more than they liked Trace being with Jacinta.
Colter splashed more liquor into his glass.
Damn jealous town. Men got their claws in all the pretty girls. Women got theirs in all the handsome men. Of course, that ain't my problem. Especially not now.
He began to close his lips over his glass. Hearing boots and spurs on the porch, he stopped and pulled the drink back down. Paul Spurlock burst through the bat wings and stopped a few feet inside the saloon, fists on his hips. Surtees stood beside him. The rancher Segundo had 2 Colts thonged low on his black denim-clad thighs. The other 2 gunslicks moved in to flank Spurlock and the dark, faintly sneering Surtees, all standing there with hard looks on their faces and poking their hat brims back off their foreheads with gloved fingers.
What in Sam hell?
His clothes hung on him, the skin of his face loose. He'd lost a good 20 pounds since Colter had last seen him. The man jerked his thumb over his shoulder and glowered through the morning shadows at the young cowboy.
Don't tell me you did that to Bannon.
Yes, sir. I did that.
He looked at Angelique and jerked his head toward the doors. The girl stared at him, pleading with him silently. He didn't look at her, but kept his gaze on Spurlock and his cold steel artists, anxiety whispering at him softly and setting up a slight throbbing in his temples. He took a deep breath through his nose, repressing his fear, scouring his mind of all thought, letting the cold rage take control once more. The scar on his cheek burned as though it had been blazed there yesterday. Angelique climbed out of her chair. She shoved the chair under the table, staring hard at Colter, her eyes angry and sad. Wheeling suddenly in frustration, she started back toward the front of the room. She stopped in front of Spurlock, looking up at him. The 2 men flanking him and Surtees grinned. She moved around the 4 men and pushed out through the doors, descended the porch steps, and was gone.
He's the one, boss. Ain't no one dumb enough to ride into town wearing that brand, less than they're dumb enough to do what they did to Bannon.
Dumb, huh?
Despite his attempts at self-control, the small hairs rose on the back of Colter's neck. He looked up at the top of the stairs, across the room and above him. Rondo stood there, buckling his cartridge belt around his lean waist. A girl with long red hair and clad in only a pale wrapper stood behind him, holding his black hat.
I'd say the one who did that to Chico was one smart hombre, since he went ahead and did it and all. Chico, he's a dumb one, but he don't pay for his sins.
Rondo turned and grabbed his hat from the girl's hands. He donned it, chucked the girl under the chin, and turned to look over the banister at Colter. A grim smile lifted his pewter gray mustache, and his eyes flashed wickedly.
What the hell you gonna do about this, Rondo? You were supposed to run him out of the county. You know I don't like getting involved in gunplay in town.
Thought I did run him out of the county.
Rondo casually descended the stairs, running his right hand along the rail as he did. The renegade lawman gained the bottom of the stairs and stopped, facing Colter, his black duster pulled back behind the silver-plated Peacemaker 45 thonged low on his right thigh. His striped trousers were shoved down into the tops of his mule-eared boots. Rondo cut his eyes toward the rancher.
Go on, take your gunners and vamoose, Spurlock. I'll take care of this.
Aw, hell. I was hoping the three of us could talk.
All five men looked at him now. Rondo was too far away for Colter to be sure, but he thought a faint flush had risen in the man's weathered cheeks.
What about?
Colter squeezed his shot glass in his right hand. He kept his left hand on his thigh, near the butt of his Remy. He would, no doubt, need the gun in about 3 jerks of a pig's tail. Colter kept his eyes on Rondo.
About your daughter, Mr. Spurlock. About Jennifer. Thought you might want to know where she is. And who killed her.
Chew that up for me, boy. Where's my daughter?
Colter shuttled his gaze between the ranchers still standing in front of the batwing doors beside Surtees and Rondo, who stood at the bottom of the stairs, his duster thrown back behind his Peacemaker. The lawman's face had not only paled, but tightened dreadfully. Glaring at Colter, Rondo set his jaw.
I suggest you don't indulge the boy. You can't believe a word this damn little mountain scoundrel says.
You'll find her in Cottonwood Canyon, buried in some shrubs against the south ridge. You'll find the Saperino S on her left cheek, about the size of Rondo's ring.
Rondo's jaw clenched as he switched his gaze from Spurlock to Colter and back again. Spurlock turned toward Rondo. The sheriff's right black-gloved hand hung low by his side. The light from the window behind him shone on the large gold ring on his middle finger, outside the glove. The ring set with the large square emerald, studded with the single letter S. Rondo opened and closed his fist, as though half-consciously trying to shake the ring from his finger. Spurlock stared at him. Rondo turned his head toward Colter. Half a second later, his head dropped as he crouched and swept the Peacemaker from his black leather holster. At the same time, Colter threw himself straight back in his chair. His back hit the floor as Rondo's bullet screeched through the air where his chest had been and slammed into the bar behind him.
Rondo, you son of a bitch!
Rondo's Colt roared again. The bullet slammed into the floor as Colter rolled to one side, clawing his Remy from its holster. He pushed up on an elbow, thumbing the hammer back. As he did, Spurlock extended a silver-plated, horn-handled Smith & Wesson and fired on Rondo. The bullet slammed into the ball atop the newel post just behind the sheriff. Rondo crouched and returned 2 quick shots at Spurlock and the rancher's gunnies. Spurlock jerked back, and as Surtees and the other 2 gunmen triggered lead toward Rondo, their bullets chewing splinters from the back wall, the newel post, and the stairs, Rondo wheeled with a grace unusual for a man of his size and sprinted toward the bar. Colter snapped off a shot from his position on the floor, aiming over his raised left knee. His bullet lifted the hair at the back of the man's head and carved a thin red line across his neck just before Rondo launched himself airborne and disappeared behind the mahogany. He hit the floor behind the bar as Spurlock's gunman, lined up at the front of the saloon with Spurlock down, peppered the bar and the back bar mirror with screeching lead. Colter knocked a chair over for cover. Rondo lifted his hatless head up from behind the bar, showing his teeth under his mustache, and snapped off 2 shots toward Spurlock's men with his Peacemaker. He hit only one of the bat wings and a window before angling the weapon toward Colter. Colter had the man's head in his sights, and as he squeezed the Remy's trigger, a bullet plowed into the table leg to his right. Another blew his hat off his head. His own shot was nudged wide of the sheriff, who drilled around into the chair in front of Colter's face, peppering his cheeks with wood slippers.
Shit!
Colter was in a crossfire between Spurlock's men and Rondo. As Blaine Surtees sent another lead bumblebee buzzing toward him, he scuttled back on his hands and knees, putting a small wood stove between himself and the gunman. He edged a look over the stove. The room was filled with smoke. Beyond the haze of wafting powder, 2 of Spurlock's men had dropped down behind tables, while Surtees knelt where he'd been standing, in front of the doors.
Cover me while I reload!
The other pistol lay on the floor in front of his right boot. As Surtees flicked the Colt's loading gate closed, Colter winced as the bullet burned across his left shoulder, extended his Remy over the stove, and fired 2 rounds into the kneeling man's forehead, one beside the other and spaced exactly 1 inch apart. Surtees fell back against the legs of Spurlock, who'd managed to push himself halfway outside the saloon on his back. The rancher was flopping around like a landed fish, while Surtees spasmed on top of his legs. Colter dropped to the floor as several bullets careened around him from the direction of the bar, as well as from the 2 tables where the other 2 gunslicks were crouching. When Rondo's firing stopped, Colter lurched to his feet, fired at each of the 2 surviving gunslicks, who were well concealed by overturned tables, then leapt up onto the stove. From the stove, he leapt to a table and dove onto another one. As both gunslicks rose, triggering 6 shooters in all 4 hands, Colter hit the floor, rolled once, as lead shrieked around him, plunking loudly into wood, and rose to his haunches. Both shooters were still tracking him, squinting through the wafting powder smoke. The Remy bucked in Colter's hand twice, and both men were sent tumbling back across the room, eyes rolling back into their skulls as though to get better views of the .44 caliber holes bored into their foreheads. One had a hole in the dead center of his forehead, and one through his right eye as well. Colter dropped down behind a table, glancing toward the bar, noting an eerie silence in the room. He thumbed the spent shells from his Remy cylinder. Not even Spurlock was wheezing and wailing anymore.
Give me that shotgun.
Take it! Just leave me out of this!
Coulter flicked the loading gate closed and rose to his feet.
Rondo!
He started walking toward the bar, holding the cocked Remy out before him.
Rondo, you're gonna wish to hell you never crossed my path, you ring-tailed son of a bitch!
He took 2 more steps.
Just like you done to Trace, you're gonna be buzzard bait, you bastard!
Suddenly, Rondo lifted his head above the far left end of the bar. He whipped a double-barreled sawed-off shotgun atop the bar and angled the savage twin bores toward Colter. The young drover had been waiting for such a move. He slid the Remy toward Rondo and fired. The slug slammed into the side of the shotgun. Both barrels exploded half a wink later, the twin wads of buckshot peppering the ceiling above Colter's head.
Damn it!
Throwing the shotgun down, Rondo whipped around and bolted down the dim hall behind the bar. Colter dropped to a crouch and fired 2 quick rounds, but both bullets only clipped the corner of the back bar as Rondo disappeared. Colter shoved between the tables, vaguely noting all the bullet holes in the wood around him and the ruined back bar mirror. When he reached the end of the bar, he swung around it, holding his gun out. The barman sat on his butt against the broken glass and spilled liquor. He tucked his chin against his neck and held both hands above his head.
Don't! Leave me be! God damn it, kid! I got no dog in this fight!
Beyond him lay Rondo's peacemaker, likely empty. The lawman had had so much confidence in the effectiveness of the double-barreled gut shredder that the barman apparently kept behind the mahogany that he'd left his pistol. For the moment, he was unarmed, but that wouldn't save him. Colter would put him down like any rabid dog, even if he had to backshoot an unarmed man. He didn't pause to consider the strange calm he felt. No shaking in his limbs whatever. In fact, there was an odd peace in him. Beneath the burning intent he could feel guttering just behind his eyes. He continued to the back of the saloon and went to the door that Rondo had left open when he'd fled the building. He stopped at the door, listening. He walked over to the building's west side and saw Rondo running through the narrow, weed-choked gap toward the main street. Colter could have shot him then, put an end to it. Instead, he strode after the man. Soon he was on the main street, heading west, Rondo stumbling ahead of him, jerking on the locked doors of the shops on the left side of the road.
Someone give me a gun! Anyone! Oh, a gun! God damn it!
Colter strode down the middle of the street, holding his cocked Remy down low at his side. Besides the gently twisting body of Chico Bannon, there was no one else on the street. Coulter smiled.
You're finished, Rondo! The citizens of Saperino need a bell cow to follow, and your bell don't ring no more!
Rondo stepped out to the edge of the boardwalk and looked frantically up the street. Half a block ahead, smoke puffed from the brick chimney of the blacksmith shop.
McCallum!
Rondo broke into a half-run, half-trot toward the shop.
McCallum, lend me your pistol. This little viper's trying to kill me. He already killed Spurlock.
Rondo ran through the shop's open doors. The young cowboy was 20 yards from the shop and still striding purposefully, his gun down by his side, when Rondo ran out of the shop's open front doors. The bulky, bearded blacksmith in his long black apron was behind him in the shadows, slowly backing away from the door. The forge glowed hellishly in the shop's dense shadows, the low orange flames dancing. Rondo gritted his teeth as he held a big dragoon Colt in both hands, cocking the heavy trigger. He marched out toward Colter, eyes flashing with menace, extending the dragoon in his right hand and lowering his head and squinting his right eye to sight down the barrel. Colter kept walking as he brought up his Remington and extended it straight out from his left shoulder. Rondo grimaced as the .44 round plunked into his left thigh. His own gun roared, blowing up dust in the street to Colter's left as he reached for the ragged hole in his pinstriped trousers. He'd no sooner gotten a hand over the wound than Colter's Remy barked again, drilling a hole through the sheriff's right thigh.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Rondo dropped the big dragoon as he stumbled straight back and plopped onto his back in the dust.
Oh, you've crippled me, you little red-headed bastard!
And I'm not finished yet.
Oh. Ah.
Another round plowed through Rondo's left shoulder, jerking him backward. The next round tore through his right shoulder, again jerking him straight back. He looked at both ruined shoulders, then glanced up at Colter, tears streaking down his dusty red cheeks. He sank back against the ground, shaking his head like a wolf in a leg trap. His legs and arms flopped, bloody and useless. Colter twirled the smoking Remy.
You son of a bitch! You crippled me! Oh, you bastard!
He stared down at the lawman, who stared up at him with animal eyes. Dropping his pistol into its holster, Colter moved into the smoky darkness of the blacksmith shop. The bearded smithy stood behind the glowing forge, staring at Colter warily. There were several irons in the fire. Colter found the one he was looking for and lifted the glowing S from the flames. Rondo probably had the smithy keep the iron hot, as he never knew when he'd need it. Colter held the glowing S up to his face. Gritting his teeth, he turned and strode slowly back to where Rondo lay flat on his back in a growing pool of blood.
Oh, somebody help me, goddammit!
The man arched his back and lifted his head, but his arms and legs stayed flat against the ground. He turned and saw Colter carrying the glowing iron.
Oh, don't you dare, you bastard!
Colter stood over him.
Don't you dare!
Rondo's eyes flashed like steel in the sunlight. Several knotted blue veins stood so far out from his forehead that they appeared about to burst through his flesh. As Colter lowered the glowing iron to Rondo's face, stark horror darkened the man's eyes. His chest rose and fell like a wildly pumped bellows. He tried to push away from Colter, but his arms were as weak as straws. He could only lie there, white-ringed eyes nearly popping out of his head as he glared at the wickedly glowing S. Tears rolled down his cheeks.
Please.
When Colter pushed the iron to within an inch of the lawman's face, Rondo turned his head to one side. With both hands and propping one boot against Rondo's chest, Colter pressed the glowing S into the man's left cheek. Colter pressed the iron down hard against the man's face. He held it there until the sizzling of the flesh began to dwindle and the stench of burning flesh nearly made him retch. He pulled the iron away. Rondo's mouth yawned wide. His eyes were squeezed shut. His head fell back in the dirt, and he lay writhing in unbearable agony, able to move neither his legs nor his arms. Colter tossed the iron away. He looked at the smithy, who now stood in the open doorway, grinding his palms as he stared sickeningly down at the spasming lawman.
Let's get a sawbones in a hurry. Wouldn't want him to die now, would we?
The smithy looked up at Colter. Understanding lit his brown eyes, and his lips quirked in a faint, devilish grin. Stepping wide around Rondo, he strode off toward the central plaza in search of a doctor. Colter looked once more at Rondo. The lawman lay writhing and shaking as he ground his teeth against the burning in his face. The mark of Saperino smoked.
Maybe we'll see each other again, Sheriff.
Colter started back in the direction from which he'd come. A figure stepped out of the trees on his left, not far from Chico Bannon's hanging, twisting body. Angelique pushed her hood back from her head and regarded Colter grimly. Colter stopped in front of her. She didn't say anything. Colter stared up the street toward the horse, still tethered to the hitch rack fronting the saloon.
Do me a favor. Write another one of your notes. Send this one to Barranca Verde. Tell Jacinta she can take her kids back to her ranch. No one else is living there now.
He glanced at Angelique. She stared at him sadly.
Are you going back to the lunatics?
He lifted his gaze to the white-mantled mountains rising in the blue northern distance and shook his head.
And tell him what?
For an instant, the face of Mariana Claymore floated across his mind. He pushed it away with all the others. Brushing his fist at the S brand on his face, he continued up the street. As he did, the shop, saloon, and cantina doors began to open, and men stepped out onto the boardwalks, regarding Colter with wary interest. He turned his head, looking around at all those faces regarding him silently. He thought of the night Trace was killed here, before those very same cow-faced men who did nothing but stand there and watch.
Cowards.
He mounted his horse, swung around, and rode back past the silently writhing Rondo. He rode past Juventino and Wayne Kilgore, who were just now riding into town, both looking miserable with hangovers. He said nothing to either man as he trotted between them. They stopped their horses and hipped around in their saddles to regard him gravely. Colter spurred the Coyote Dun into a westward lope. "Where are you going? Colter!"
This way. It's as good a direction as any.
Colter Farrow 1, The Guns of Saperino, is a graphic audio production. Copyright 2009, Peter Brandvold. Published by arrangement with Peter Brandvold, all rights reserved. Production copyright 2015, The Cutting Corporation, all rights reserved. Unauthorized download and/or duplication is prohibited. Performed by Terrence Aselford, Michael John Casey, James Konachek, David Jordan, Eric Messner, Tia Shearer, Colleen Delaney, Nora Ashrati, Casey Platt, Christopher Graybill, Nick DePinto, Matthew Bassett, Chris Genebach, Eva Wilhelm, Bradley Smith, Elizabeth Jernigan, Scott McCormick, and Scott Graham. Directed by Michael John Casey. Produced by Rick Rowan and Wayne Beeman. Executive producers James Cutting, Mary Cutting, and Angie Cornett. Dialogue editing and graphic audio sound design by Johann Detweiler. Book adapted for graphic audio by Eric Messner. If you enjoyed Colter Farrow 1, The Guns of Saperino, be sure to look for Frank Leslie's Colter Farrow 2, The Killers of Cimarron. After outlaws steal a cache of gold and take a young woman hostage, Colter Farrow is back on the vengeance trail, determined to bring the woman back alive and send the killers of Cimarron Padilla straight to hell. Coming in 2016 to to road stops everywhere at 1-800-670-5220 or at www.graphicaudio.net, where you'll find samples of all our Action Pump titles, as well as free downloadable extras, audio guides, and podcasts.
If you can't find that graphic audio title you're looking for, go to www.graphicaudio.net, where you can select from over 900 titles and 60 series in either CD or high-quality download formats. If you would like to listen to an entire series, you can conveniently purchase the whole sets on CD or USB flash drive from graphicaudio.net. At graphicaudio.net, you can now earn loyalty rewards points, redeemable toward future online purchases. You can also get full mobile downloads directly to your phone or tablet with our new Graphic Audio Access app, available on all Android and Apple devices, so you can listen on the go, anytime, anywhere. Call 1-800-670-5220 or visit www.graphicaudio.net. Be sure to sign up for our email newsletter, like us on Facebook, or follow us on Twitter.